Good morning, everybody. It is now 9:30, despite the clock, which seems to be wrong, and it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just the usual announcements. If you can make sure you turn your mobile phones to silent, please, so they don't go off in the inquiry. Thank you. We won't be hearing the fire alarm unless it's a real thing today. So if we do hear it, there are two exits, one at each side where you go out of, down the stairs, and we congregate into the council's car park down at the bottom. Down the stairs. Is everybody all right with stairs? Yeah? No problems? Right, thank you very much. Obviously don't come back in again until we're told it's safe to do so. It's ever so hot in here today, and got all the windows open, I think. But anyway, if anyone wants to people want to take their jackets off, of course, that's absolutely fine. So make yourself as comfortable as you can, I think, probably. Right, things to pick up. Hydrology note, how's that getting along? Forgotten about that?
Sorry. Morning. I thought that had gone in. Oh.
We've got it?
Yes, we have, yeah.
Oh, have we?
It's on the inquiry document.
Oh, I haven't got it.
Right, well, it is on the list. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry. Yep, thank you very much. Okay,
Jolly
that's
good.
done.
Jolly good.
Joe. Right, thank you. You will have noticed that there has been a lot of talk about the timetable and dates and so forth. Thanks for responding. Unfortunately, for various reasons, October seems to be the earliest date. Now we've got basically 2 weeks, one at the beginning of the month, one towards the end of the month, and we've also got another couple of days. I think all of you know about those dates. I'm hoping everybody therefore will be available, and make sure that you are flexible, because things will have to just be moved up or down or whatever in order that we finish the inquiry. Definitely closings here, and I'm really wouldn't be happy about doing closings other than in person.
Thank you.
Right, so I don't want to say any more about that at the moment. There might be more to say later on, but not at the moment. So is there anything else that anyone wants to raise before we start?
No, not at the moment.
I've got Mr. Bamber offered to produce a note just setting out the explanation of the different flows in his tables 4.1 and 4.2 of his proof of evidence. I've got that to hand in. Madam, there was a question that was raised about the different flows used by Mr. Bamber in tables 4.1 and 4.2 of his proof of evidence. Yes, he's produced a note just explaining them, so I can hand that in, and I've got copies for the other parties.
Apparently there's a bit of a problem with the way the camera is facing. Thank you, Mr. Bell. So anyway, that will be sorted out shortly. So have you got a copy of this?
We've just received it, so once Mr. Wild's off the stand, we'll have a look at it, and if there's anything we need to say about it, we will.
Well, Mr. Wild might need to answer questions on it, mightn't he?
Oh, I don't I don't think so, according to my learned friend. I think it was more about dealing with something that was actually in Mr. Bamber's evidence. So
Yes, but it was a difference between the two lots of... I had a question about that from
right,
Mr. Wild.
okay.
Anyway, so
Well, he's.
I can ask it. And
You can.
no doubt
You could ask. Maybe if you ask the question on the basis of what's in his evidence rather than in Mr. Bamber's evidence.
Right. Okay.
And then we can show him this note afterwards. And if there might not be anything more to say on it, but obviously if there is, we can maybe ask you to put in a.
But you could have a look at the note, couldn't you, if you need to ask anything on it?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's not seen it yet, but
no, but you could ask the question, and he won't know what the answer is, will he?
well, he's not seen it. No. So I'm not intending.
He can see this, can't he?
You can have a look at it, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. He's not got one yet, but
You have got one. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we won't come to it yet, anyway.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
have you got another one? All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Is there anything else? No? Anything anybody else wants to raise? Right, okay. Now, before we carry on with Mr. Wild, we're going to hear from two interested parties who are hopefully going to be fairly brief. And the first one is Ms. Willard from the Thames Estuary Growth Board. And the second one is Mr. Sawyer from the Shooting Box Children's Day Nursery. Yeah? So I'm going to hear from Ms. Willard first. Have you got something for me in writing, or
it's following the other letter?
It's following. And are you going to stick to what you've in that?
I'm going to touch on points that the letter covers and not detract from those.
Right. All right. Well, I'll take notes in that case then. If you're not actually going to read it out, so don't speak too fast, please. Right. Okay. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry, are you happy to answer questions if need be?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so if you'd like to introduce yourself, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name's Kate Willard. I'm chair of the Thames Estuary Growth Board, the government-appointed chair, Thames Estuary Envoy. I'm also on the Expert Advisory Committee for the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority, but for the avoidance of doubt, I do not wear that hat this morning. I'm simply wearing my Thames Estuary hat. The Thames Estuary Growth Board, as many of you are aware, the work commenced by Sir Michael Heseltine, concluded by Sir John Armitt, identified the Thames Estuary as the UK's #1 growth opportunity. It has the potential to deliver 1.3 million jobs, 1 million homes and 190 billion GVA to the British economy. We are a private-public partnership. We are agile. We have no set prescriptive way in which to work, but we work tirelessly and have since 2019 to deliver on that economic aspiration for the country's economy and for the region's potential for economic growth. I'm going to touch on very, very briefly, and I will be brief, 5 points, why we believe this scheme is fundamentally important to delivering growth in the estuary and to the British economy. Number one, this scheme takes a spatial approach to growth. It is strategic and not tactical, and as such, it is able to capitalise on the economic geography of the estuary and not just the local geography when it comes to economic potential. 2, infrastructure first. It's very easy to say, and we hear it every day, how infrastructure first is really important. Infrastructure first. Do that and then do the other stuff later. But what's less clear to many of us working in the growth agenda is where is the investment coming from? What are the new models of private-public finance, and where indeed is the public finance to enable us to deliver on those aspirations for infrastructure first? This scheme puts infrastructure first in a beautiful and funded way. It has a coherence around the legitimacy of infrastructure first, which we welcome. But it's also really important that we do schemes of quality. This isn't just about, as we say on the Growth Board, kind of getting shit done. This is about getting stuff done very well and getting it done beautifully. The thought, the coherence, and the thoughtful approach that underpins this scheme, we believe, is absolutely extraordinary and quite beautiful. 4, and this is an agenda that you will hear me return to, and those of you who know me know that I will not leave a room without talking about this. On the Thames Estuary, we have pockets of poverty and deprivation where people are dying as young as anywhere in the country as a direct result of the fact that they are poor, dying too young because of poverty. And this is not just bits of East London that you might expect it to be. There are pockets across the estuary. And to that end, and again, many of you are familiar with this document, we have launched the 5-point fairness plan for investment to ensure that investment made on the estuary to back up that growth potential is done in a fair way. We are aware of Quinn's commitment to this agenda. 5, leadership. It's really great, isn't it, to think about the economic potential of the estuary. Fantastic. UK's #1 growth opportunity. And a lot of people will say, well, the reason we can't do that is because, they haven't got enough money, they haven't got, taking too long, duh. Do you know what a lot of these schemes are missing? Is creative and really dynamic leadership. We believe this scheme exhibits great leadership, thoughtful leadership, robust leadership, but credible leadership. And that is another reason why we support it. But we also know this is a really complicated scheme because it's big, isn't it? It's big and chunky and holistic and complicated. In the Thames Estuary, we have a model called the Delivery Accelerator, which is where I convene people around a table to make sure that things happen and get unblocked. A 30-second example. In the North Thames Marshes in Tilbury, there was a £2 billion investment planned by Forth Ports. £2 billion. And just to remind colleagues, in Tilbury, that's where you have kids without shoes on. So I cannot lose this £2 billion worth of investment. But we discovered on site, or Natural England discovered on site, a worm. Tiny little bugger, but it needed saving because it was a rare worm. This was a year and a half ago. What was about to happen a year and a half ago was that Natural England were about to slam SSSI on the site and the investment would be lost to the estuary. I cannot, for the aforementioned reasons, afford to lose £2 billion from the estuary. So I convened a delivery accelerator. It's actually a round table with me with a large bag of sweets and a stick. I succumbed to jargon when we called them delivery accelerators. What that meant was that I got everybody around the table that needs to be around the table. That included the Lower Thames Crossing, it included Natural England, the Environment Agency, MHCLG, Forth Ports, DHL randomly, and some other landowners. And after a year and a half, so it doesn't really sound like it's been accelerated, does it? But nevertheless, after a year and a half, I have secured the £2 billion worth of investment, and I have secured the future of the worm by working in a way which was listening properly and finding innovative but absolutely pragmatic solutions to the challenges before us. We believe at the Thames Estuary Growth Board that a scheme of this complexity might benefit from said delivery accelerator. And Inspector, I stand ready to chair a delivery accelerator to help make this scheme be delivered and to deliver the beauty and the growth that we think it is possible to deliver. For the avoidance of any doubt, I stand fully in support of this scheme. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much indeed, Ms Willard. Mr Bell, have you got any questions? Anybody else? Mr Young.
Yeah, I have actually, having heard that. So good afternoon. So I'm the barrister who acts for Kent County Council.
Hi.
And I notice your support for the scheme. You know that my client wants the road delivered because the road is in its transport plan. Can I just ask you, have you looked at the detailed financial viability assessment of the evidence?
It is not my job to look at the detailed financial viability of the evidence, so I haven't done that.
Just answer my question, please. Is that a no? Did you look at the financial viability evidence?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine. I understand what you're saying. It's not your job. I understand that completely. Secondly, you mentioned the accelerator. That's really interesting. Can you just help us with what the accelerator is?
So, at its simplest, I think it is a round table, but it's key to getting the right people at the round table. So, in the case of the North Thames Marshes, which is probably the best one, although we're also doing some work around Thames 2100 and a flood-resilient London, it was about getting the people in Forth Ports who could make the decision about the investment. It was about getting the people from Natural England who could make the decision on the progression of the trip.
Just on that investment, forgive me for diving in, so you answered the people who could make the decision. Who are the people who can make the decision about the investment?
So with Forth Ports, it was company directors. With the Environment Agency, it was the regional lead who had responsibility in that instance for a flood resilient estuary. So not necessarily at chief exec level in every organisation, but in every organisation making sure that you had the right person. And if, as was the case sometimes with Natural England, where we had the regional director, we have occasionally had to refer back to the deputy chief exec or chief exec. But there's been a mechanism at every point to bring in the right person, should that right person not be at the table. I think if you haven't got the right person at the table or access to them, the delivery accelerator doesn't function.
Yeah, so the accelerator that the government has talked about, for example, and is being used at Worcester Parkway, which is a major new settlement, and various others, that involves Homes England being at the table because they control the purse strings of any public sector investment. You'd expect Homes England to be involved if public finance is needed, wouldn't you?
We would. We work very closely with Homes England.
Yeah.
The work we've done around infrastructure and housing, we work in partnership with them, and we work with Homes England at chief executive level. They also observe a status on our board. Just for the avoidance of doubt, the delivery accelerators that the Thames Estuary Growth Board delivers are not one and the same thing of some of the accelerators which government, in particular MHCLG, refers to. I think they are potentially slightly the same thing, but we are not the government accelerators.
You've very helpfully, you've answered my next question, which is that separate from the ones focused on the new settlement expansions. They are a specific type of accelerator. The one you're talking about is in the Thames Estuary, having accelerators in effect, getting people at chief executive level to make things happen.
It is. They're private sector driven.
Yeah.
They're about getting the right people at the table, and they're absolutely bespoke to the solutions, to the scheme or project. So we don't make a presumption at who's at the table. You would make sure you've got the right parties at the table.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Cheers, colleagues. I promise I won't. That's my bad. Sorry. Thanks very much.
Right. Yep. Now we've got a written submission from you. Has everybody got a copy of that? Oh, that's the only one. All right. Well, is that all right? You don't want it copied at the moment? All right. We'll make sure it's copied. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So if you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and then say what you'd like to say. Thank you.
My name is David Sawyer, and together with my wife we own the Shooting Box Children's Day Nursery in Broad Oak Road in Milstead. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the inquiry today. I've come to register my opposition to the Highsted applications North and South, hereto referred to as the development. I have listened and read what the other speakers have said in opposition to this development. I found them educational, articulate and passionate. I'm in agreement with all of the points that they have raised in objection. I'm here to speak about another subject close to my heart, and that is the sustainability of our business. My wife has dedicated 40 years of her life to running the Shooting Box Children's Day Nursery in Broad Oak Road, Milstead. Now this is in serious danger of having to close because of this development. To give you some context, I've included a map to show the proximity of the proposed household waste recycling centre to the Shooting Box. It's less than 100 yards away. The blue circle is the nursery property, the red circle Cromer's Wood, and the orange, of course, is the household recycling centre. The Shooting Box Nursery has been operating for more than 40 years. Over that time, both the opening hours and the nursery size have been extended, enabling us to cater for babies as well as young children. The nursery is situated in a converted manor house, which gives a lovely homely feel. We have Cromer's Wood directly behind us, enabling us to take the children and babies for regular walks, discovering and learning whilst having fun. The pictures included show the approach to the nursery and the track to the woods, with the hedgerows either side, and this provides abundance of wildlife to enhance the children's learning. Our nursery has been rated by Ofsted as a good provider. We're open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, Monday to Friday, for 51 weeks of the year. We are closed all bank holidays and are closed between Christmas and New Year because we think parents should spend time with their children over Christmas. We have a 6-place baby unit which caters for babies from 3 months to 2 years, and our rooms on the ground floor cater for children from 2 to 5 years. This offers the ability to offer full-time childcare for working parents. A separate baby unit is located upstairs, the maximum of 6 babies per day with the care of our fully qualified staff. Again, this looks out onto green space. Alongside the baby room, we also facilitate a cross-cot room with 6 cot and baby changing facilities next door. This provides a secure and quiet environment for babies to nap, essential for their development. The babies also have a chance to view the wildlife from their room window. The focal point of our nursery is open space. All ages enjoy areas of the garden, including the wonderful climbing frame, sandpit, and they grow their own vegetables. Winter dependent, we get children out every day, even if it's in wellies and raincoats. Weather dependent, yeah. Either into the garden or for a walk in Cromer's Woods, where they can pick wild fruit growing and then return them to the nursery, where the cook will turn them into a tasty treat. The largest room in the nursery is set up to enable the children to develop, learn and play safely, both with adult support and their friends. It looks out onto green space. There are loads of opportunities for various activities, including space to dance, small enclosed reading spaces, and a home corner. As well as spotting flora and fauna from the large windows, the children have their main meals with the staff in this room, cooked fresh daily by our on-site chef, who cooks produce grown by the children or foraged from the woods. Our secondary playroom leads direct into the garden, so children can explore and have fun with mark-making tools, messy play, and have the opportunity to be with smaller groups of their peers and come and go into the garden as they wish, as per an Ofsted directive. The nursery has catered for people and youngsters of Sittingbourne for many years, and the blight of a recycling centre only 100 yards away from the nursery is unfathomable. I'd like to refer to the Children's Act of 2004. This Act focuses on improving the lives of children to ensuring their welfare and protection. It aims to create a safer environment for children by promoting collaboration among agencies and professionals, encouraging early intervention and providing support services. The Act emphasises the importance of children's well-being, including their health, happiness, safety and ability to succeed in life. Building a recycling centre within 100 yards of the day nursery would seem to contradict several aspects of this legislation. If we talk about fumes, transport vehicles and cars would add to the pollution of the air around the nursery. The stench of rotting garbage would fill the air, exacerbating breathing for not only the children but our dedicated staff. According to the World Health Organization, exhaust emissions can lead to health issues ranging from eye irritation, respiratory conditions including asthma, and in the long term lung cancer. Children are particularly susceptible to lung conditions. The nursery is currently in a rural setting. With the development of houses and the household waste site, the associated queuing traffic places children's health at risk. Fly tipping. When the centre is closed, it is inevitable that fly tipping will take place. This could be at the entrance to our nursery on the approach lane or in the hedgerows that line the lane. The noise of clattering lorries or JCB vehicles used on site would prevent young children from the peaceful nap time that they require at their age. I dread to think of the infestations which may occur from the rats as a result of this development, both in the nursery building grounds and Cromer's Wood. Not only would it limit the access to the woods to the children, but I can't imagine many of the general public wishing to use an infested area for their leisure pursuits. Seagulls. The recycling centre at Gas Road in Sittingbourne already displays a huge problem with seagulls, so much that they employ the service of a local falconer to fly birds to scare off the seagulls. Huge concerns may appear as a result of this. Firstly, the seagulls defecating on the children when they are not inside the nursery building. Secondly, defecating on the toys and the equipment they use. Finally, if a bird of prey was employed, this could result in mistaking a small child as prey and causing injury. Foxes. It is well documented that foxes aren't considered vermin. However, I wouldn't like my child to come face to face with one or have to deal with the fouling their presence inevitably presents. Also, many of us have had the displeasure of cleaning up rubbish after a determined fox had been at our bins. Water contamination. The water supply to our nursery comes from the southeast water reservoir on the other side of the nursery property. There may be a possibility of water runoff from the recycling site contaminating the supply. I would bring up the current campaign called Zane's Law. It highlights the hazards of contaminated water waste entering the freshwater or households. The law is named after a 7-year-old child called Zane. He died of hydrogen cyanide from contaminated water entered his home. Roads and lanes. The current structure of Broad Oak Lane and Narrow Lane sometimes struggles to cope with traffic flow. I dread to think what the repercussions of potentially several thousand more vehicles will make to access these facilities next door to the proposed household waste recycling site. On a note of a general risk, the assessment of the household waste sites by government outlines the many risks of these sites, including, but not limited to, risks to human pollution, the local government and population. They give a risk to most components as low to medium. However, with the current management in place with these are downgraded to low risk. However, section 2.2 of said assessment highlights that the fire risk from arson, vandalism, spontaneous combustion from lithium batteries is deemed as high. I would point out that with rising temperatures, as we've just had the hottest day of the year, the global warming, the risk is very real. Just to return to the Children's Act, it goes further by setting out the local authority's responsibility. The Children's Act places a broad duty on local authorities to safeguard and promote the welfare of children, working in partnership with other agencies. This includes ensuring that children's needs are met, their well-being is promoted, and they are protected from harm. This Act also emphasises the importance of cooperation between different agencies and professionals involved in children's services. I don't believe any of these duties are being served by the proposal of this development. In my opinion, if the applicant had shown due diligence, I would hope that they would have considered the consequences to health and safety of the children situated so close to a household waste site. Our business will not survive if this household waste site recycling centre is built on our doorstep. We asked our parent cohort if they would consider bringing their children to the nursery if the development happens. All said no. I have included a selection of their emails response in your pack, Mom. There is only a handful of nurseries in the immediate area that open the hours and weeks that are available at the shooting box. There are fewer that have the facilities to promote care for the under twos. Parents are being encouraged to go back to work with the offer of government funding for nursery provision. The development plan suggests that 2 new schools will be built, but falls short of saying if those schools will provide early years settlings. Even if they do, an early years setting that provides provision in term time only doesn't suit parents who only have 4 weeks annual leave per year. But an established nursery which has provided care for at least 2 generations of city-born residents will not survive. The education of children is vast, and their potential needs to be fed and encouraged from an early age. The opportunities provided by our facility have been spelt out in the passionate emails from our parents. Ofsted requires us to offer practical examples of sustainability and environmental considerations to our children. All our children could talk to you about the natural world. But now you are asking us to explain why an environment where the aspirations of the Children's Act are being met will no longer be available to them, while another small business which the government promised to support will no longer survive. I would like to quote from the applicant's website. We work alongside local residents, groups and stakeholders to ensure the legacy of community betterment is created wherever we develop. However, they seem to have forgotten the claim when deciding where to place the household waste site next to a children's day nursery. I feel that if they'd been working alongside local residents, they may have noticed the nursery's existence. The second page of the pack I have given you includes more references which I was unable to include in my presentation. In closing, you'll find in your pack an invitation from the children. It's an invitation to visit the nursery so they can show you around, for you to join them in a walk in the woods and maybe lunch after. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Well, I'll certainly have a look at your nursery. It won't be on my own, I'm afraid. And very kind of you to offer me lunch, but probably won't be time for that, unfortunately.
I'm not sure the baked beans.
But thank you. But we can certainly come and visit your nursery. We have got another site visit planned at some stage. So
You'd be most welcome.
So are you happy to answer questions?
Yes, of course.
If there are any?
Yeah.
No? Anybody got any questions? Well, I mean, there are quite a number of points raised there, Mr. Simons, which I think should be addressed at the very least. So I don't know who's going to address those.
Well, maybe if I could have a written copy of the statement, and I'll go through it. And I mean, we haven't really got any. Oh, well, thank you very much. That was quicker than I expected. We'll make sure there's one for the programme officer.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay. Well, we'll go through it. I mean, all we've got really now is our planning witnesses. So.
Yeah. Well, I would have thought it would be a matter for the planning witnesses, possibly. I mean, we haven't really talked about the civic amenity facility, have we, at the moment? I mean, I will want to. I've got a few questions on it, so someone ought to address it. I was presuming it'd be Mr. Bashful.
I'm very welcome to come back at any other time and answer questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, there aren't any, so that's fine, but we will be raising it at some stage. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'll be excused.
Yes, of course you can. Thank you very much for your time.
Very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we'll make sure that this is copied, if anybody'd like a copy. Otherwise, it will go on the website as an inquiry document. Right, just pop that away and then we'll carry on. Okay, so we're going to carry on with Mr. Wild, and I think we've dealt with perhaps 2 of your 8 or 9 topics.
No, it was way more than that.
Have we? Well, I was reading through my notes, I didn't think we had, but we've dealt with the history.
That's right.
Optioneering.
Correct.
We've done some sustainable transport, maybe that's all you're intending to do, is it?
We've done some of the national context, vision-led.
So I thought that's about where we were. Is it?
Yes.
We haven't had a tour of the key parts.
No, that's where we are now. So we're as in the point that we got to, we're about to start on.
So we're all right. 4 of 9 then. So.
Right. Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Wild, hello again.
Morning.
So we've covered, as the inspector says, lots of the history, the overall approach to the sustainable transport strategy.
Mm-hmm.
We've touched on that, optioneering. Now, where we were at was where we reached was that you were going to explain to the inspector what the core infrastructure proposals actually are.
Mm-hmm.
We've looked at them at different points of the inquiry for different purposes. We did bits of it in particular in landscape, in ecology, and other I think heritage also, other times as well. But each time when we've reached a point, and I've said each time, well, we'll come back to it when Mr. Wild gives us evidence. So now is that time. So could you take us through? I think you wanted to go from the north to the south, explaining to the inspector what the key aspects of it are as we go.
Yeah, I think I was going to say I think that's probably the most useful reference point. If we need to go to the drawings for some detail, we can do. But I think as an overall, those documents are the best starter, which is, I mean, that's inquiry document 100.38 for electronic version, I think.
Thank you.
That's the same, yeah, that's that. So unfortunately, we will need to do that backwards because that was drawn in the sequence of the drawing. So if we do, I think north to south is useful because that is the route we took on the site visit. So I think it.
The first one is the roundabout.
The first one is.
First one is the A2 junction. On my.
Yeah, the first is, there's an overall plan.
Hold on a minute. I think okay, sorry. Here we are.
Yeah.
Right. Start at the beginning. Place. No, yeah. 10.
So actually, we're going 10 back to 1.
That's exactly
Okay.
right. I think yes,
Yeah,
unfortunately. So,
that's fine.
Okay.
and I thought I thought it might be useful just to cover some high-level topics to save repeating myself over and over again on certain points.
Okay.
I thought it might just be to take some just holistic points that affect the design just before we get into it, which is to explain what this is, what's before us. So this is very much a concept scheme, as we've talked about before. It's illustrative. It's not for determination within the application, but it is presented primarily to provide a worst case assessment to consider the implications of the development, particularly within environmental impact assessment terms.
When you say worst case, what do you mean by that?
So I think I'd like to just draw a differentiation here between the parameters of the road and the design standards. So with parameters, I would therefore talk about the form of road. Is it a single carriageway? Is it a dual carriageway? Does it have footway cycle provision? The general formation of the roundabouts. In the context of those parameters, the design is pragmatic. It's rationalised, as we discussed, in terms of the design panel evolution process and the master planning exercise away from dual carriageways in most areas across the scheme. So in those parameter terms, it errs towards pragmatism. But in the design parameters, design standards, so the way we've designed it in terms of design manual for roads and bridges, the vertical design, which I touch on in my evidence. I probably won't take you to it, but for reference, it's section 4.5 of my main evidence, which is CD 37.7.2. There's a section there where I discuss what the implications of that robust design approach is. And we'll probably come back to that as we go through some of the implications of that robust design in various areas. But I think it's just worth directing you towards that. I know you raised a question, Mom, particularly I think it was on my notes, say day 14 of the eco session, the ecology session.
Oh, yes.
And I think it was to do with the ancient woodland impact. So I'll pick that up, I think, some of those points as we get to the individual sections.
Just when you say, and this word robust might be capable of being interpreted in different ways, when you say that the road design has been what you call robust, what does that mean to a layperson? So
we've adopted design standards that are more onerous. Force the road to stay flatter, so we use in layman terms. So opportunities to go down valley, so the gradient will be generally shallower than design standards would allow, and the transition, as I say in evidence, between an uphill gradient and a downhill gradient, there's technical discussion in evidence on that. So all round it leads to a more onerous set of design standards, and therefore where we see embankments, those embankments will be as bad as they will ever be. They can be reduced, and the cutting likewise is as bad as it would ever be. So that's what I mean by a robust application. So to be
So if you reduce them, does that affect safety?
No. So the design standards for design manual for roads and bridges, for example, a lot of these factors of gradient will be based on the composition of the vehicles, the type of the road, the speeds that are anticipated will make a big difference. So we've generally adopted vertical design standards that are suitable for a high-speed dual carriageway. Now, obviously, the road is a lower speed single carriageway. It's not part of the strategic road network for the majority. A small section that we'll come on to the south is. And therefore, adopting those less onerous design standards, for instance, in my evidence I refer to the Kent design guide, which would be the most likely, or certainly one of the design guidance we would go to for this, along with DMRB to a certain extent. That's all well within the safety tolerances of the design. So it's not compromising safety in this application.
Can basic question. What was the point of doing this at all? Why go to all this trouble, as it were, applying the standards that you've explained? What were you trying to show?
Obviously, it's a significant piece of infrastructure, and as we've heard from all of the discussions, whether it be ecology or landscape, it's a matter of considerable interest. Both the applicant's team need to understand what the parameters of that are to assess what the implications would be. In typical planning terms, it could have been a line on a plan as far as determination that's sought, but that would have left us with lots of unanswered questions about how high is this going to be, or how high could this be? This is a phrase I should use. Or what will be the width? What could the width be? So that design exercise goes beyond what is necessary for the determination that's sought, but is essential, I think, to allow a full and effective assessment to be undertaken by all of the disciplines, and to demonstrate deliverability. Because if we can deliver with these very onerous design standards, we can be confident of the opportunity to deliver with more pragmatic design standards being applied.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, we're going to talk about deliverability later on in the inquiry, aren't we? But I suppose there is the danger that, supposing it's found not to be deliverable because of viability, then we haven't got anything else, have we?
In terms of the design?
Yeah.
Well, in terms of how far dangerous to go outside of my discipline here, but it's the design wasn't primarily, it was designed to demonstrate engineering deliverability, which is very different to if you want financial viability of deliverability. So if you're looking within the constraints that are on the ground today, can you get over that watercourse? Can you get over the bridge? Can you fit it within the land constraint? That's what I mean by deliverability from a practical engineering point of view. I think considerable caution would need to be applied in any sort of financial viability consideration of a scheme that's been that robustly or designed against such.
Could I ask you just to unpack that caution? Because it seems I'm not going to ask you to get into costs, because that's coming much later in it. Well, not much, like a couple of weeks' time in the inquiry. But it does seem that the drawings that we're looking at the moment appear to have been the basis for the parties undertaking these sort of valuation exercises, to which we're going to be returning in a couple of weeks' time. What do you say then to the inspector about that exercise, about the nature of that exercise? Why caution? What sort of caution do we need to exercise?
In terms of an undertaking a costing exercise of the road?
Of this?
Well, one of the aspects of, again, I'm not going to go too far outside of my expertise here, but one of the aspects that come out of any costing exercise is to go back to optioneering, localised optioneering, design refinement. That's actually one of the main exercises of any costing exercise, is to say, well, how can we, while maintaining the function and appropriateness of the road or the infrastructure, whatever you're building, reduce costs, whether that's public or private sector funding. It's completely normal. What we are at here is at the very inception of that stage. So you would expect to go through a very, very exhaustive exercise of design rationalisation to minimise costs, as is completely appropriate, again, whether publicly or privately funded.
But if someone was looking at this, the plans that we have, and assuming essentially for the purposes of valuing exercise, this is it, this is what we're going to be building, and this is what needs to be costed, therefore put into a viability, what's your answer?
Particularly as a standalone exercise, because the drawings are standalone. We don't have the detail of the adjoining development, which actually this is a road that is part of a bigger development. It's not a standalone exercise. So, I mean, it would be. I guess it would be the very highest cost, because I've essentially suggested that this is the most onerously designed road relative to what's needed in design terms, so it can only get more efficient in its design standards. So I guess it would have to be considered to be the most costly it could be in that respect, subject to abnormals that might arise.
Well, we'll remember that in a couple of weeks' time.
Enjoy revisiting that.
Absolutely,
later on, I would imagine.
absolutely. Thank you. Right then, shall we start on sheet 10 then and work our way up to sheet 1?
So I think everyone saw on site, and Marmy did as well, that if we look at the top of that drawing, sheet 10, we can see effectively the end of the Northern Relief Road as it is today, Swale Way as it's named, with that roundabout, and that's where we started our journey on site, with that stub end of the roundabout, effectively built ready for the road to carry on. So obviously that represents, I would say, the obvious starting point. It might be pragmatically the only starting point for the road, so it's a fairly fixed constraint in that respect. And it's obviously just as of note that also provides access to, I believe it's called Great East Hall, but someone will correct me, which is the housing scheme that you see to the south of the road there, which I think actually back at the time actually did anticipate that this road would be completed when it was built. So at the moment they have to all come out and go along Swale Way to the north at the moment, or to the north and west. When we go through that section coming out of that first bit of road there, so just to the south of the industrial units, you can see there's this is essentially the section that you referred to as being effectively delivered by Trentport Development. I forget the name of the scheme at the moment, but obviously we've provided indicative designs for that. I think there was some comments made, I think, by Councillor Bonney that hopefully I can provide some clarification on during one of the other sessions, referring back to one of the earlier concept designs where we had the vertical design shown for that section of road. I don't think we need to go to it, but we could if you wanted, which is the reference is CD 46.26. It might just be worth having a quick look at it. I'm mindful of time. We don't want to spend too much time looking at these things. But that was should we bring this up? Let's have a quick look. It's probably worth it. Fortunately, it's a really large document. It's going to take a while to open. (218). Yeah, it's the whole of the original Northern TA, unfortunately, so it's rather in one big document, so it's not the quickest, I'm afraid. Okay, I think so. You've got that, have you now? Oh. So this is really just to provide some reassurance to Councillor Bonney in terms of her comments. So this is the original design that's obviously been superseded in alignment terms. At the time, this road design was based on a red line or a search area, where we took the road design and had it at the level of the housing from Great East Hall. So you can see there that if you look at section FF at the top of the page, you can see that the road is, if you want, up high at the same level as the housing to the south. So it's the top section with the brown on it that you can see there. So the road is, in that case, high at the same level of the housing with the large embankments to the north. What's subsequently happened with the suggested revised design and the boundary available to work to is that if we flip back to the coloured drawing, sheet 10, we can see that now the road has been moved essentially into that lower land of corridor. So rather than hugging the public right-of-way and being at that level, which at the time was intended to just integrate the road with the public right-of-way pedestrian route, it's now in that lower land. So I think there was concern from Councillor Bonney that the road was going to sit very high relative to the houses.
Yes, but when we walked along there, it was clear, wasn't it, that there's quite a slope on that land, which sloped, as you say, down to the north.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So there must, if you're going to put it at a level and it's not sort of on a tilt, it's going to have to either be an embankment or a cutting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be elevated slightly above the existing ground level, I would suspect, in that position. But the reason for referencing the other transport assessment drawing is to show you that, and we saw it on site, the difference in the level between the houses to the south and that land is quite apparent. It's quite. I think we couldn't get up to the path, could we? We had to go around because it was quite a step up. So you're absolutely correct that the road slopes, and there still will need to be some embankment in that location. But in relative terms, it will be lower than the design in the original transport assessment.
So rather than cut down, it will probably be embanked.
Embanked to the north, certainly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Just as a general, I won't go to all of these references, but that one just thought was important for Councillor Bonney who raised that matter. And then from there we obviously progress, looking back to 138. We obviously go to what we've got as a roundabout proposal in the indicative design, which obviously you can see the access to the Trentport site to the east in that location, and then to the south is the continuation of the Northern Relief Road. And I think, just to clarify for the sake of evidence that we discussed on site, that the road starts rising, the roundabout will be slightly elevated and the road will start rising immediately from that location in order to make the railway crossing, which I think is a point you asked on site at the time, if I remember correctly. So it will be raising on embankment along the whole of that section of land.
And do we have a section or something that shows us?
We don't have any. You can actually refer to that section of the road for indicative purposes. The CD 46.26, page 218, does include it, and you can get a look. Alternatively, and probably more usefully, there is a. I think it's inquiry document 143 that's been added, which is a possibly more effective landscape drawing. 100.43.
Right, hold on a minute. That's Oh yeah. That doesn't. Oh yes, I see. That doesn't show a long section, though, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry, it does. But if you refer to that original transport assessment document in the evidence, there is detail on there that will assist, and there is a long section of the bridge crossing as well, which Councillor Bonney reproduced in evidence as well.
So I was actually going to ask you this question. I might as well ask you it now. So people, I spent a bit of time, if you remember, having a walk away from everyone else, just down the back of where the houses are, just to try and sort of work out, what it's going to look like. And I mean, especially those houses, I can't remember the name of the road, sorry, but those houses sort of facing towards the nearest bit of the road, they're going to see something which is pretty high up.
Which the ones that are facing?
Yes,
the
the
very
first
north.
ones.
Dean Close, is it?
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
They're going to be particularly affected because their rear elevations and gardens face straight out in that direction, don't they? And it's not a very big gap between the back of their gardens and the site where it starts to rise, and then the road, which would be quite high at that point.
The northern end will be relatively low, so I think it's Dean Close I've got on this
So
drawing.
what would be relatively low?
The houses to the north, so the ones on the corner of the site, I think
Immediately north of Lomas Road.
sorry, you're referring to the ones at the very south. Yes, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, no, at that point the road will be comparatively
That'll probably
high.
be
Yeah.
at its highest.
Yeah.
It goes. So, I mean, has any thought been given to what that's going to be like?
Well, I think that's the intention of there's a number of factors within other disciplines in terms of landscape response, so the landscaping strategy that I just directed you to 100.743, but other disciplines in terms of noise and air quality appraisal. From an engineering perspective, there is a practical sort of requirement to get to the height across Lomas Road particularly, and the railway. There are a number of options available to do that. One would have been to create essentially an extended bridge or a viaduct, if you will, so to create a road that's up on, so rather than embank it and provide the opportunity for landscaping, you could start the engineered structure, if you will, much earlier. That would probably represent a less desirable outcome for individuals looking out onto it. So if you're looking out onto a tree-lined woodland fringe, I think it's referred to, embankment, versus the side of open concrete span bridge, I suspect there's a clear preference to that, and certainly that's why the design has centralised itself to that corridor, to ensure that we can get embankments both sides and not be forced to use a viaduct structure instead.
It couldn't have been moved across at all.
No, well, you could theoretically go to the east, for instance, but as you go to the east, you'd end up having to introduce that much, sort of structural retaining feature on the side. So you'd either need a vertical structure, so an embankment that stops sharply at a retaining wall, or you might find yourself pushed to the point, because the embankment on both sides gets to the edge close to the edge of the land.
Oh, I see, right.
Yeah, so you need to be central to that corridor to get the embankments to work.
Okay, thank you.
Then you get to the railway bridge.
Yep. No, so you get to the railway bridge, which is we've illustrated there. I just briefly like to touch on something. Be very brief on this one. I won't go into the detail at all that I've looked into it, but I think Councillor Bonney made some reference, which I think might be a bit potentially generate concern unnecessarily, where some parallels were drawn to this bridge and the Sheppey crossing, which is the road going across the Swale onto the Isle of Sheppey, going north on the 249. I think the reference that was made was that it's a third of the height of the Sheppey crossing. I did a bit of research on this, some measurements, looking at, believe it or not, nautical charts. It's actually, the Sheppey crossing is in excess of 4 times the height of this, but probably more importantly, it's some sort of 15 to 20 metres, 15 to 20 times longer, and sits in a very sort of flat environment, across the Swale and across the lowlands at either side of it on the island and on the mainland. So I just thought really that if that perception was to sit in people's minds, it would be a very misleading, I think, impression to think that this is anything like that bridge crossing. And I think it could give rise to some unwarranted concerns that needed some clarification there. Just on one other point, just while talking about that, I think Councillor Bonney referred to a bus stop on top of the bridge, and I've been trying to work out where that is, and if there may be something in the application document that's misleading, or that's given that impression, but there is no intention to stop buses on the bridge, and I don't know. So
I do remember that, but I can't
I
remember where the bus stop was now.
I'm happy to cover that one in cross-examination maybe,
Yeah.
but
Sure, Mr.
yeah.
Bell can ask about
Yeah.
that.
Is that? Should we turn to sheet number 9, moving backwards? And in a similar way, talk us through just the key elements of infrastructure that we've got on sheet 9.
Yeah, so we come down from the bridge and we're at essentially going to be at approximately at grade, around about current level at the roundabout that forms, as illustratively shown at the moment, the connection between what we might colloquially refer to as a backchild bypass and the Northern Relief Road. That will need to be a relatively high capacity junction because of that meeting of traffic on the A2 corridor and the Northern Relief Road. So it's necessarily a significant junction in that location, and has been sort of conceptually designed in that respect. And if we then head a bit further south while on this plan, we get down to what is locally referred to as Junction R, which is the staggered junction with Stones Farm. I know it as it's got a branded name now, hasn't it? Spring Acres, that's the one. Thank you. Sorry. So I mean, I think you asked this question to clarify about the. I don't know if we need to revisit that in detail, but just to doubly confirm, there is no intention to knock down any of the dwellings. The earthworks exercise was simply designed at a time when there was no detail of the levels for the proposed development, and therefore it was designed relative to existing ground. And you can actually see how actually the development has been lifted up quite a lot in that area, also cut in, sorry. So it wouldn't have any of those implications, and I think you saw quite correctly clarification on that at a previous session. And then obviously just in this vicinity here, some of this work was obviously designed prior to the Spring Acres scheme coming forward, and some of the things that we'd included in the concept proposals are now implemented, such as the parking for the houses on the south side of the A2. So there's an overlap there, and it would really just integrate with those current proposals. And in at this position, we have the connection to Bapchild section of the A2, if you will, which is the arm coming to the south. So the intention really is that that's a very low trafficked environment. Traffic signals there to control that and to provide limited priority, to ensure that people go up and around the new road rather than through Bapchild as existing. So that area through there. Just quickly popping back then up to that roundabout and starting to head east along there. There is, I think I won't revisit the topic of the prow crossing. I think we did that within that session adequately, unless you have any questions on that. Then there is the watercourse Tong proposed country park. Apologies for my clarification on terminology. Just to absolutely clarify, in that area, the drawings in the scheme design, from an engineering perspective, assumed a culverting of that watercourse, and that's what was shown on the drawings, in the engineering drawings. Subsequent to that, there was considered to be some value in, and I believe it's in the landscape design response, I think it's CD 2.22. I don't think we need to go to it, but maybe for your records, where there was seen to be an opportunity to create a more a pleasant and amenable environment by opening this up as a span to a bridge rather than a culvert, and that the detail of that is in there. That's not a highways engineering response, that's a landscape and I think to some extent ecology in that location. So the option for bridge or culvert remains open depending on the design process, and engineering doesn't dictate either way on that area.
But what about this point about getting across the attenuation basin?
Yes. So that I think is covered in one of the submissions made in the inquiry documents. There are a couple of options. One is to you can span the existing SUDS feature based on the current alignment of the road. So the road is elevated at that point anyway in the conceptual designs that have been circulated. So you could just create a structure to cross that. But equally, and probably more logically, you would revisit the SUDS feature to replan it and to revise that arrangement. That's outside of my full technical discipline, but colleagues have looked at that to check the viability of it, the feasibility of it, and have liaised with KCC in that regard from their lead local thud authority position. But it's just important to note that the development's drainage strategy is separately planned for, so that's dealt with independently. So while there could be modifications to that SUD, it wouldn't be integration with and modification. So I think we can.
I think that's it on sheet 9. On sheet 8 then?
Sheet 8, as we can just see the I think this is an area where there's some orchards we walked through, and it goes through the farm buildings when it crosses Hempstead Road, Hempstead Lane, sorry. At the top of the drawing you can see that. I recall this might have been dealt with anyway, but just for absolute clarification, this was a matter I think raised by Mr. Hearn in the council's landscape. Is that, correct me if I've got that wrong?
It feels like a while ago.
Council's landscape evidence, where I think it was implied in the evidence. Certainly, I had it at CD 38.1.2, page 40. I don't think there's a need to go there, but I think this was discussed. There was the presumption that was an overbridge.
Yes.
That the road, the Northern Relief Road, was overbridging Hempstead Lane in that location. Oh. So just to be absolutely clear, that's not the proposal at all. The road is sitting essentially at ground level, forming at the moment a priority T-junction to the north, and then severing Hempstead Lane and forming a cul-de-sac to the south. So I know I think that was one of the points that was kicked down to this session.
It was.
So I'll pick that up while we're going along. And there were some other points we picked up about integrating cycle movements there. I think there was a question in the Prowl session from Self-Mom about that. So that's certainly something that I think I responded at the time that can be integrated into that junction so that cycle movements can continue to be able to be made along the Hempstead Lane corridor for access to National Cycle Route 1. Yes, and I think so then moving along that alignment, just for completeness, the design includes some junctions along there for continued farm access, which you can see that's not development access per se, the two staggered junctions. And then we get to, if you want the other end of the Bapchild A2 that I referred to earlier, again, a constrained junction, relatively low capacity but safe operation nonetheless, to dissuade people from routing through the A2 or the old A2 through Bapchild as it is. I think this is another point that was raised as a concern. I can't quite remember. I think it was junction spacing was raised as a concern.
Yes.
I don't actually have the note as to who or when.
Very close together.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, just to clarify, that the Kent Design Guide spacing there would be 60 metres as a maximum. That
As
is,
a maximum.
as a as a minimum.
As a minimum.
So the maximum standard is 60. There are actually relaxations on that,
Right.
below 60. But
And how far is this?
just over, I think it's around 80 metres, I believe, if I measured that correctly. Yeah, that junction spacing has been considered in that design process.
Could I ask you about the roundabout?
Yep.
Could you talk through that concept, where it sits, and in particular, the reason I'm touching on it is because Mr. Bamber had, in his evidence, concerns about this roundabout in terms of the degree to which it would be present a barrier, if you like, for those who might want to either walk or cycle to the north, into the northern scheme from the southern scheme towards Tenham, etc.
So the roundabout scheme that you see in front of you there is the combined site scheme. So what would happen if both the Northern Relief Road along with the northern site and the Southern Relief Road along with the southern site come forward? That dates back to the original design solution that's been consistent for, say, 5 years or so now. If we were to look to the northern application, and this is probably just to avoid any confusion, there is I think we spoke about this at some point before, there is a signalised design alternative, which is the what-if scenario, if just the northern relief road and the northern development came forward, so onward connection to the south were not needed. As part of that design, which is much more latterly produced, there might be some value in just having a quick look at that, or at least giving you the reference to it. It is in... that's the one note I didn't take down there. Apologies. Bear with me a second. It's the northern application, so it'll be 1.19. No, I've lost the internet.
You're after the Northern Transport Assessment,
Yeah,
are you?
so it will be 1.19.6.
Yeah, 1.19.6. And let's just find it. The drawing. Yes.
And then I think the drawing would be
I think page 28.
page 28.
Yeah. So it's document 1.19.6, which is volume 6 of the Northern Scheme Transport Assessment, and within that, PDF page 28.
So just to take you to that really, or the inquiry to that, to clarify the two alternatives that are available. They're mutually compatible, if you will. You could do one and come back with the other, should that be necessary. But also it's to highlight as well that in this scheme there's been quite an evolution in terms of the PED cycle accessibility. So this has been added to with LTN 120, the famous LTN 120 again. So that's been enhanced over and above the design that, while the application came in 2021, some of that design actually predated LTN 120. And it gives an illustration of the type of additional work that will be done on the design as it comes forward. And actually really to highlight that it remains entirely plausible that a signalised junction could be created between the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road. It's something that has potential, and I think it would be a more compact arrangement, and it would potentially assist in connectivity, but it's something that would need to be explored through that determination stage when we get there. If maybe I should say. But another thing also, just in terms of access to the development, it might be quite useful just to take, if we possibly could, and I think we can probably close that document down now. That's.
Did you say that the this is LTN
Yes.
120 compliant?
Yeah. Yeah, because we did that sort of concept of design was developed in about 2024, whereas the other one predates. Well, not quite predates, but it came out. A lot of work was done prior to it. Right. And I'm looking for a reference that I did have noted here, which is to a master plan document. Might have been 2.15. I think I might have the internet again. Hopefully I do.
1 point.
I think it's the parameter plan. It should be. Is that a parameter plan? Have I got that?
For the north, it is. Is
Yes,
that, yeah.
that's correct.
2.15
2.15
is the northern parameter plan.
So if the area that we're talking about here is what's referred to as Gateway North, so it's a large dotted area and hatched. along the A2. And really just to highlight that how the development interacts both between the northern site and the A2 and also between the north and the southern is all to be determined within that gateway area. So there are numerous opportunities, for instance, to take pedestrian movement in a more direct alignment to the east within that gateway zone, away from the roundabout. And if you
More
want
to the east, I see.
more to the east, so it's effectively sort of to punch a dedicated active travel route into the northern site.
And what would be the benefit of something like that?
But if you're coming up on the eastern side of the Southern Relief Road, for instance, from Oakwood, you would be able to then have a dedicated crossing facility away from any of the junction arrangements over the A2, and then it's actually taking you, obviously the massing of the development is to the east for the north, so it's taking you more directly and on a direct path to that. So if you want a sort of a parallel active travel corridor, that could be introduced there, and it falls within the parameters of that gateway north is the main reason for taking you to that drawing for the determination of that gateway to come in latter stages.
Thank you. And
That's
go on then. So I was just going to say, back on sheet 8, then we start to move south of the roundabout, don't we?
Yep. So,
And we see at this point, could you just explain what's happening in terms of the number of carriageways and the green area that separates them?
yeah, so this is one of the parts of the road that the concept design retains a short section of dual carriageway coming from the A2 to the entrance to, or the opening entrance to Oakwood. In actual traffic flow terms, this, based on the forecasting and the original TA forecasting, not any supplementary, but certainly in a more, which we'll come on to, a more aspirational future, this is one area where I think the parameters, there's some considerable opportunity to rationalise these parameters. Yeah, part of the reason for the dual carriageway design was in part led by an aspiration for this boulevard response to the design panel comments we discussed 10 days ago, whenever it was, at the previous session, about creating this sort of gateway and entrance. So it is the more substantial part of the road in that respect, because it is presented as effectively a dual carriageway with a green separation area between it and an active travel provision on both sides, albeit that the road is essentially at ground level at that point. It's not sitting particularly up on embankment or cutting, but I think it's important to highlight that that's one area where I differentiated between parameters and design standards earlier. That's one area where it's erring on the side of robust or onerous parameter that could actually see some rationalisation and likely be reduced to something more akin to a single carriageway there through that section.
When you say likely to be reduced akin to a single carriageway, I mean, either it is or it isn't.
Well, it could be, yeah. Well, actually, you might come on to that point actually in a moment with what is and isn't a dual carriageway. But yeah, no. So it's it could, in capacity terms, it could operate as a single carriageway.
Well, what is a dual carriageway if it's
dual carriageways,
two lanes each side?
No, well, it's not. Technically, it's anything where there's a physical separation between the two carriageways.
Well, even if there's one
lane on each, technically.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's the semantics in many respects.
It came up on my driving test this time.
It relates, if you want to, when is it 60 or a 70 mile an hour road, for instance. That's when people usually get caught out.
So what would the speed limit of this one? 50?
This section here is staying at 30.
30.
Through here, yeah. So again, you can think of it more of if you want, it's more of an architecturally led exercise to create this boulevard gateway. So it is very much erring on the side of robustness in terms of parameters there. But it's useful to have that in that context, to be, because it is the entrance point from the A2.
And then it takes us south onto sheet 7, where there is a roundabout junction, and then something slightly different happens to the carriageways.
So I think
let's just get on to the next page.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
So that first roundabout you see there in the northern section, so that's quite important because that's the key access node to the Oakwood Village. You can't see it on this plan because it's on satellite background, but the development is both sides. So, and the reason that's quite important is the development vehicle demand for Oakwood Village, including the other land uses on there, that's coming to or from the north, comes off of the road at that point. So you have a transition into the village at that point, and that does give rise to actually a reduction in, look through the transport assessment. I won't take you there, but if you wish to check 7.31.7 page 362 for references, you can see the traffic flow diagram, total flows there, and see the differential flow between the areas to the north and to the south. So there is a change in character of the road with respect to traffic as a result of the development traffic going in and out at that roundabout.
So south of that roundabout then, when people have either come or gone into Oakwood villages,
Yep.
Describe what happens next with this sort of dividing of the carriageways.
So this is the section of road that goes, and it is one of sort of the only bits of the road where it bisects the village. So at this point, it is central-ish to Oakwood Village, and I think we touched on this in the session about the master planning evolution through various exercises, and this. Although in hindsight on plan it looks like, I always think, a bit of a smiley face if you turn your head sideways, weirdly. It is a master planning and landscape response to the presence of the road through that central section of the through Oakwood Village, and in a general sense you would refer to this as a dual carriageway because it has a central reservation, but it is actually intended to be one lane on each side with a large landscaped buffer through the centre to really break down that barrier. And I think I touched on this on the previous day, to say this means that movement across it perpendicular by active travel users in particular can take place over relatively short sections of carriageway, and therefore you're only giving way to one direction of traffic at each time, making it really quite comparably easy to cross, and then you've got that space in the middle, the landscape buffer. If you were to look at the master plan document, I think probably to save time we won't go, you'll see that actually the road then is flanked by significant landscape buffers either side as well of the development. So those two lanes are sitting in a green space.
Is that not an embankment then, that green?
Well, it's
Is
showing
that
its
a
embankment
grade?
relative to ground level, but obviously when the development comes forward, there's going to be a re-levelling of the land around there.
No, but is that actually denoting an
That's denoting embankment against existing ground levels at the moment, yes. So the road will be above ground level, at or above ground level as existing, but I suspect that lots of the development will be made up as well around that area as part of the earthworks exercise, to get, as is often the case, it's very difficult to look at the road in isolation sometimes when you've got development fronting but up against it.
Leading that approach to designing the road, I mean, is this being led by highways engineering considerations?
So it's primarily led by the landscape, the master planning, the landscaping, and managing the perpendicular movement of other other users, active travel users. It has to be mindful of engineering considerations. So there's an explanation in the transport assessment actually, which is in page 39 of 7.31.6.
Is that your rebuttal?
No, in the original transport assessment.
Oh, the transport assessment, right.
Yes. So and it's probably quite relevant to note that it is in the original transport assessment and not in evidence. So this is not a topic it's not a retrospective justification. It was a design consideration from the outset. And if you look,
what was the reference then?
CD 7.31.6, page 39, section 7.3. And in there you'll see a discussion about how the engineering requirements need to respond to this approach, such as how do you manage a single lane on one side of a dual carriageway, and how you can have overrun areas, and because you do need to manage things like broken down vehicles, etc. You have to manage that situation. But it was really the engineering responding to the aspirations from a master planning and design point of view.
Your suggestion is that it's going to make it sort of easier, if you like, for people, for cyclists or for pedestrians to actually move to cross if it's broken up in this way. But others, and in particular Mr. Bamber, but others too, no doubt, have queried that. I think not least on the basis of the likely flows. I mean, isn't the idea that this is going to be, because of the flows that are going to be, bypassing Bapchild and moving around Sittingbourne, it's not, is it, Mr. Bamber says, going to be in the least bit attractive. In fact, he goes a bit further. He says it's going to be quite intimidating, more than quite, very intimidating and unattractive for people who might wish to cross, because there'll be non-stop HGV movements and all the rest of it. So could you comment on that part of the case against you?
Well, I'm happy to be stand corrected in, if necessary, under cross-examination, but I didn't see, the reason I referred to the transport assessment is that logic and that response to this problem was set out from the outset in the transport assessment, and I didn't see Mr. Bamber sort of acknowledging that or responding to it or challenging it. The main argument seems to be one of it's a road and therefore it's a barrier, and therefore in a way I would suggest ignoring any potential to have a design response in the way that the road is constructed that overcomes the perception of severance. It could have been responded to. It's simply just a very blanket. A road is, I think, the antithesis, or I forget the correct word, or anathema to sustainable connectivity, and that's, I think, where the beginning and the end of the case. But clearly, that isn't. We have an entire network around the country where we have to manage this challenge of roads and vehicles and active travel users, and the job in engineering terms and in design terms is to respond to that in an effective manner. If we just stop and say roads mean no practical perpendicular movement, then we're going to have we have a lot of challenges in delivering schemes.
But I suppose this is going to be a particularly busy one, isn't it?
And I think that's why I touched on earlier about the fact that there is a reduction in movements through there because of the traffic from the north using the northern access, and that was one of the design points about why we structured the road like this, with the gateways to Oakwood Village north and south, meaning that you lose traffic from the south into Oakwood Village and you lose traffic from the north into Oakwood Village, meaning that you do get reduction in flows through that central area, which is important, and that's the master plan had that in mind from the outset. And then the separation of the carriageways, because that volume is halved by crossing in two stages.
But nevertheless, the whole point of it is to take the strategic traffic, lorries and so forth, down from the M2 right the way through and up to Eurolink and so forth. So I suppose it is the fact that there will be a high flow of heavy vehicles that's what Mr. Bamber is getting at, which is not what would happen on an ordinary road, possibly.
There's degrees. It's varying degrees. Yeah, and had this been a to adopt the language there, a normal road, the response wouldn't have been to have taken this design response to separate the carriageways. So there is the master plan and design isn't shying away from the need to have a response.
Do you really think, though, and if so, why, that people would actually find this an attractive, road to cross, or not an unattractive road to cross, given the design response, given the points that Mr. Bamber's making about flows, HGVs, that kind of thing? As you've said, his point is it's totally anathema to the principles of sustainable transport, full stop, to do something like this. Would the flows allow people to cross
Yes.
it in a way that makes it not unattractive.
Yeah. So, I mean, even if you didn't have the separation, if you had this as a single two-way carriageway, the guidance in LTM 120, for instance, would suggest that an uncontrolled crossing would be acceptable. Not it falls just outside of the desirable, but it falls into the acceptable category. Despite that, obviously, to further enhance that within the PROW engagement, we have agreed to introduce a signalised crossing facility on this alignment of PROW. Now, to challenge my memory, I did note it down. Just remember which one it is for your notes. 197, ZR 197.
I think it's ZR 197.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is something that we've accepted, and I think it has some added value because we had to accept there are a multitude of different users that need to cross roads, and there are more vulnerable road users that benefit from having controlled crossing facilities. So having that to complement the options available for crossing just naturally in the separated space, but to have also a signal control crossing in the central area adds to that and deals with those more vulnerable road users who may prefer to have a controlled crossing opportunity. I think it might be just worth tidying up a loose end there. Actually, there was I heard Mr. Bamber and Councillor Bonney both refer to me saying on site that this was going to be uncontrolled, this crossing, and I think that's just an unfortunate misunderstanding of where we were. We were further down the road, and I'll come to that in a moment, where the PROW crosses, another PROW crosses, where there is to be an uncontrolled crossing. But just to clarify, I think it was mentioned a few times that this would be now an uncontrolled. It's not. It's a signal control crossing on that PROW. So I think probably that's that one. That area.
Now, just wanted to pause that it's 11 o'clock. It is. Time flies when you're having fun. Would you like to do another 15 minutes or so, madam, and then break, or?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so we're moving now on to sheet 6, moving further to the south. So the first thing we reach is the first thing we reach is actually a junction, isn't it, before we get to the roundabout?
Yep, so this is I refer to it as southern, but on this arrangement it obviously looks like a western access to Oakwood because it curves through. So this is the other gateway for traffic from the southwest, accessing Oakwood Village. So that's again where that traffic splits, and this is on the alignment of Church Street. I always want to say Church Lane because I used to live in a church lane, and I think it is Church Street, isn't it? My drawing. So, and the intention is for the at the moment for the access to sit, and we did when we were on site, we looked at this location. It was a line of some landscaping along the edge of the road there on Church Street that we saw, relatively sort of elevated position. I think we were at that point, and there was some discussion about whether or not I think trees could be avoided in that location. I think at the moment, if I recall, I think the ARB report anticipates loss of trees, and that's the assumption, which I think possibly is just an indication of the point I was making earlier about using a relatively robust design assumptions. Has led to some assumptions of anticipated tree loss in the assessment that may well be avoidable in due course when we come to the design optioneering and detailed design stage. So that junction there just shows to the north Church Street essentially being diverted off into the development, and to the south just integrating to Church Street existing. So before we move on down the relief road, just to highlight the anticipated situation in respect of the integration between Church Street and Pantony Lane, which is just to the north of that this drawing. If you follow the alignment of North Street, you can see the houses in the very top right corner. Just beyond that, you get to a junction between Pantony Lane, which goes off to the right, and the continuation of Church Street to the left. So the intention with respect to that is to sever the connection there between the link road and the road network to the north.
So you wouldn't be able to get from Pantany Lane onto the A2, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly that. So really what we're trying to avoid is creating a situation where traffic is sort of routing up to the Bapchild section of the A2 that we want to, because they both join within the bypassed section of the A2. Yeah. So that connection there would be severed essentially, so that you can't get that connectivity.
So what happens to Pantany? Because Pantany Lane comes down and then it does a turn down the bottom of Bapchild, doesn't it? And it goes. And then I think it goes into Church Road, doesn't it?
So it joins a junction between, I think Church Street changes into School Lane there, according to Google Maps it does. Anyway.
So is that section going to be stopped up then?
Yeah, so south of that section of Church Street would no longer have that connectivity. What actually happens to the road in terms of being stopped up, or it could be subject to an order to prevent traffic and to allow active travel connections, for instance. So I wouldn't want to specify precisely the outcome, but the intention is that no vehicle movement goes through. Okay. That's the assumption, and that's consistent with the parameter plans that have defined that. So this section of road as well, just referring back to the colour drawing again in 138. So this is also the section where we commence what we've referred to in the transport assessment as the sustainable movement corridor. Which the language in the transport assessment is that's meant to refer to the broad context of the road, so not just the vehicular carriageway, but the active travel provision, the landscape corridor, and the public transport provision.
So actually, when you're using that phrase, sustainable movement corridor, you mean basically all of it?
Yeah, it's that precisely that. I think it's been used to refer to the public transport element of it. That's understandable. It's a semantics point. It's naming, but that's for when you're referencing back to the transport assessment. That's the language that we've used throughout, which is referring to the broad corridor.
Basically, the difference is that's where the busway would start. Is it?
Yep, that's right. And we get the more segregated active travel provision on the south side of the road here. And actually, that's when we also start to integrate into. Effectively, we talked about this the chain of villages, the two walkable neighbourhoods. Particularly on the south side of Oakwood and Highsted, this is the connecting link between them. So this is the section where you don't have development, and you're making that journey between those two the northern and southern sections of the southern site, and as we go through the country park area as proposed.
But on the south side, there would be the footway, cycleway. That will go right the way along.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah.
So we're just talking about the only difference then is the busway, isn't it?
It is. Although, I mean, how the active travel movement interacts as it goes to the east of this drawing, so going through Oakwood Village, it's likely to become more comprehensive through there. It'll likely be on both sides of the road, because you've got housing on both sides.
What's likely to be on both sides of the road?
Active travel facilities.
Right.
As we go through Oakwood Village, and some of it will divert into the landscape buffer. So there is a difference in terms of the cross-sectional makeup of the road. It becomes this sort of, if you want south to north, active travel, vehicular, public transport. That cross-sectional parameter is what starts.
Mr. Bamber makes quite a lot in his evidence about the fact that the pedestrian cycleway through the sustainable movement corridor is only on the southern side of the road and not the northern side, and quite a lot of his points about you need to cross here, you need to cross there, you're sort of on the wrong side if you like, come from that. So why not just illustrate corridors on both sides?
We could do. I mean, there's certainly space to do that. One of the, I think, Mum, you raised the question of the busway as it's being referred to, and what's the future function of it. It's entirely plausible that the busway, in a future scenario when the the opportunities for public transport, whatever, all of the technology innovations that were touched on previously, that could find itself reverting to an active travel corridor in the future. There's potential for that, but one of the concerns that's been raised in terms of safety issues if it were to be a conventional busway is actually to do with pedestrians and cyclists being parallel to them. So I think I'll probably come on to this later. There's the Cambridge matter that was cited of the safety issues. And a lot of that is to do with the fact that there was pedestrians and cycle facilities running directly alongside the busway.
The Cambridge busway, you mean?
Yeah, the Cambridge busway.
Yes.
Yeah. So as designed with this sort of conventional approach, the intention is to actually keep those separate, to have your active travel on the south and the busway to the north. Again, there's an awful lot of design and iteration work to do in terms of the best way of doing this, but this is the balanced solution that's been provided in this concept design. I think it might just be useful while we've got this page open just to possibly quickly turn to just a part of my evidence to explain this point about. I said I'd come back to it later. That design standard point and the radius. So, the curvature. So, if we look at 20, hang on a second. No, that is the Kent design standards. 37.7.2.
Tell me what that is, please.
Sorry, that's my proof of evidence. Okay. 40 and 41. And won't spend too much time on this one, noting we're going to get to a break, but there's a description. I won't go through that, but possibly if I just take you to the figure JW 4.6 on page 41. And the reason I take you to it here, because I think this section actually comes from this area where we were on site. You recall that we saw some we're bisecting some valleys at this stage, and that really typifies the first half of this road. There's two character. If you sound like an architect when I say that, be careful. But there are two distinct characters or topographies in this section of road. The first one is going perpendicular to those valleys, and what I've just shown in that JW 4.6 is how we've applied very robust DMRB design standards for this 85 kilometers per hour design speed, and the black line you see there is, you can see it straightens out the land significantly as you go through there. With application of more or less onerous design standards that would still remain safe and be within design standards, you'd be able to, I suppose a layman's terms might be to hug the ground a bit more there and have less cutting and less embankment as a result than the design you see and the earthworks that you see in that location. It's always going to end up with an element of cut and an element of embankment, because in truth we're not building roads in the Peak District here where trucks slow down to 5 miles an hour or something going up them. So it's going to have is going to have an implication, but what you see in the design is the very sort of worst case really that's going to happen in that area.
That'd have an implication for costs as well, wouldn't it?
Yep. So certainly for import and export of fuel, etc., and just the building up of the earthworks in that location. I think it's worth just quickly looking, and this is if we look back to 138, we're onto figure 6. Sorry, CD. So it's in ID 138. The coloured drawing.
This is the the page.
Sorry, confusing you there. For all of this section, we're now into the country park.
Yes.
And the road design, it doesn't reflect what would happen as the formation of that country park.
What do you mean?
So it's a standalone exercise the road design. What it has done, because at the time, in fact, some of this road design actually includes a period one of the earlier master plan iterations where there were housing in some of these locations. So what you see on that drawing is a lighter green. If you can see the lighter green alongside the road, so that is a landscape buffer, but it's not the country park. We've designed this on the basis of essentially not only the road, the active travel corridor, and the public transport facility, but also landscape as one big sort of flat table of width. But in reality, what would happen is that the country park would be a landscaping exercise in itself, and it would integrate into that. And that's not shown on these designs. The designs show a road in isolation with nothing being done beyond the boundaries of the drawing. So again, it presents quite a brutal impression of the situation relative to what would actually happen.
I mean, it still has to recognise the fact that it is actually going
Up and down,
and then at certain parts it's going on the side of the slope.
Oh, that was when I said there was two topographic character areas. That was the one I was going to come on to in a moment, actually. So this is the one we're in the ground is going up and down and we're perpendicular, and probably it's as good an opportunity as any to. Well, actually, can I just pause it just briefly to pick up that the prow that you see there, ZR.
That's
so small, isn't it?
208.
That's it. That is the crossing that when we were on site we were discussing, and I mentioned it would have an uncontrolled crossing facility that's been agreed.
We had a bit of dispute about where it actually ran, didn't?
I think we broke off to go. Some went to the church at that point.
Yes.
Yeah, and there were quite a few. There were a few alternative paths, weren't there?
Yes.
Through there, yeah. So that's the one where there's and I think it may have given rise to confusion in suggesting that was the crossing in the centre of Oakwood that was going to be uncontrolled that I touched on earlier. So just giving the reference point to that, clarification on that point there. And then I think we can
Have a break.
yeah.
We have a break. We need
Good
to come
page
back
turn.
to your other
You're
points
gonna go on
about
to the next
topography.
plan now?
Yep.
Yep. Okay,
Fine.
that's fine. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Me.
So we will have a break then until 25 to 12. Thank you very much. We were continuing on our trip down the road.
We are. I want to get as soon as we can to the motorway junction, just for time, but obviously it is important that we continue our journey. Sheet 5 is where we got to. You were in particular going to pick up the inspector's point about roads, that this road sort of passing over the side of slopes, if you like, rather than just up and down.
Yeah, certainly. I just on that point, actually, for this whole section, there is a point that maybe is just best left for cross-examination. Councillor Bonney's concerns regarding the safety of the busway. There's quite a discussion to be had on that, but I think maybe rather than it applies to this whole section, but I think maybe best to just left to cross-examination because it could be quite time-consuming. So I'm going to carry on the journey if that's okay.
That's fine.
Right.
I'm struggling to hear Mr. Wild a bit. I don't know if it's...
Yeah, I'm just
The
wondering,
microphone got turned off, sorry.
do you think all these fans are going to make it difficult to hear?
This might be Bones.
Well, I don't mind turning mine off because
Turn it off.
I'm having a bit of a bad hair day otherwise.
I've not had a good hair day yet.
Can you hear me now? Is that
I
okay?
don't know if that's going to make any difference, but
Okay. So,
is that? I think.
are we okay?
Right. Okay. Let's see if that's better.
Okay, so yes, so the point of topography you picked up on, Mum, in this section, which is figure 5, quite correctly pointed out that the second topographical feature of this area is that during this section we start off by sort of, in this design at the moment, sort of just finish off cutting through the top of one of those elevated sections, and then we move into making our way down the side of the embankment, or the side of the hill as existing. Just before we get to that bit, I think it's just worth just drawing attention to the consolidated prow crossings in that location. So you can see the two purple lines, which are ZU 34A and ZU 31. I don't think we could have made that text any smaller if we tried. Sorry for that. So I can barely read it on here. So this is where we do have the consolidation of those two prow crossings in the agreed position. If I understand it correctly, we covered it in the prow session. It's agreed that a signalised crossing is appropriate, but there was some discussion about a preference, I think, from KCC for a bridge. But I don't intend to go back into that detail now, unless you particularly want to. So moving further southwest, then, as you correctly pointed out, we see on the south side cutting.
Sorry, just on that
Oh, yeah.
crossing, the signalised. I thought because there's a signalised crossing further up, isn't there? We talked about.
So there's the signalised crossing in the middle of Oakwood,
Yeah,
and then there is
this one.
an uncontrolled one in the section west of Church Street, which was on a previous sheet.
West of Church. Oh, sorry. So, sorry. Could we just go back and look? What
Yeah.
the uncontrolled one is where?
That's ZR 208.
Which sheet are we looking at? Though?
That's sheet 6. So this is the one where we parted ways briefly for trips to the church. Or I think it was the church.
Oh yes, that one. Yeah, so that's uncontrolled.
That's the uncontrolled one.
So this one is the. So it would go halfway between. Did you say?
Yeah, I think it's to recall actually. I think it's broadly on the alignment of ZU 31, which is the one that's perpendicular to the road,
I see.
with the localised diversion or deviation for the other crossing. So to the southwest of that, as you say, the road now is on the side of the slope that's falling from southeast to northwest. Hence the reason that, as designed robustly again, this large plateau of active travel corridor road public transport facility and landscape verge is all treated as sort of one level in this position. I think I mentioned on site to yourself and others about the opportunity there for stepping the various features into the side of the embankment, in the side of the slope to minimise these earthworks. There's examples of stepping carriageways even for splitting them, but I think at the very least you could step the active travel, the road, with potential, bearing in mind we're inside this large country park area, so the level of verge space between them could be increased to get an appropriate gradient for crossing between, say, the active travel and the road, for example. So there's myriad opportunities there to, I guess, optimise the design would be the suggestion. But again, it's in the same theme of robustness. And I think the last thing really just to mention is the retention of a historical access, which I think we discussed again on site, just in the bottom left corner of that drawing, figure 5, which is that's a legacy from the application and the design of the road when there was a parcel of development intended to go there, but that's no longer in the proposals.
Thank you. Sheet 4 then of 10, almost there.
Yeah, so this is the referred to I think generally as the Highsted Road Junction.
Highsted Road Junction.
Yeah, so we spent a fair amount of time on the site visit here, so trying to avoid repeating that, but this is where the road falls on the alignment, the alignment of the road clashes with the house. I don't know the address or the name of it, but there was that large detached house sitting at the bottom of the valley there that the road cuts through, and you can see under on the aerial photography underneath that. And this is where we have the current design crossing over the overland flow path in this position. The highway design simply just keeps the road at an appropriate height. The actual way in which you'll deal with that there's a myriad of options. Spanning bridges, multiple bridges, culverts. That's very much a design engineering exercise that needs to happen there, including other disciplines, ecology, etc., to find the most optimal and effective solution. So what's there at the moment is the absolute worst case, which is a sort of a bridge, effectively, level with the road. And I think we talked through a number of heights along there, relative heights. Just probably, I think one of the things we did note when we were out on site is that some of the highest level differences, and I think this is a theme I might come back onto in a minute, in terms of there's a lot in evidence from other parties of height differences being specified and taken from change drawings. I think it's really important to note that those level differences are localised to the point. They are saying there is a difference of 3 meters or whatever it is at that point. They don't reflect the surrounding environment. So we saw an area there where just as the other side, just to the southwest of the house when we were on site, there was a very localised depression in the ground, just the other side of the house. So, and that's one of sort of the more direct points of the flow path. Relatively narrow, quite deep. The road goes across there, so the change drawings reflect that and show a sort of a peak height difference, if you will, between existing and ground. But actually, contextually, the surrounding land was quite a bit higher than that. So it's just there's a lot of the road is this high, and it's made in evidence, and it's just really important to understand the context in which that information is used.
One of the contexts was ecological for this bit of the road, wasn't it?
Yes.
We're in the area now, certainly towards the top right hand side of this plan, towards the east of sheet 4, is the area that the ecologists have talked about, what the green underpass happening. And in the ecology work, that indicatively was thought to measure circa 50 metres in width and 2 to 3 metres in height. Could you just say something about that?
Well, as I it's not. It was never designed as an ecology feature. It was designed as a what would need to be here to completely clear span the overland flow path in the absence of any modelling work to demonstrate how you could rationalise or actually confirm that the flow path is even that wide. The EA mapping is based on fairly crude data. So in practice, the flow path is likely a lot narrower. I mean, for example, the flow path goes over that house, and we could quite clearly see the house is elevated some metre or so above the ground. Yet the EA mapping would tell you that that's a functional flow path. It evidently isn't. The house is, and its plateau is getting in the way of that. So a modelling exercise would actually work out where the flow path is. So we've just simply shown on this design an area that says in this location there's a flow path. You'd have to avoid this until you confirm otherwise by modelling and design how you could rationalise that. I think the ecology therefore has leveraged that as an opportunity for having some value towards the I'm very much out of my depth here in talking about ecology in terms of what four-legged or other things do in terms of movement, but I think that's what's happened. But it's never been designed for that function from the outset. In engineering terms, it's been taken.
So if it's the design is sort of goes to a more modest solution, then you would lose that ecological feature, then, wouldn't you?
There's always going to need to be a part, let's phrase it, a crossing here where land and water goes underneath the road, and the road has to span over it, and it's always going to have to do it with something around about the height that's specified in those locations in that position. How much this could be rationalised while maintaining the functionality for ecology purposes is not something I can speak to. As in, I'd have to defer to others on that. But certainly, it isn't this wide because of ecology. I suppose that's what I would say. We weren't told provide a 50 metre or whatever span so that we can shoot. I've never really heard of anything of ecology requiring a 50 metre span with 4 metre headroom. I don't think we have grizzly bears in Sittingbourne or whatever it is, but so it's not been designed to that for that purpose. It's been, like I say, adopted. So how much you could rationalise it, that would require others to comment on, and it wouldn't be my place to do that here.
Thank you. Any more on
only just
that junction?
Just while we're on the subject of just picking up loose ends, I think there's another point here with reference to, I think, the evidence of Miss Ahern. I think she had regrettably misunderstood and felt that the public transport corridor, if I recall, was going underneath the junction. And just to clarify, really, for the record, that it's not. It would be controlled going through the junction at the same level as other traffic. I did have a reference to that in evidence, but I'm sure you have it somewhere. And yeah, the only thing really, probably just in terms of why we're touching this junction is, like a lot of it, and again, I said I wasn't going to repeat myself, but this is quite over-designed, this junction, in capacity terms. Even with the most robust of the forecast flow scenarios, I think it's operating around about 65%-ish of operational capacity, so it's got a significant headroom. I think actually, if you want a reference, it's in the original TA CD 7.3 1.7. I've got it as page 45. Actually, I've got it noted at 68%. Sorry, page 45, and you can see the performance characteristics of that junction. So just worth noting that through a rationalisation and optioneering exercise, even under the most robust forecast scenarios used in the transport assessment, you would optimise that design, which would invariably give rise to reductions in lanes, increased active travel crossing, pedestrians, facilities. So it's very much on the over-engineered, might be the phrase that might be used there. So I think probably that is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that I think Bonnie all six parties raised, and that was that you're taking a corner of the quarry. Remember?
Yes.
And we saw on site. I don't know if you'd just like to explain.
So this I believe this was the section after we passed the junction, wasn't it?
No, it was. I think it was the section of the slip road off that goes up to Cromer Road.
Ah, yes. The section
And that
of
hit the corner of the quarry, takes a bit off it.
Ah, yes, yeah. Well, that's the requirement in order to connect Cromer's Road. Sorry, isn't it? Bonnie corrected me on that previously. Back into Highsted Road. So yes, that is net, and that's because of the. I don't think we actually walked up Cromer's Road, but it's quite an apparent. I have. Yeah, it's quite a trek, isn't it? It's quite steep, and it sits on that. Effectively cliffs either side, doesn't it, further up? And there is a need to tie into Highsted Road rather than to create another junction with the link road. So that's the solution that's presented there.
Yeah, but the point was that how are you going to do it if it's going into the quarry?
Well, the earthworks show that it would need to be up on embankment in that section to achieve that. There's possibly some potential to get a tighter radii on that to try and minimise that. But again, what you've got there is a fairly robustly designed, and it shows what the earthworks implications would be. So there would be a need to build up for that section, and that's what that design solution has been in the plans all along, to show how that would be dealt with.
Sheet 3 then is the junction to the north of the Kent Science Park.
I think it's just there's an overlap here. Right on the edge of this sheet is between sheet 4 and sheet 3.
Yeah.
Which is probably the impact on the ancient woodland.
Oh,
and
yes.
I think that's probably worth. It might be easier
Absolutely.
from sheet 4 in that
Sheet
location.
4, yeah.
So this is where we're. I suppose the phrase I'd use is sort of threading the needle between the ancient woodland and the edge of the quarry. In contrast to the other section of the quarry we're talking about here, there is a really substantial sheer drop into the quarry in this location. I think it's this quarry 1, I believe it's referred to as, is it? Oh, I think. So it really isn't practical in engineering terms, let alone other issues, to encroach into the quarry in that location. So we are bounded to stay south-east of that. At the moment, with the cross-sectional parameters of the road and the vertical alignment, that is where there is encroachment into the ancient woodland that's been identified. So there are two areas where we pass ancient woodland. This is the one where there is an impact into that. And there is, I think you raised a question at one point about whether or not would rationalisation and optimisation of that design allow minimisation of ancient woodland? Yes, it would. I don't immediately see that it could be entirely avoided, but that would be the objective. But I think it would, at the very least, would be sitting within the buffer zone of it, because I don't think there's a corridor wide enough to get through there.
Would that mean that trees could be retained then?
More trees than the current.
But some would have to go.
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah, we walked through that section. I'm not quite sure where there's a differentiation between the woodland and the ancient woodland, because we walked through in it, and I think it merges one to the other, doesn't it, through there?
We've got a note on that.
You have, yeah. I think I'd defer to those. Yeah. So sorry, sheet 3 then on that basis.
So this is the grade separated junction to the north of the KSP.
So this is where we start to transition out of the country park area. We're past Highsted, and now we're starting to start this transition. We're making our way towards the motorway, so we're starting to transition more towards design manual for roads and bridges, SRN specification of road. We're still in the county network at this point, but we're starting to move into that space where the traffic composition starts to get dominated by the access to the science park, and then latterly the access to the commercial areas. And as I think we've discussed previously, the grade separated junction that we've introduced here, or the green bridge as it's become, is initially a response to the topography. I think when we were on site near the entrance to the science park, the road has got into the valley at this point, and the land is higher. Broad Oak Road quite apparently comes down from the west, drops down into the valley, and then rises again after it goes past the science park access, and the road sits in the lower part of that, which does present an option for movement perpendicular to the road to be kept at the level of the land either side, which is what sort of triggered some of the ideas for looking at this separation of movements, along with also trying to retain access to the science park, and also a real master plan led approach to how do you provide this strong connectivity between, I always get my compass directions, I think it's now, is it Highsted North and Highsted South, or Highsted East and West? I always forget that bit. So how do you connect those two villages together? Noting that the science park is there, it's not likely to be permeable, and therefore your sort of first and best opportunity to cross between those two villages is at this point. So the master planning exercise really had this confluence of events where that is the obvious place to create a crossing, and separating out those two perpendicular movements is effectively achieved by grade separation, which is what we see on that engineering concept design that we've put in place there. It is probably more effectively represented in the landscape work. I was hoping I might find a reference for you. Is it? Might be CD 37.7.2. I think in one of the other expert witness. Let me just check that first before I send you off on the. I think I reproduced it in my evidence. There we go. What am I talking about? On page 54.
There's the landscape and open space strategy.
That's it. I think I've gone to my own evidence, but we could possibly go to the.
The landscape and open space strategy is core document 7.33, and the design study of this junction is at page 55 of that document.
Is it 7.33?
33.
That's the one I was looking for earlier. Sorry, the page numbers.
55. Have you got that?
Yep, that's just loading on the inspectors. Yeah, so that's the landscape response to that builds on the basic engineering feasibility or concept design, and starts to look at how the landscape scheme can respond to that and build in this green bridge concept from that. So there is obviously a contrast between the engineering design, which simply focuses on road levels and active travel connections and such like, whereas the landscape deals with actually the green functionality of it. So and then really once we head, I just should point out, while keeping prowls in mind, again there is another ZR158, which is essentially to have a deviation onto this green bridge. That currently, I think we came back on it at the very end of our day, walked along it and came into the car park entrance at the science park. So that's the one that will be.
Sorry, can you just remind me of the crossing?
The number.
No, how it's going to cross the road.
How it's going to cross? Oh, so that's going to be the route's going to deviate onto the green bridge in that location. Yeah. So go within the development area, Runesbarn Road side, and then back onto Broad Oak Road on the opposite side. So then south of here, the road design at the moment, in the concept design, runs along the western side of the science park and is all now in a dual carriageway configuration, with an active travel ped cycle facility on the eastern side, quite potentially on the western as well, but at the moment just on the eastern. And this is really just providing that connectivity and that continuation of the movement corridors, active travel facilities down towards the end of the county road section that we'll come on to. So at this point here, we start. Well, I think it's probably best to turn the page actually to figure 2.
Single carriageway.
Dual carriageway.
When does it?
You just said dual carriageway, something that's divided in the middle.
Yeah, that section is.
So how many lanes has it got?
That's a dual 2, which is a technical terminology. So a D2 classification.
Yeah,
which is
so it's 2 lanes.
2 lanes on each side of a central reservation.
Central reservation.
And that will be dual. Where does that start?
I was going to ask you that.
So
when does it transition from into two?
So that
two
starts
lanes?
just north of the Green Bridge Broad Oak Road grade separated junction. So we might want to look at that at the top of sheet 3.
Top of sheet 3.
Yeah. So we can see the reservation has just appeared already, and then we can see the lanes tapering in and out, depending on what side of the road you're looking at. So as it goes through the Broad Oak junction, it's already a dual 2 configuration.
Right. So that's where it, just north of that junction's where it becomes dual 2.
Yeah.
And as it moves through and then south of that junction towards the junction with there's a roundabout first, then the motorway. It's moving in as a dual carriageway.
That's correct. Yes. And at this point, it's still a county road, and it has pedestrian cycle facilities separated by a verge through there. And we were on site and saw how, well, actually, if we turn to figure 2 now, we're into the sort of next area of ancient woodland consideration. And this is where I think we have an inquiry document with clarification on this. I believe it's 100.37. 100.37 inquiry document.
Right.
Which is the work undertaken by Aspect Ecology on behalf of the applicant to confirm the extent of the ancient. This is Bexwood, I believe. The extent of it. The engineering drawings you see in the transport assessment used a layer that was provided that's proved ultimately to be a rather excessive interpretation of the ancient woodland boundary. So the green hatching, this document on page 3 of that CD 100.37 shows the assumptions on the extent of ancient woodland in the engineering drawings, and then shows the actual extent of the ancient woodland as identified by Aspect. The practical reality is that it was never anticipated that the road would impact the ancient woodland here, despite it being a more onerous assumption of the boundary. So the clarification on the boundary just reaffirms that there's no proposed impact on ancient woodland here, or the boundary of the ancient woodland.
Okay.
And then just beyond that, that's the area, Manuel, you'll have, and anyone else on site would have noted that we went to the section, the slightly older buildings at the very southern tip of the science park that will be removed to make way for the alignment of the road and the roundabout junction. And significantly, this represents the end of the county road, as we discussed on
the
site.
roundabout does.
So the roundabout itself remains part of the county road network. So this is where the active travel facilities stop as the routes are taken into the commercial area to the right or the east, into the residential areas to the left towards Rinsbarn Road. But this is where the authority of the road changes. The roundabout is suggested to remain county, but south of that is into National Highways territory and will become part of the strategic road network. Hence no active travel provision, because the only place to go is the motorway. As I think we discussed, it's not legally allowed to cycle or walk there.
So that takes us to sheet number 1 and the approach that's taken to the motorway junction, and indeed Well, there's a couple of things shown, aren't there, on sheet number 1? There is the motorway junction itself, but there's also a couple of other bridges over the motorway as well.
Just as a transition from sheet 2, sorry to
Yes.
rush you on, is that Mum, just to clarify the point that was made on site.
Yeah.
The road, the land is relatively low on the side of the M2, and actually it was quite hard to see, but it falls away to the north a little, so it's sloping down to the north.
Yeah.
So hence the reason that the road start is embanked fairly early, because it's sort of fighting. It's got to get up and over the road, but the road is also, the land is also rising with it, so it naturally has to work harder to get up. Hence the reason that section of road south of the motorway is rapidly embanked and rising in height as we go through there. And the only reason I reference it on figure 2 is you can see the start of that as it comes out of the roundabout, heading south. Yes, and yeah, then we're on to sheet 1 of that. Some notes on this, bear with me.
So sheet 1. So focusing us first on the junction itself.
Yep. Won't go into a massive amount of detail. There's plenty of information in the transport assessment on this, but it's worth just highlighting that the design itself is the outcome of a fairly extensive sort of optioneering and evaluation exercise. I think Mr. Miller from National Highways gave an explanation as to the form of the junction, trumpet interchange, amusingly titled. I mentioned that I think it was mentioned, sorry, that I would pick up on why not a roundabout, for instance? Why not the two bridge roundabout? Effectively, this will only ever be the meeting of 3 routes: the M2 to the east, the M2 to the west, and the SSR to the north. In that situation, a grade separate roundabout simply doesn't work.
Where would you can't have a roundabout off a motorway, can you?
Sorry? No, a grade separated roundabout, apologies. So the idea of putting a round above the... So the best example would be, for your own benefit, would be to look at something just down the road a bit at M2 junction 4 at Medway, where there's a grade separated roundabout, and it's notoriously...
Above.
Yeah, but it's a 3-arm roundabout, if you will. It's notoriously problematic in terms of congestion because it doesn't really work as a roundabout, because roundabouts work by having opposing movements to create the gaps. So when we looked through the options in design terms, but also in capacity terms, it was such an arrangement would be quite fraught with problems. The reason I mention that is because its one advantage is that it may have slightly less encroachment to the south of the motorway. It would still very much need encroachment. It would still be the same.
I wanted
height.
to ask you about that. I mean, if there is to be a motorway junction in this area on to the M2, if there is to be one, could it be done in such a way, in engineering terms, so as to avoid development in the national landscape?
My understanding is that the national landscape boundary is the edge of the carriageway.
It is the edge of it's the edge of the motorway. Yeah.
So, unless you were going to just have a road that would only allow you to arrive from the west and then depart to the east,
okay. Well,
then there's no practical way of delivering a roundabout.
Assuming that you'd want a junction that would allow you to join the M2 and either turn left or right.
Yeah. So it would every option would encroach into the area south of the motorway, and therefore into the Kent Downs National
So that's not just a question, but I'm saying, could there be a design choice that you make?
No, nothing that would avoid it, short of not doing it.
Short of not doing it,
Yep.
obviously. Okay.
Yeah, that would be and I think that applies for the entire length of the M2 in this area. There's no sort of areas where it dips in or something like, the boundary of the Kent Downs National Landscape is fairly consistently along.
It runs along the
M2
motorway.
in both directions for some distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say then that you've talked about some of the strategic road, the NRR and SRR, being over-engineered possibly, or optimal solutions, whatever you call it. So would you say that this is one element that possibly isn't? over
No, this has been.
fairly what it would be like.
I think it's fair to say that this is much closer to the. It's been through the optioneering exercise I referred to. It's been through. I say this with a slight tongue-in-cheek here. Whatever the opposite of a light touch is, because I think it was referred to as a light touch by National Highways in other evidence.
Right.
Considering no determination is sought on this design, it's been subject to I would say, a very rigorous exercise of design checks by National Highways, interim safety auditing processes.
On this topic of the level of work that's been done so far on the motorway junction, could I ask you to put it in the context of the PCF process? So in the second statement of common ground with National Highways, I don't know if you can get that out. It's core document 34.18. There's an initial one, then there's an updated one, and then there's actually something that's called a second one. Second, dated 20th of May, core document 34.18.
34.18, yeah. Just make sure. Yes, got it. Yeah.
Have you got that?
Yep.
And if you could turn right to the back, page 12, right at the final page, right at the back, there's a coloured table, summary of the PCF process, and this is been referred to by lots of parties as the idea, if you like, that, well, of course it's going to take many years before, I'm summarising what others have said in other bits of the evidence, many years before the motorway junction's ever going to get to a stage where it's consented, let alone approved, and you've got to do that before you can build out the southern scheme, etc., all of that stuff. So, and here's the National Highways' summary of their process. And they've got these indicative timings. This has already been obviously spoken to by National Highways in their evidence. What's your understanding of where we sit, as broadly or specifically as you can, I suppose, on this table?
So this is the green and blue coloured plans. Figure 3. Is that referred to?
Hopefully, yeah. Figure 3, options phase, and then development phase.
So I think, picking up that point about the work that's been done, we're essentially transitioning into and making progress through the preliminary design stage. So point 3, effectively, it's not a fix in the formal sense of the PCF process, and there is various work that's likely to need to be undertaken in terms of gap analysis and such like. But I think obviously this PCF process isn't, and I think actually this document that I did look at accepts that it's not a perfect fit to what we're doing here.
Because it assumes it's going to be
a publicly funded
yeah,
project. Exactly, and there's numerous steps that need to be taken. But in a purely a design sense, for the moment, we're verging into stage 3, because really the options have been exhausted. A lot of ecological assessment has been undertaken as part of this package. I do appreciate that there is a gap analysis exercise referred to make sure that various bits and pieces fulfil the expectations for the statutory process. But yeah, from a design point of view, I'd say that's where we were.
Thank you. Any more you'd like to say about the motorway junction at this stage?
Only that I had a couple of points that were raised. I think there was a question regarding, from yourself, I think maybe when Mr. Miller was on the stand, regarding the purpose of the signal controlled element. Did I recall that correctly, or did I maybe just simply to explain? Yes, so I think there was some discussion about, so this is for the eastbound off slip, so coming from the left of this drawing and coming into the site. So what's been Mr. Miller confirmed the sort of design acceptability of it and that it falls within DMRB. I was simply just going to elaborate on the function of it and the purpose, really twofold. It minimises the land take of the junction, but also it's about managing the traffic flows as it heads north into the roundabout, so you get a platooning of traffic. So it serves both of those functions. And I think you asked that question as to why, maybe, I think, if I remember correctly. So hopefully that gives you some.
Sorry, what was the first?
So the first one is that if you came off of that roundabout and you came into a free flow slip, you've got traffic that's decelerating from national speed limit standards. You'd need a very, very wide radius, so you'd get quite a lot of land take. Whereas if you come up and you're slowing people down over the slip road to a stop line, then that's your mechanism for control for speed and merging of traffic. And then it also allows us to make sure that people can make decisions at this point as to where they're going on their onward journey. So if they're turning left at the next roundabout, they can make that lane selection early. So it gives you the opportunities for advanced signage and controlling traffic in an effective manner. So that's the main reason there. Just use, I think, possibly just to pick up on something that Mr. Bamber mentioned in evidence in chief, if I remember correctly. And it's only just because just to make sure we don't lead to confusion. When we were on site, we talked about this height point. We talked about the height of the road, or really in this case the bridge, or the immediate approach to the bridge. And I referred to the drawings and mentioned, I think, 6 to 7 metres in height when we were standing north of the road. And then and Mr. Bamber referred to that as an example of the height of this structure. And I think he referred to it within the context of the national landscape. And I thought it was possibly more useful when we're also on site, we walked the route and referred to the height of the road relative to the land actually in the Kent Downs National Landscape as being 3 to 4 metres at the time, and there are references to the drawings we can go to, and you can look at in the design to see that. But the significant difference here is that the land north of the road is lower than the land to the south, and therefore the relative height in terms of the road the motorway is more in an apparent cutting relative to the south. So actually the sort of prominence of the road height and bridge from the south is considerably less apparent than the 6 to 7 metres that was stated. So just as a clarification there on that point.
I wanted to ask you about the other structures that are shown on the plan. So there's the Ruins Barn Road structure towards the left of the plan, and then there's the Prow Bridge to the right hand side of the plan.
Yep. So the Ruins Barn Road Bridge, to start with that, the span is inadequate in this location to allow the off slip to be fit to go underneath. So the span needs to be increased, and that is why we've proposed to replace it. The approach we've taken there is the most sort of onerous approach you can take, which is to effectively build a new bridge alongside and then come back and knock down the other one later on. It's as much as anything a traffic management issue. It means that the road can be kept open. It's the most, again, it's definitely a broken record on this point. It's the sort of worst case assumption. You could theoretically remove the current bridge, cut back the earthworks, and maybe reinstall a wider span in that location, which might be a little bit more cost effective. And we'd have to look at the feasibility of that in traffic management terms as we go through the process. The public right of way bridge, you'll recall, Mum, we were crossing on I think I referred to it in evidence as a sort of land access bridge. It's a rather heavy concrete structure with about 20-tonne load capacity, being proved by the presence of a big metal trailer sitting on it.
That's the current one.
That's the current one at the moment, yes. So we stood on that, and I think I confirmed to you that the replacement structure would be a lighter weight structure. It would be thinner. It'd be slightly higher on the southern side in order to get the clearance over the slip road in that location, which is rising relative to the road. But overall, I think, and it would also have a longer span as well. It would be a longer bridge, but narrower, lighter weight, but longer span. So that's it's shown on the purple line on the alignment of. I really should have made these numbers bigger. ZR185. Could have remembered that one.
Thank you.
And I think the only other thing, really, just to reaffirm, I think an important point that we made on site, and for the record in saying it now, as on the southern side, we walked the loop through the field of a crop of some description, and I was discussing at the time, or pointing out that the road is in cutting as it comes away from the motorway. Whether you're going to join it westbound or coming from the east, you're in cutting, so you're below existing ground level, and the road only starts to emerge onto embankment after you've gone past the southernmost tip. And I think that green and red plan probably shows that quite effectively, that you've got there, where it transitions from being in cutting to being embankment. So again, from a perceptual point of view, it's only coming out of the ground round about the point where you can see the red transition into green, sort of close to the word Bexon Lane. I think that's quite important from a contextual point of view, because it's not all standing out of the ground in that location. So I thought it might be useful just to highlight that point.
Does that conclude the tour?
I think it does.
I think it does too.
Relief. I don't think there's anything else.
Thank you very much. We'll put that away for now. Obviously, there may well be lots of questions about the things you've been touring us through later on, but we'll leave that for now and change topics.
Mm-hmm.
The topic to which we'll change is an important one. It is the topic of impact. Mm-hmm. So it's how much the issue is how much impact, in particular how much residual cumulative impact within the language of the framework will there be on the network. So lots to cover, but I think that the starting point really, particularly given the points that are raised by the Duchy most of all, is to explain to the inspector what the basis is upon which you have proceeded, upon which you've done your modelling, in order to consider and assess the question of residual cumulative impact on the network.
Okay, so well, I guess going right back to the origins of it, the principal tool that's being used is the Swale highway model, which is a strategic level model developed by consultant Sweco on behalf of KCC.
Which we saw, didn't we, last week? Or well, in the first bit of your evidence, we saw when that modelling came.
Yes, so we've seen that through the process of historical local plan evidence gathering. So that was a model which, just for completeness, is being used by the council for evidence gathering. It forms a key component part of Mr. Weaver's own application evidence for the Duchy. So it's generally utilised. Mm-hmm. When it was developed, and it is quite important point to make this point, that when it was developed, it was developed specifically on the understanding that its application would be for testing development scenarios and new infrastructure. And there's just a reference for you to clarify that I think would be useful. CD 24.7.18, and that's para 1.1 on page 7. Did you get that, or do you want me to? Yeah. Which it just specifies, and it's quite important this, because any modelling evidence, any exercise you have to be mindful of the purpose. And it has to be fit for purpose. That's the magic word we always use in modelling, fit for purpose. So knowing what your intended purpose is when you develop a model framework is really important, because co-opting something that wasn't designed for that reason and apply it is probably one of the most dangerous areas in modelling we get into. So when we look at, you can go look at that reference and you'll see that it was always envisaged that this sort of infrastructure, I think the Southern Relief Road is referred to in that comment. And I'm sure we'll come back to this again in a minute. But it was developed in accordance with TAG. That same document confirms that. So the DFT guidance document that Mr. Weaver referred to in his evidence, I think there will be conversation about this. So probably just worth touching on this point now. While I think Mr. Weaver referred to TAG as and I think I do agree with his position that TAG is principally designed by the DFT for the use of, say, business cases. But as he acknowledged, it is the only definitive sort of guidance we have from the Department for Transport on how to undertake complex strategic level modelling exercises. And I think in his evidence in chief, he reaffirmed that it absolutely should be used as the tool, as the guidance framework against which strategic modelling is undertaken. And I would agree with him in that, although I would agree with him as well that there's an element of caution to be applied to that. But we don't have anything else in that context. So it's the place that all strategic level modelling goes to my knowledge, within the UK, as does SWECO when they did the work on behalf of KCC. So we'll come on to some of the details of that, I'm sure, unfortunately, a little bit of some of the other components of that, or the units of that, in due course. I think I'd quite like, in the context of that, if possible, just to pick up one of the points in Mr. Bamber's evidence regarding this topic of induced demand, because I think it's really important that we bring that in early into the process. And the reason I say that is that sort of induced demand within TAG is, I think it's fair to say, is essentially referred to as a variable demand modelling, which is the idea that you don't have a fixed demand when you say doing a piece of infrastructure. You seek to model the influence of that infrastructure on your demand, not just the reassignment, but actually the overall demand, which is the induced demand that Mr. Bamber, I think, is referring to in his evidence. The decision to use variable demand modelling happens right at the start of the process. This is why I refer to that point about the importance of knowing what you're doing, knowing the type of infrastructure that you are testing and the type of development. So the decision to not pursue variable demand modelling that accounted for induced demand was made by SWECO and KCC right at the outset.
To not pursue it?
To not use it, yes. So to not use it, to not include the complex process of trying to account for induced demand and variable demand.
Right, I see.
But why?
Well, the most obvious place to go is to go to TAG unit M2.1, which is CD 24.12. Yeah.
So, just so I understand then. So
Yep.
There was a deliberate decision not to include or count for induced demand in the strategic model.
Yes. So that because the model fundamentally is an assignment model. It models where traffic goes as a result of congestion or cost delay or new infrastructure that's in place. Separate to that is the demand model, which you can do that as a fixed thing where you make assumptions inputting into it, or you can go down this variable demand modelling approach, which is where the two interact. It's an incredibly onerous process, and it's prone to a lot of issues in terms of its outcomes, and therefore it should only be used if it's really needed, if it's really considered. And that's what TAG tells us. And it suggests there that if the variance is going to be less than, I think, 10% a year of opening and 15% in the horizon year, so the likelihood of that increase, the induced demand, then it's not considered appropriate or necessary to use that approach.
So if it's going to be less than
15% by the year in the scenarios that we're talking about.
in the
Horizon year of the development, effectively, it would say 10%.
When it's all completed.
Yes, yeah. So it would generally say that. So that's I suppose what I'm trying to highlight there is that that's the tolerance that TAG tells us that we can accommodate within the concepts of induced demand, and not feel that it's an omission. It's a valid decision to not do that.
So could you just give me the TAG reference again?
Yes.
Where that says that.
CD 24.12, page 11, para 2.2.8. And so I think it's really just to say that it was a sensible decision to do that. A sensible decision.
Not your decision.
No, not our decision. No. But it was a sensible decision in hindsight to not account for that because of the risks and the challenges and the limited benefit that can be derived from it.
Well, I mean, going beyond benefits, are there any risks to assuming a big old water of induced demand and them actually planning to accommodate it all?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, fundamentally, there's a distinct risk of just falling straight into the trap of predict and provide that we talked about on the first day of my evidence, which is that you're trying to predict what the implications will be of your efforts to improve the transport network, and then providing accordingly for it. I mean, if you then went, okay, well, we expect there to be 10% extra induced demand, so let's build in an extra 10% of capacity, and you go off down a rather fool's errand, in truth. But it's also worth noting that it's induced demand, or the variable demand concept, is a two-way street. So something I'll come on to a bit later on is that it's clear from the objectives of this infrastructure and the development that we're seeking to affect a wider mode shift in sustainable travel patterns. And I don't mean for the development, I mean for the sitting bull more widely. So if you were to suggest, well, actually this infrastructure might induce car travel, you really should be considering the fact that it might also induce sustainable travel,
Right.
which is yet another more complex, which is offsetting some of your work. So you end up with a wholly disproportionate endeavour for no real gain.
Now, reference cases.
Yes.
This is a topic of some controversy, particularly, well, I say particularly, exclusively with the Duchy and their transport witness, who was Mr. Weaver. So you've covered off this at some length in response to Mr. Weaver in your rebuttal. So can you explain? Because there's been a number of them over the years, haven't there? What reference cases have you? What is a reference case? What reference cases have you used against which to assess impacts over time, and where are we now?
Yeah. Well, the fundamental premise for this assessment, as now is defined quite clearly within the MPPF, is to make decisions of the impact, and I would say the implications as a synonym to that, of the development in the future, and so you make reasonable assumptions, or have reasonable scenarios of that future against which to make that decision. So the reference case is the forecast scenario of the future where this development didn't come forward.
So it's your reasonable future scenarios in
Yes.
language of 116 of the framework.
Absolutely, and it's a future scenario where this development is not consented and doesn't get constructed,
Right.
and doesn't come forward, and then what is that future situation? And
You've looked at that in different ways over time.
Yep. So at the time when this assessment was originally prepared, we, in considerable engagement with planning advisors, the applicant's team, so this a significant chunk of this decision-making process, I should highlight, is a point of planning. It is fundamentally what is a reasonable forecast of the future in the absence of this development.
Yeah. What other development is likely to or might happen?
In lieu of, so it should highlight that this is not a unilateral. We didn't disappear into a room and come up with this ourselves. This was extensively and exhaustively considered, and at the time, the progress certainly was trying to be made on to the point of a Regulation 19 local plan that didn't include this development, and therefore it was concluded that the best and most reasonable prediction, at the risk of using that word, but a forecast of the future without the development would be one where that local plan came forward. So that is the reference case that we adopted in that situation.
And if we just tie it to
Evidence,
if we do that, if the inspector could just have out page 14 of your rebuttal, which is 37.21.1. Page 14, there is a table. So if you just keep that handy, it's sort of ready reckoner of what we're going to go through. So we're at, I think, is this right? We're at scenario number 1.
Yes, that's correct.
Which I suppose makes sense. What's happening there is that this is the TA reference case. We're back in 2021, and you set out what the assumptions are in the 4th column.
Yep.
About how many houses based on local housing need distributed across the borough based on the continuation of the local plan pattern.
You've actually, in fact, what I've just described actually is scenario 3. Actually, so forgive me. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. So forgive me.
There it is.
Yeah.
As I read that out.
So actually, I went straight to the one in the transport assessment.
So there was one actually that preceded
Yes.
scenario 3, which was continuing the existing local plan.
Yep, which was looking for a distribution of that growth that in the absence of any plan to say how it might happen, but to assume.
You were referring to scenario 3, which is the updated situation where you're distributing according to the then emerging Reg 19.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what happened after that?
So obviously we've covered 1 and 3 now, haven't we? In that respect, are you comfortable with that? Yep. So that's the reference case against which the transport assessment, as updated in September 22, and that now is the document you find in the evidence. That's the basis, the reference case basis upon which the development was assessed in that context. In terms of, I can either go through now the resultant development scenarios or move on to the latter reference cases. I don't know which direction you might find easiest to talk through there.
Let's stick for now, I think, with the reference cases, and then we'll get to what the development scenarios, how they impact on those reference cases. So what, if I put it this way, why did you decide not in the end just to stick with the Reg 19 as your reference case?
Combination of 2 points. One, as discussed in the local planning context, the local plan went backwards, the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So we start to lose confidence in that, but also second, and we now, I should point out, we are transitioning now into the inquiry, the post-call-in period. Now. And also National Highways, having noted this point, raised some concern that the use of a local plan, Regulation 19, that had been put on the back burner was no longer really a particularly valid approach. They weren't comfortable with, which is why we then get to scenario 7, if I'm correct.
So scenario 7 jumps us forward to March 25. Scenario 7 was developed then in response to whom?
National Highways.
To National Highways and their concerns. So
their concerns, and this then was undertaken as a sensitivity test at that point to say, okay, let's move away from the reliance on a defined strategy, and let's essentially refer ourselves instead to what TAG would suggest, which is let's adopt Tempro or NTEM or NTM, which is a cruder assumption of growth, how growth patterns would develop in both the local and the national area, without being site-specific in the way that we had been with the local plan Regulation 19 approach.
You're still at that stage, just so the inspector can note the tweaks over time, you're still at that stage assuming in your sensitivity test in number 7 that local housing need will be delivered.
Yes.
Minimum local housing need will be delivered at 1,054 homes a year, but the distribution of that local housing need changes, so it's no longer the Reg 19 strategy. You're using Tempro for the distribution.
So we were undertaking a sensitivity test, essentially, of the well, like any sensitivity test, the implications and the reliability of the previous assumption that was made with respect to the Regulation 19 local plan as it was. So the quantum is kept the same. It's how sensitive is the approach to distribution of that growth to the outcomes of the application assessment.
So how does Tempro distribute? How does it work?
So it does it based on a zonal structure, which is within which is in N10, but it's effectively at a district level, it's quite crude. You can think of it to be analogous to sort of flat across individual planning districts. So the districts in the model are broken down into smaller zones of movements, but it doesn't attempt to sort of really, it will do it proportional to the urban, the densities of the various towns, etc. So it won't assume.
It's doing a sort of calculation where it scales up what's there at the moment.
across the area, but fundamentally you can think of it as being a very simplistic. We don't really know where this growth will go, but we know that it will be in these planning districts in these areas.
So, as Sittingbourne is the largest town,
It would probably take
most of it there.
yeah. But that's all, if you want, buried within the model OD pair growthing arrangements. Is very, we probably won't bore the inquiry with that discussion, but it's all buried within that national transport model and those linked up where you see. It's an interesting. Well, it's not interesting. It's probably dull for everyone, but it's worth noting that
sounds interesting.
So it's always worth remembering that every journey has to have a start and a finish. So you have to join them up. So it doesn't matter whether it starts and finishes in the district or it starts in Manchester and finishes in Sittingbourne. You can't. This is why we have finessing of matrices, which is a process of making it balanced. The model, the NTEM has to do the same thing. It has growth in. It has to match those growths, and this is there's modelling techniques for dealing with that. So it's not just a flat number. Sometimes when you deal with small planning applications, growth is a percentage that's just applied to this road here is going to go up 10 or 20% or whatever because of growth. In strategic modelling in NTEM terms, it's not that simple. No. You have to look at where people are coming from and where they're going to.
So just pausing at scenario number 7, at that stage, sensitivity test done, as you've just described, and what do National Highways say about that?
So they were satisfied that the assessment submitted in the transport assessment was insensitive to that assumption. So insensitive in as far as it did not change the conclusions reached in the transport assessment.
So by the time we get to scenario 7, we'll come in a minute to scenario 9.
Yep.
Scenario 7 reference case. Once that's been considered by National Highways, are there any of the public authorities who are objecting on the basis of this point about reference case?
No, so that satisfied National Highways and then led up to the statement of common grounds that we could refer to that accept the assumptions within modelling.
And Kent had already been satisfied, as we see from the statements of common ground earlier. So then we get this scenario 9, which is part of your rebuttal process to Mr. Weaver. Yep. You just explain what the thinking was, what's going on there.
Yep. So, consistent with all of the reference case scenarios we've just discussed to date, they've all made if you want, a planning judgment that growth in the future will be dictated by, and this is where LHN or OAN, sorry, I always get confused. I think LHN in truth is the actual number. So that will be the constraint, if you will, that defines both the quantum of growth and the limits to growth will be dictated by that local housing
previous
needs.
Scenarios assume LHN as a matter of planning.
That's exactly right,
judgment.
Yeah.
Right. What about scenario 9?
So scenario 9, that switches to in that case to accept that when you look to tag, and we'll come on to this in a moment, NTEM and Tempro that I referred to extensively, that makes assumptions of growth that's derived from both local and national changes in population demographics. And it does that by households, but it goes beyond any determined planning permissions or adopted plans, because I think it currently forecasts up to 2052, I think, at the moment. So naturally it outstrips local plans and planning permissions. But it is not directly tied to, it's not updated sufficiently enough to be tied to something as precise as individual districts' local housing need. So it uses different assumptions. So and when we looked at that data, we came to note that the NTEM or the Tempro. So NTEM is the National Transport Model, and Tempro is the software tool that you use to interrogate it. And in that, although NTEM goes considerably beyond any planned growth, it has slightly less household assumptions within Swale than the LHN.
So you've used them.
So what we did was effectively adopt for scenario 9 a growth reference case fully constrained to NTEM and Tempro, so that it makes no assumption. So it's an alternative planning judgment in effect that says, well, what if the alternative isn't growth associated with local housing need, and in fact
you're running that up to a different time period.
Yeah, so until now, because we've been baking in the numbers based on planning judgment and planning assumptions of LHN, the time periods have become. You'll notice that we're forecasting. I think you mentioned this in one of the comments, was that we're using a 2038 forecast year for the development, but in reality, the development won't be built by 2038. And that was. And again, this is something that Mr. Weaver does in the Duchy application. It's almost just a marriage of convenience, because you've got a model that's built for 2038, and it's easier just to stick to that. At the risk of drifting into the development scenarios, we had always put the whole of the development into that model, even though that was a robust assumption. So it started to it's a notional 2038. In reality,
could you explain why it's robust?
Well, because you put the whole of the development in 2038, when in reality it wouldn't be built by that point.
Doesn't that mean that you're not reflecting growth beyond 2038?
Yeah. So again, that's exactly correct. Yeah. So what we had. So we fixed at 2030. So there is growth, but it's only development growth beyond 2038. Yeah, that's exactly right. So as you go beyond 38, the only extra is the development in that case. But obviously that presents a bit of a problem when you look at NTEM or Tempro, because there you do need to have the years correct. You have to actually be pragmatic about what that says in your year. So we took and I believe this is linked back to the planning documents, so 2047 is the more pragmatic horizon year for the development. I don't have the source of that when it's there, and it's certainly what we were guided towards by the client team, the applicant team.
So and you run that all the way to 2047?
Yeah, so that's why we've looked and said, well, okay, now let's look at genuine to comparable years. What does the national government forecasting say the future will be in terms of household deliveries and jobs by 2047, right. And then and then use that as our reference case.
So these are the different reference cases that you've set out.
So sorry, I'm just.
Don't worry,
So basically, your scenario 9, is it 9?
Yep.
Yeah. It takes. It looks ahead to 2047.
Yep.
And it includes all the growth, temporary growth up to that.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah.
Whereas previously that wasn't included. Is that right?
It was. It outside of the district. It was up to 2038. Yes.
Up to 2038.
Up to 2038.
This
yes.
is going beyond 2047.
That's correct. Yeah.
So
up to 2047. Yeah.
Up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is when the development.
Yep.
Will be
that's correct.
completed.
Yep.
I see. Okay.
Right, now we're about to get to development scenarios to make all of this make sense. But before we do, you've done all these different reference cases, but you've not done, as one of your reference cases, the one reference case that Mr. Weaver's saying in his evidence that you should have done, and I want to know why not. And to sort of cut a long story short, and the inspector's read his proof, obviously, and we've heard from him, he's saying that the only one that's actually you should have done is the one where you assume existing commitments which I think is permissions that I think have been granted. There was 1,500 or so units in existing commitments, and then nothing. And that's your reference case.
Yes.
So why is that not one of your reference cases?
Well, two main factors that come into play there, and I think this was picked up with Mr. Weaver. It doesn't constitute anything like a reasonable or realistic projection of the future. The idea that, I mean, the reference case Mr. Weaver suggests also assumes that none of the adopted local plan, if it doesn't have a planning consent, but it is allocated, none of that will come forward in the future.
Right.
So even that is excluded, and that there'll be no other local growth beyond that point. I should clarify that I don't think he's challenging that the growth happens elsewhere, outside of the district, but simply that
Outside of Swale, you mean?
Outside of Swale, yes.
Right.
But it's simply that uniquely within Swale, it all stops at the end of these consents, and nothing else happens. And that is, well, in fairness to him, I think he was clear in response to Mr. Simon's questions that he didn't think that was necessarily realistic or reasonable.
Yeah. No,
and that's where we differ, I think, quite significantly.
I think you agree. I think you actually agree.
I agree it's unreasonable. Yes, sorry, we agree as to yes. But the reason that I make reference to, and this is again where we get back into tag and the applicability of it. The primary reason why I go to tag is because I accept the variances from its applicability, but fundamentally it is the Department for Transport's guidance on what represents a realistic forecast of the future. And that is to say that you should look to the National Transport Model, NTEM, which is the prediction of the future. So if you are whether you're doing business cases for infrastructure or anything, what do we look to for guidance as to what is the future, even beyond a reasonable planning judgment, which has informed this decision, but purely from a transport professional's point of view, is everything stops in Swale. Everywhere else carries on, even though we don't have planning permissions, but for Swale it all stops in the future without this application.
Well, following on from that point, so that explains why you've not done what Mr. Weaver wanted in terms of his reference case. But then he made another point in his cross-examination, which was okay. Well, and I'm paraphrasing just to try and remind you what he said. He said something like, well, okay, well, whichever one you're using, whatever reference case you use, even if you assume growth for the local plan or whatever, okay, but you've still got to add on the 8,400 or 500 in full and test that. That's what you're testing, is the difference between, do you remember he said essentially the difference between 0 and 10,000? He gave that as an example. You've got to add the 10,000, and if you're not adding the 10,000 in full in your development scenario, whatever you're doing, you're not assessing impact for the purposes of the... He said 10,000 as an example. I'm referring to what Mr. Weaver said in his evidence. Obviously 10,000 is not our scheme, but he said to try and make it simple, you've got to add on the full... Anyway, you add on the full scheme in its full quantum, and you assess the impact of that, is what he was saying.
Yep.
So, and he said that there were many hundreds of years of experienced people who agreed with him on that, and they'd never seen anything so mad as what you're proposing to do here. So, what's going on? Is that the correct approach? If not, what are you doing and why?
So, what Mr. Weaver was suggesting, that if you simply add on, you've then created just another unrealistic scenario, which is your development scenario, which says that you get all this growth and you get 8,400 units in our case from the development on top of that, which, given that in part the local, the LHN is defined by market conditions and other things, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on that, but the practicality of delivering all of those becomes just another unrealistic scenario of the future, and therefore unreasonable. So that in itself would be a flawed exercise. And I think possibly this maybe can be summed up to what is the difference, what is the impact being assessed? I think Mr. Weaver's position is that when the MPPF is asking for impact, it is an impact of adding. I'd suggest that the impact, and I use the synonym for that of implications, is forecasting is always about looking at the change that occurs. What will be the implications of the change out of the decision you make? And that is what I would strongly suggest is what the NPPF is asking for. He's looking to say, let's assess the implications of this development coming forward against an alternative realistic scenario. That's the test that's set. I do accept, and I say in evidence, that for smaller scale development, there is a temptation sometimes to not bother with all of this and to simply just add, you say, a couple of hundred units on top. And I accept that that's done, and we've done it as well. And I've done it in work. The reason being that is the implications of that are incredibly local. So if you're putting a few hundred units on a development, the implications of that are one or two junctions either side of that. If you then compared that to spreading that growth, like we talked about, temporary around a district, it would make no difference. So it's not worth going off on some exercise. Having said that, it is very common when you're using TempPro as a tool for NTEM, it has a specific tool within it to avoid double counting. So it allows you to go in and make planning policy adjustments where anything you're accounting for site specifically, like your development, you can remove. And it's not uncommon to do that when deriving your growth assumptions to avoid double counting. It's a fairly standard process. It's simply that the sensitivity of your assessment to that work is dependent on the scale of the development. So it's not uncommon, and I think maybe this is where the hundreds of years experience comes from, that it's quite common just to take the path of least resistance. And we don't have to look very far for an example of that in truth, because we did the same with the Northern application as a path of least resistance. Because okay, to touch on that now, if that's
yeah, of course.
On that scheme, the scale of it and the implications of it were such that we made a judgment that it wasn't the horizon year for that development was much smaller, and it was tolerable, arguably. And I run the risk here of criticising our own work, pushing the boundaries of reasonableness of the Northern application's forecast. It is overly robust in this context by simply doing the adding on. And just for reference, that's why we have a differential in the reference case between the North and the South that I think Mr. Bamber and others have picked up on. That we've adopted a really robust approach for the North of not going down this route because it's not of a scale that needed to do that endeavour and to do it correctly. Yep.
Over 1,000 houses.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Isn't it exactly a small scale?
No, but the tipping point between those two is there's no precise guidance on this one. And I should point out that I think Mr. Weaver, although it's not in evidence, he referred a couple of times to the now sort of getting slightly long in the 2015. It doesn't sound that old when I say 2015, but the National Planning Guidance for Transport Assessments, which it's been in revision for a couple of years now. Don't seem to be able to get there. I think because the NPPF is changing as fast as they can update the guidance. Even that doesn't specify. It doesn't say you must absolutely. There's nothing in there. I checked it that says you absolutely must, have the absolute impact. That's what defines impact or implications of development. So I think that's where we really the nub of the issue between the parties.
Would you be happy to go to 10 past or so we could round off the development case side of this, or it's just coming up to 1? So that's what you've not done. Mm-hmm. so that was in answer to me asking you a question of why haven't you done what Mr. Weaver says. What actually have you done? So you've done, again, we've got this table that summarises it all. Mm-hmm. It's all set out at more length in the text. But just to sort of bring it all together for the inspector, we've been through the reference cases. Each time you're then doing, okay, that's the reference case, but here's a with development case that goes along with the reference case each time.
Because they need to match.
Because they need to match.
Yeah, they need to be.
So how are you adding in the implications of the development each time? How does that work?
So the sort of, again, the planning judgment, and like the point I touched on earlier about the methodology that Tempora allows for replacement, is that the assessment assumes that this development will replace some of that growth that otherwise would have occurred in the reference case by whichever means that we've just discussed, and therefore that is to avoid double counting, to have in a situation like we talked about, a wholly unreasonable forecast that assumes LHN plus this development in the future. But we have, again, coming back to this point of being tied to this 2038 scenario, we've tried to be, sought to be pragmatic about, and this is a point picked up by Mr. Weaver, and I think he may have just missed this point, but has since appreciated in evidence in chief that the correction of this one is that we haven't assumed that the development will absorb all growth up to 2038. Because of the development extending, or even when I say all growth, it wouldn't absorb all of the 8,400 units worth of that growth to 2038. So the number that came from the other team members in the discussion was that a pragmatic assumption of delivery was that only 6,100 of the dwellings on the development would be delivered in the period up to 2038. So there would continue to be other local growth in the area, which we've got at, if I remember correctly, 4,500-ish. I think that's in scenario 4.
It's scenario number 4 on this table.
That's right, yeah.
In the 4th column has those numbers.
Yeah. So we're saying in the period up to 2038, there will be housing delivery of 6,100 associated with the development against the LHN, 5,400 dwellings elsewhere against
4,500.
4,500, sorry, 4,500.
And just to be clear, I'm sure this is obvious to everyone, that is because those two numbers totaled add up to what local housing need is doing over that period.
That's correct.
So
Yep.
you're saying the proportion of overall local housing need that you're assuming comes from
Yep.
the development by that particular point in time is 6,100.
That's correct. Yeah. 10.
It says in the box above it's 1,054 a year, which adds up to 10,616. So that's in the reference case. That assumes that all of that's happening without us involved at all, because that's the reference case. In the development case, you've assumed that the same amount of growth overall happens, but the proportion of that growth that's met by a proportion is met by the scheme, and the proportion that you assume in scenario 4 is 6,100.
Yep. But we have added in the rest of the development. So this is the point where we talk about it being, this is where our scenario tips. We're trying to maintain this reasonableness by taking this exercise and the realism, but obviously we're submitting a planning application for 8,400 dwellings.
Yeah.
And therefore, to submit an application that only had 6,100 dwellings assessed, or in the modelling, would, I suspect, be considered a little bit dubious. Now, had the modelling base been 2047 at the horizon year of the development that was available to us, we would have, instead of we would have just used, it would have been a completely reasonable approach. What we've done though is added the full 8,400 in 2038. So that, hence the reason, if you look at scenario 4, you can see the housing total at the end is 12,916.
Actually, that ends up with assuming more growth. So it assumes, you can see what LHM would be in scenario 3. That's the reference case. Your scenario 4, because of your approach of adding in fact, the full scheme. It adds up. It therefore to 12,916 is what you're assuming.
Yeah, I mean, we could have developed another scenario on top of the 2038 for another horizon year where there was, the rest of the development was in there. But for the time being, we've put it into there because, again, not only have you got multiple scenarios, but it starts to become overly robust.
So just to take this in stages, again, it might be blindingly obvious to everyone else, but you are reducing non-development growth at this stage with reference to local housing need.
Yep.
You are assuming a proportion of local housing needs met by the appeal scheme, and therefore the remainder equals non-development growth, and that's the 4,500 number.
Yep, that's correct.
But then you don't layer on the 6,100 that would have been the difference between that 4,500 and local housing need in full. In fact, what you're doing is layering over the totality of the development, which leads you to a scenario in scenario number 4, which assumes over 2,000 homes more overall.
2,300 extra, I think.
To 2038, the local housing need alone would in the reference case.
I just don't really understand. Okay, so 6,100 wouldn't be delivered by 2038, would it?
Yes,
It would.
that's the assumption that's the assumption, the planning
No,
assumption.
it's a 20-year period, development period.
Sorry, could you?
Well, 2038 is
Yep.
10-year period, if you count all the highway work. I mean, assuming that it's going to take some time to build the infrastructure and so forth.
Well, I mean, at the time the assessment was produced, and that's the planning judgment's been made on that number that's in there. I think this assessment work was being undertaken initially in 2020.
So what was the assumption then?
The assumption was that-
start of development of housing.
I'm not.
What we're talking
I mean, this comes into maybe a better question for Mr. Bashford to pick up,
Well,
because
unfortunately, we're dealing with, it's almost like a housing land supplies
yeah, I know exactly.
session, when we're talking about highways.
I mean, this wasn't a decision that we made as such. A calculation was made and advised to us about what is the reasonable assumption of deliveries by 2038 to put in,
I see.
and
So-
6,100 was the number that
So that
we
is actually a reasonable assessment of what you thought was going to be delivered at that time.
certainly I can't argue one way or the other. Like I say, it was what we were provided as being appropriate.
Yeah,
And
okay.
it seemed reasonable to me, but yeah.
Right, so you've only got another 2,300 to go
hmm
for the whole lot.
Yep.
And you've got quite a lot of number of years to do it in.
Yep.
But in any event, all of that stuff is wadded in together.
Yes, so
and
it wouldn't have made a massive difference anyway. In truth, it might have made a bit.
It wouldn't. I mean, then you're not going to have delivered 8,400 dwellings by 2038.
No, absolutely. No, that's why we didn't put 8,400 dwellings in.
It seems, well, anyway.
Yeah, no, yeah,
but I mean, but to the extent that you're
yeah, no,
you're accepting that you're not going to deliver 8,400 by 2038, which obviously you won't. Does that make the with development cases more or less robust, and why?
so more robust
And why?
because it's. And this is why I say it's more robust at the risk of potentially being a tad unrealistic. And I realise I contradict you,
Okay.
because it's suggesting that there will be 12,900 units worth of deliveries by 2038,
In total.
which exceeds the projection for the local housing need. So it's erring on the side of caution
I see.
when predicting what the total growth is. So if we'd assumed, for instance, that it could build out by 2038, and we were constraining ourselves to the LHN, for instance, then we would have only put in 10,616 in total.
So in your
Housing.
scenario 4, which was the TA scenario that went in, you're modelling all of the impacts that we see
Yep.
in the TA are modelled on the assumption that there's in fact going to be 2,300 more homes across
Yep.
Swale than are anticipated by LHN.
That's right, yep.
And is it a similar story? So you've then got reference case scenario 7 and 9.
Yes, yep, that's right.
Is the logic similar, or how does it work in respect of the corresponding with development cases for those?
Well, with respect to scenario 7, in that respect, we modified that was just a sensitivity test of the reference case, so there's no corresponding
No need to
corresponding development
change.
scenario, so it was testing the assumption within the reference case, so that remains the same. Just wait for that car to go past.
So
Sorry. And scenario 9, we do make a change there. We do.
scenario 9 is the reference case.
Yes. So with scenario 9, which if you will, the comparable scenario in that case is scenario 11. If we keep the assumptions in the TA the same. Sorry about that. Yeah. Not talk over it.
We've talked about that one, haven't we? That's the Tempro.
That's the constrained to Tempro, yes. But the
How have you layered demand over the Tempro?
Yes,
Sorry,
so-
how have you? Let me have a look at. Have you laid out the development over Tempro?
yes.
is
So
what
if
I
you
want
look
to
in
understand.
there in that period, what it's saying is that Tempro assumes there'll be 7,850 dwellings
Yeah.
delivered in the period in question. What we've assumed is that the development will absorb all of that and the additional 550, I think it is, isn't it? So if you look at scenario 11, we've put the 8,400, which is the development proposals and associated other land uses in place.
So in your scenario 11, say, all you're doing is adding when the development comes online. So the development scenario takes Tempro and adds in the difference.
Yep. So what we've done there essentially, as the exercise of TAG would suggest, is that we've undertaken, we've made local uncertainty variations to say that growth will not occur in the flat way that Tempro assumes. It'll all occur here. It'll occur as this development and a bit more. Okay.
But so you were looking at local. I mean, it's all tied up, isn't it, with how you measure housing growth and the government's. I mean, I don't know what method's been used, but I don't know if it's the up-to-date government methodology, is it?
Do you mean in respect of LHN?
Yeah.
Yeah. So LHN's not relevant to that last scenario because that didn't involve LHN, but because that was to do with N10. But yeah, scenarios. Let's see. Sorry, scenario 3.
Yeah.
And scenario 7. Those were based on the then local housing need numbers, and I suspect. Well, I'll just get it very quickly. It's not the witness to ask, but there's not been much of a change. The previous number for Swale was 1,040 a year, and the most recent number for Swale is 1,048 a year. So there's been not much of a change. Yeah. Okay. So that'll be a good moment if now that we've understood. I don't know about understood. But anyway, been through what the different scenarios are. This is really responding to Mr. Weaver, so that
I
you can
realise
understand.
that, but yeah, okay, yep. I'll have to think about it over lunch, I think. Right. Okay, so shall we say we'll adjourn till 2:10? Yes. So if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Simons, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Wild.
Afternoon.
Now, we're getting there, and we've got the last leg, as it were, of your evidence in chief between now and the end of the afternoon. So what we've done just before the lunch break was to go through at a high level, I suppose, what the approach was to the different reference cases, and then at a high level the approach to how you incorporate development into those different scenarios. So where do we go next in terms of trying to give the inspector an understanding as to the modelling that was done to derive the assessment of impact for the purposes of the framework?
So I think probably moving on from that high level principle point, the next most obvious place to go to, particularly in light of evidence, is the method of forecasting the development demand, specifically the development demand. So before, obviously what we've been discussing is strategic modelling, and that being a traffic model, essentially, and the assumptions that you make that then get input into that, then assign that around the network, and we can come on to the implications of that. But when making the decisions on the development demand, there is obviously a need for working out what that travel demand will be from the development particularly, and how, as we've touched on, assumptions regarding, for instance, mode share and trends of change.
So how was that done then?
So I touched on earlier when I talked about the difference between an assignment model and a demand model. So our development proposals have a pretty complex demand model, which is essentially a spreadsheet-based model, as is quite often the case for this. But it breaks the development down into a series of about, I think it's 20 or so zones, of which the land uses are allocated to. And then we start looking at each of those individual land uses in their independent trip generating potential. And we started all of this at a person trip level, which I touched on in the previous session before our break, a week or so ago, about that headline trip generation, person trip generation from the development. And that's the inception of that process.
Could you just remind us what you mean by personal trip?
So this by headline person trip, I mean taking each of the individual land uses on the site, and then during the AM and PM and peak hour, forecasting the individual land uses potential to generate trips, both outbound or inbound. Now,
Okay.
I touched on earlier about the fact that every trip needs an origin and a destination.
Mm-hmm.
In a strategic modelling sense, well, the same applies with our demand modelling sense, in that if you have someone generating an outbound trip from a residential development in the morning peak, for instance, that has to go somewhere. And therefore, the approach we took with demand modelling is joining those trips together based on assumptions of where that might reasonably be accommodated on site, for instance. So that is working towards the internalisation assumptions.
So you've assumed a degree of internalisation.
Yes, we've done that by looking at both the practical limitations of the land use provision. So the best example I used was secondary education. Yeah, there's a substantial secondary education provision on site, but because of the selective nature of education in Kent, there won't be a grammar provision on site. So there is a limitation to how much of the development's secondary education demand can be accommodated. So when people are coming out, leaving their houses in the morning, we know a proportion are going to secondary education. Some will be accommodated on the site and some will be accommodated out. Not just because of the selective, but also because of the nature of secondary education. People will occasionally go to different schools within an area.
So you've been through this process of zones on your spreadsheet, making assumptions about different trip rates for different land uses. How has that adapted as the master plan has itself evolved?
So this is some time ago now, so way back, that in effect was one of the input assumptions to the master planning process, because obviously we can identify from that, for instance, an inadequacy of provision. So one of, I think, of the examples early on, prior to any submission, was that maybe primary education was provided in one village and not another. And then you immediately have a shortcoming of primary education for, say, walkable trips. So hence you move towards trying to make sure you've got primary education in those.
So that was actually an input into
Yes.
master planning.
Yeah, so it's iterating the master plan while looking at that. And not just from an overall journey matching, but also locationally. You know, so where might it be preferable to put something so that you can start influencing the mode that people will use internally, I'm referring to here.
And you talked in the first bit of your evidence in chief week before last about what that meant in terms of overall internalisation of trips expressed as a percentage.
Yeah. Yes.
Could you remind? So through this work that you've done, where does it get to, and what's your evaluation of that?
So that exercise, as well as doing the person trips, also looks at I suppose internal modes. So it tries to be reasonable about. So we talked about the village, the walkable neighbourhoods,
Yeah.
but also, for instance, the education is in one village, secondary education is in one village and not another.
Yeah.
So then we look at the pragmatic likelihood of someone
Moving between bits
moving
of the
between that
same
by
scheme.
various modes.
Yeah.
So there's an element of vehicular internal movement as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we have all of that. So we've separately dealt with both the trip generation, the journey matching, where at reasonable assumptions and levels, and then the modes split internally. And the number I referred to you previously, and in the last thing, and I can provide a bit more detail now. The aggregate across the AM and PM peak was, I think, around 63%. I think I summarised at 65. So if you take that headline trip rate, the person trip rate of the 16,000 trips, I think, in the AM peak, and a little more
Total trips.
total person trips
Across the peaks.
Yeah, and both ends of those trips.
Both
so
ends.
they're not really. It's not. That's counting someone who leaves a house and arrives at a school.
This is only internal trips, though, not those that go outside.
Yes, exactly. So if you take that headline, so if you were to imagine that you, instead of planning this as a cohesive development with mixed uses on site, you were to take each one of those land uses and put them in places around the town or the district, and therefore every one of the journeys between those would constitute an internal trip, an external trip, wouldn't it?
Okay.
So, and that number is in the region of, say, 16,000 in the AM peak.
Okay.
So if you take that, the aggregate, the 63% I gave is the average between the AM and PM. The internalisation is higher in the AM.
It's higher in the morning.
To do with the education provision, essentially. So there's a much greater potential in the AM peak for internalisation. So that's in the sort of low 70%, and then it's down closer to, I think it's sort of low 50% in the PM peak. So when you aggregate that across the two peaks, you get to that sort of 60 to 65%.
Right.
So that's the number of, that's what's being contained on the site, that otherwise would have been journeys.
But that, I suppose, that number is a product of the process the iterative process that you've been describing.
Yep.
So it doesn't come as a massive surprise.
No. So it's and to a certain extent, lots of development that have even a small element of mixed use. Just a small shop, for instance, has an element of internalisation.
Sure.
Arguably, even a residential development has some element of internalisation if someone goes to their neighbour's house, if we're going to be really pedantic about it. But obviously, at this scale, that increases significantly.
So 16,000 trips are what, daily trips?
No. That's total person trips in, say, the peak hour, in the AM peak hour.
And that could be anywhere.
That's in total, yes.
So the 16,000 is in total.
So that's
to wherever you're going.
So that includes, let's say, that's someone who walks out of the house, counted as one.
To the shop.
Arrives at the shop, counted again.
I see.
So they get, you're counting twice there.
But you could also be driving to Sittingbourne, or you could be driving to London, or you could be doing anything.
Absolutely. In which case, you wouldn't count both. You'd be so you're doing that. So
they're counted to the extent that they register within the scheme. You count them twice.
Exactly.
And of those 16,000, you're saying agglomerated across the two peaks, 63% are on average, higher in the morning, lower in the
That's right.
afternoon, on
Yep.
average, are internal to the scheme.
That's right. Yeah, and I mean, and so therefore, what we end up with at the end of that is, and I did have a number noted down here, somewhere in the region of 4,000, I think 4,700 external trips.
Right,
So that's your,
which is the rest.
yeah, I think that's, I've got to double check that's higher than that actually. I'm going to get the number and check
That's
it out.
the 35%.
Yes, so
or
5%,
whatever it
so
is.
it's
Yeah.
high about that, isn't it? It's more 6,000. But
Okay.
that's the external trip. Again, not car trips by mode. That's your headline rate of external trips that are going
You're
out.
saying that's the total number of trips?
Yes,
So
all trips,
from that-
all locations,
Okay,
leaving the site.
leaving the site.
Yeah.
Leaving, not coming back.
Oh no, total two-way. Sorry.
So it's
Two-way.
Two-way. So it
Yeah.
can be a trip out or a trip in.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if we call those, do we call those external trips?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly,
So
yeah.
if those are, of those external trips, let's just say, what did you just say?
I'll check the number out in a minute. What it is?
Few
Yeah. I'll
thousand
find it in a second.
external trips at peak. It doesn't matter what the specific number is
No,
for
no,
now, but,
okay.
but the how then have you gone about adducing an appropriate modal share for them? 'Cause you've given us the overall approach to how many there'll be,
Yep.
but how then are those to be sort of considered from the perspective of, you know, how many are driving or whatever for external trips?
Yep. So therefore, for the external trips, we've then looked at, we've essentially broken down the distribution of those trips into the location that someone is going. We grouped them into, I think 4 or 5, and I think we expanded it to 6 in the more recent work. Broad locations where people are travelling to, where we think the mode selection is going to be distinctly different. So trips to the Sittingbourne urban area, for instance, are invariably going to have a different mode share to, and the extreme example would be, say, South Kent. So because the nature of the orientation of the transport network in Kent is such that
You struggle to get the train there, and
you have radial train services focused towards London, picking up Medway and Canterbury in the other direction, but there isn't a rail service to Maidstone, for
so
instance.
you've zoned the
Yeah.
potential destinations, and you've made assumptions about, is this right?
Yes,
about mode share,
that's correct.
dependent on where people are going either to or coming from.
Yeah. So we've split them down into those groups to do that, and this is where we then stray into the if you wish, the data analysis side of it, the somewhat controversial topic of where in an aspirational vision-led approach, where how data plays a part in that process. So,
How does data play a part in that process?
well, I think it's important to note when looking at any of the evidence that's seen that we have, as we refer to it, supplemented our assessment with an additional, more aspirational scenario, more akin to the vision-led approach that the MPPF indicates.
Saying that you didn't start with the vision-led in this case, but it was
The assessment,
supplementary.
the assessment's always been tried to be pragmatic, and so obviously the development itself has been followed by a vision. But at the time when this was submitted, prior to the MPPF that's come out, during this call-in December, we were still leaning towards single scenarios that were erring towards robustness. So that was the tendency for the Highway Authority. So the idea of embracing multi-scenario testing of the sensitivity is something that's really emerged since the application was submitted, and hence the reason we've supplemented it. So it is still led. The development is led by a vision, and there is sensible and reasonable assumptions that aren't bound to the past, but they are more moderate in their assumptions, if you want, a little more pessimistic as to what the future will be than the supplementary scenario. So it's important to differentiate what we're talking about at that point. And I think it's worth starting with a discussion on what's in the transport assessment and then coming back to the supplementary so that we don't bounce around too much. So I think that would be a good place to start. So we've gone through the origin destination approach that we've taken, the internalisation. This is where we bring in some level of census data. into our
Census data.
Census data. Yeah. So when we're sitting there thinking, well, how are people going to travel? We could just go, let's just guess. Let's just pluck a number out of the air. And we've already broken this down into zones, it should be noted. So we're looking at differently. Let's look at some census data. And this is where we introduced, and very much as a starter for 10, iWeighed as an argument. Because if you look at the census data for the exact location of the development, it doesn't really bear any resemblance to the development itself. It's not really useful. There's not a particularly valuable sample set. We're talking about very small villages entirely separated from the town. iWeighed itself is separated, but we looked at one of the challenges with census data is the further you get away from the location, the less maybe relevant it's considered.
The location being what?
Sittingbourne, for instance.
Sittingbourne.
Because that reflects that gives you some indication of historically what have the trends been in those locations.
Right.
So again, reinforcing this is very much a starting position. So we selected iWeighed as a kind of, well, let's gives us somewhere to start with. How is particularly how does people from iWeighed, how does their travel pattern differ, whether they're going to Sittingbourne or going to, so I mentioned this point,
or going to,
well, let's say
South Kent.
South Kent, for example. So that's the sort of data that we're trying to get from that.
And you're focusing, sorry, just to be slow, you're focusing on external trips here.
External trips,
right?
Yep, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So that's why we look for some data, because that's the differences. I mean, we could have done it just by going, we know what the transport network is in Kent, but it's better to have a look towards some contextual information that tells us that information. Yeah, it gives us a steer on that.
Now, you say you used iWeighed as a starting point. I mean, I suppose the first thing is Mr. Bamber says, well, it's not a valid starting point because iWeighed, or the bit, it's this area 007, isn't it, that's on the edge of, incorporates iWeighed and then stretches down towards the northern edge of Sittingbourne. In Mr. Bamber's evidence, he talks about it.
Yep.
He says it's contiguous to Sittingbourne, so it's not one of the points he makes. It's just not comparable. It's you'd expect the walking rates from areas in the north of Sittingbourne into Sittingbourne to be way higher than further out from Sittingbourne. So it's not an apples and apples comparison, is what he says.
No, there is no apples and apples comparison to be found in the data set for starters. A part of that zone is contiguous with iWeighed, but then elements of this development are contiguous with, part of that zone is contiguous with Sittingbourne, but parts of our development are contiguous with Sittingbourne. In fact, large parts of it are very close to the edge of Sittingbourne. Another part of iWeighed is more remote than, so iWeighed, the village itself, is more remote from Sittingbourne. So there is a balancing exercise to be done. This is probably an example of pursuit of perfect being the enemy of the good. You're looking for something to get you started. You're looking for something to give you some guide, some direction.
You say you used it as a starter for 10. Where does it go from there then? Having adduced that as your census starting point.
Yep.
Where does it go next?
Well, so we look at some of the comparable points, like that section that Mr. Bamber refers to. Then we look at iWeighed and say, well, how does this differ? So the village of iWeighed, for instance, it is that bit is further from Sittingbourne than any of the villages as proposed. Another part of that 007 is closer, but part isn't. We've got a significant chunk of the iWeighed village again has got the barrier of the 249, which doesn't really have any cycle facilities at all across it, and limited at the moment, and in 2011 I should point out. It has some bus service provision, not as good as the development is proposing, so we have to be mindful of that. And then when we look at things like rail for travel further afield, this is where we start having to look at that data set and thinking to ourselves, it is 2011, so even if before we get into trends for change, we have to start saying to ourselves, what are some of the problems with the 2011 data? So one thing might be high-speed rail, for instance. Now, high-speed rail really only kicked off in Sittingbourne in 2009. Mm-hmm. So 2009, I think it was, if I understand correctly, or late 2009. So, and I think, if I understand this correctly, and I don't have evidence to point to on this one, but I may well be challenged, but I think we've seen high-speed rail something like double in the period since
Use of it, you mean?
Use of it across Kent. It's increased from, I think, about 7 million trips or something. I had a quick look at, up to about 15 million in recent years.
Right.
So what we can see is that you introduce something like high-speed rail, and you don't get an immediate change. So the 2011 census data is really at the early period of the value of 007 zone relative to Iwade. So if we can see that we've got a 7 million increase across the board over 15 years, we know that the first 2 years up to 2011 is going to be fairly moderate utilisation. People take time to move in, go, oh, that's high-speed rail now, I'll move to this area. So that all affects.
You treat that the sort of antiquity of the data then with a bit of caution for the reasons you're explaining.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what?
And then we start looking at what the development is going to do in terms of its actual routes, its actual connections to those areas. So how will the development be connected to Sittingbourne versus how some of these other zones are connected? And then we start, and this is where we start to, I think Mr. Bamber would accuse it of giving up on the data, and I would say that we are making reasonable adjustments to that data we see. So we start from a base and go, well, okay, we think we need to increase that a bit. We think the uptake in cycling, or as I use the example, rail, will increase because of the availability of the availability of high speed will be much better because it's more aware, it's well established than it was in 2011. And this isn't, just to be clear, this is not a some foreign exercise we're doing here that's it's not something unusual to do. I mean, just to use as an example, this exact process, and the reason why Mr. Weaver is not arguing any of these points is he followed exactly the same, a very similar process.
He was happy with your modal share.
Yeah, I'm aware of what he's done in his transport assessment, and just to give you a bit of an idea, they took the census data for 2011 for Faversham, which I think was suggesting 60 or 70%. 60. No, hang on, I've got it written down here somewhere. 61% travel to car mode share. And then they went through the process of going, well, what might change? And they got theirs down to, in varying degrees, somewhere between 23% and 47%.
Right.
So you can see that manipulation has been undertaken. And if you're interested, it's just to help you find that, if you have a spare, CD 24.7.2, and if you look at pages 388 to 390. That's the Duchy Transport Assessment.
We want you in now, yeah. We want
I won't go there.
To be reviewing TAs that aren't for this case. That's what we wanted to do. Not got enough to do anyway. So you've been over what the sustainable transport strategy comprises last week before last, and presumably now what we're talking about is an interplay between these different facets that you're identifying, the census data and all the other stuff. The interventions that are happening through the scheme.
Yes, exactly. And then we, because of the way we've done the modelling, we then apply those journeys to those specific routes. So we're distributing them in accordance to that mode split assumption. So, we're making we're having the benefit of that knowledge. What I was just going to say is that although this is not presented in the TA, there's kind of a useful sense check that can be done of this, because a lot of the focus was on this unreasonable assumption of 50%.
50%.
You heard this.
50% non-car or car.
Either way, to be honest.
Either way.
50% you can go. Well, yeah. Either way, is
that's said to be unrealistic.
Yeah, and that was for the journeys only between the development and Sittingbourne. Mr. Bamber, in his defence, did make that clear, but that could have been misinterpreted, and I thought that may be more a useful reference point, and to probably show that we haven't been, let's say, crazily optimistic in our travel assumptions, is that if you aggregate the external trip car mode share, so if you take to all of the destinations around, so all of the external trips, we have 74% car based.
All of the external trips, moving outside of Sittingbourne, everywhere
combined.
All of the external trips, which was your 4-something thousand in the peak hour.
Yep.
70.
Yep. 74%.
Or 4%.
Yep, that's the one.
For car. Okay.
So that's where you get your size 4,784, and the total external trips 3,563.
I
This
see.
is the AM peak, just for reference. And the reason I think that's useful to point out is that comes from a range of mode shares that have been applied. The range from the 50% to Sittingbourne, which is the most generous, up to I think it's over 90%. I said as our car mode share to South Kent, because pragmatically, if you're travelling to those areas, you're just not. Yeah, there's a bus service that goes to Maidstone, but there's going to be lots of other areas where we have to be reasonable.
You've done a differential analysis depending on the destination.
Yeah, but when you average that out, it comes to 74% when you just look at the headline person trips external.
How sensitive, might not be an easy question, how sensitive are the outputs of your modelling to changes in mode share? Because the Mr. Bamber's evidence is predicated on a premise that they're very sensitive, i.e. that if you're wrong on mode share and that you've got your your percentages wrong on car numbers, then in fact, trouble. And he gave, I think, one example that I think we're going to come to later on, which is to do with the corridor at Woodstock Road. So
I think there was a number that, and I'm happy to stand corrected if I got this wrong, but I think when providing evidence in chief, I think Mr. Ban, this is not in written evidence, but when asked that question, he suggested it could be thousands of extra cars.
He did say thousands, yeah.
So I latched onto that, and I haven't checked, but that's what I'd heard.
He'd not quantified it specifically.
No, but it was
that is what he said.
Term, yeah. So I think this just, when I would just start with that isn't supported by any of the evidence at all. And I think there's probably two ways that we can look at that. To try and get a feel for if that's a reasonable conclusion. This is something that Mr. Bamber does in his consultation response that he submitted, not his evidence, but under CD 4.72, which is the consultation response from Railton to the two applications, I believe. And in there, Mr. Bamber does not an unreasonable exercise. It was flawed the way he presented it at the time, but he said, let's do a sense check of what's happening here. And he said, let's assume a 0.5 two-way trip rate per unit for the development for the residential. And I can see the logic. Sanity checks is a really good thing to do in forecasting to make sure you haven't done something crazily complicated and ended up somewhere silly. So we can do that. We can take that same assumption just for the residential for the moment and say, well, that if you apply that to the 8,400 units, you'd get 4,200 two-way trips. And if for the moment we added on, and I would do a similar assumption and say 0.2 two-way trips per 100 metres squared for the employment for the moment, assume none of them are internal, and forget, if you take that rough exercise, you'd end up with 4,600 two-way trips. If you ignored all of our complex exercise of internalisation and just picked the two big land uses and did it, that's the number you'd end up with. And I think I just pointed out that 4,600 as a guesstimate. And I think I mentioned then that our external trip generation from this development is, in the AM peak, is 3,866. So, and that's the outcome of everything we've done. So I think that's just as a useful sensitivity check. If you just applied really bog standard, nothing creative, I mean, the client might wonder why I didn't just do that, to be honest. Just do it that simple and avoid the complexity of the modelling. But it gives you an idea that we're talking, even then, with ridiculous assumptions, minimal, there you're talking less than 1,000 difference already. And it said, I'm not suggesting and endorsing that approach at all. But also, I think it might be worth looking at that comment, if I recall, from Mr. Bamber, was primarily related to this assumption of 50% on the Sittingbourne corridor, on the Sittingbourne journeys. He was very much focusing on that one in particular. And that's only a part of the trips. And it's particularly important because as the development is designed, most of your local trips are trying to be accommodated within the site. So it's unsurprising actually that while there is trips to and from Sittingbourne, actually the external trips actually are predominantly going elsewhere. That's to be expected because some of those local services like education, etc., are already provided on the site. So the data that we've used, the census data, actually suggests that only about 15% of the demand from external demand from the development goes to Sittingbourne. So if we've taken that initial headline external person trips, I think I touched on at 4,800, only 15% of that is even remotely susceptible to this 50% sensitivity that Mr. Bamber refers to. And bearing in mind, there's actually at least 3 routes that you can take to get into Sittingbourne. It's spread over quite a wide area. And then you can also factor in here that, and as Mr. Bamber says in his own evidence, at I think it's for your reference CD 43.4.2 para 3.4. This is Mr. Bamber's evidence, I believe. He acknowledges that only about 15 to 20% of trips are actually in the morning peak a journey to work, and this census data we're using only really relates to journey to work. And so that's the only thing it's analytically related to. It is census data on journey to work. So a big component of those peak hour trips could be school trips, for instance.
Could I ask it this way then? Does the evidence suggest, remember Mr. Bamber's whole sections in his evidence in chief build up to this idea about modal share being a really, on this case, really important, put it wrong, he's explained. Does the evidence support the proposition that Mr. Bamber, if he were right on modal share, that would actually have make a significant difference?
If we went to Mr. Bamber's 15 to 20%, I think it is, he thinks instead of 50%.
Yeah.
I think then working that through the numbers, that works out to be a difference of about 15 to 20 two-way trips on each route into the network, into Sittingbourne.
So it's
about 1% of the total generation of the development.
So, I mean, put it another way, is that going to take impacts that would otherwise not be severe or unacceptable from a safety point of view? Is it going to render them severe?
Well, I mean, to use, I mean, it's dangerous terminology, but generally speaking, we have to accept that there's a bit of a you've heard of the phrase, I'm sure, Mum, that day-to-day fluctuations in traffic are often 10% sometimes. So
right.
So a 1% variance in demand it's imperceptible, really, in that area. So while it's really important that the development is driven by a vision for those areas, we need to be pragmatic about the implications. And that is, I'm particularly here focusing on Mr. Bamber's assumptions to Sittingbourne. You know, I accept there are other areas, but he really put most of effort into why this is wrong in that area.
We'll come back to a couple of the other of Mr. Bamber's points before the end of the afternoon. Is there anything else you'd like to add before? I'm going to turn in a moment to mitigation before we get on to the particular problem areas that in Mr. Bamber's evidence that I want to ask you about in the remaining time that we've got. Is there anything else to add on the topic of the overall approach to modelling and assessing residual cumulative impact?
Well, I don't know if this is something that you wanted to pick up later, but there was obviously a bit of focus on Mr. Bamber here, and this is on apologies, this particular section, but there was a part of Mr. Bamber's evidence where he takes us to the example of Cambridge.
Yes, he did, and he used that as an example of, you know, of us being over optimistic.
Yes, in this, and I think it would be quite useful to take to that picture, if you wouldn't mind, which is, so in Mr. Bamber's CD 43.4.2.
That's his proof of evidence.
Well, is that correct? I think I've got that right. And page 55, I think, if I've got it correct.
55.
55. Yes. So
that's the one.
PDF
55. We're actually, I think, into Mr. Bamber's appendices. It's his Appendix 3. PDF 55 sets out a map of Cambridge, hopefully. Yeah, that's it. So there's a map of Cambridge, and obviously he's using it he's referring to this in the body of his evidence. He talks about this because the point is that he's making, again, to cut a long story short, that if this is what Cambridge can achieve, and Cambridge is, a notably sustainable settlement, then, how on earth are you going to either match or even exceed some of these numbers, because this is Cambridge? That's the, again, summarising
that's the gist of it.
The gist of it. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, so that image you see there, which is a census data extraction, is the red that you see are, as I understand it, the zones that Mr. Bamber has selected and I believe taken the mode share of for trips into Cambridge.
What about
city.
What about actual Cambridge itself?
So Cambridge is excluded from this. So I think there may have been a bit of confusion in evidence. I think Mr. Bamber said that we were, in evidence in chief, suggesting that we are striving to or assuming mode share comparable to Cambridge, when in reality it's not really fair to say that, if I understood the evidence correctly. What this is trips from these outlying areas outside of the city of Cambridge going into it. So these are particularly in 2011. I realise there's been other development that's come forward around Cambridge, but in 2011 this is a
Cambridge is growing a bit.
It's growing a bit, but at this point relatively or more underpopulated. This is about the mode decision that was made in 2011, with all the caveats of the age of the data noted, making when going to travel into the centre of Cambridge, and it's saying 47.4%. And Mr. Bamber presents that as a reason why, in the TA, the assumption that the development on the edge of Sittingbourne is wholly unrealistic. In fact, implausibly, I forget the word terminology, implausible to assume that 50% of trips would be non-car modes. If we just exclude all of the differences that I'll come on to in a second, I don't think that's what it says at all. I think what it actually says is that's exactly what we should be aspiring to, at least that, if not bettering it, because it can be achieved. It was being achieved 14 years ago in another location. So why shouldn't it be doing that, at least, if not better? And then we factor in how different Cambridge is in scale. I think I put some notes in my evidence that Sittingbourne is something sort of 3 or 4 times the size in area of Sittingbourne, which is then
say that again. That what's 3 or 4 times the size of what?
The urban area of Cambridge.
Yeah. It's 3 to 4 times the size of Sittingbourne.
The size of Sittingbourne, and therefore all of the distances to get to the centre and to the services are longer. And I think Mr. Bamber makes great play on the fact that distance is absolutely critical. I realise his point is also about topography, and I won't labour that point, but it's in my evidence about a difference of opinion on that. But I think the distance is critical, and I think this probably gets sort of cuts to the significant difference between myself and Mr. Bamber, and in particular, and to Mr. Weaver as well, would agree with me on this one, is that this is how you should we should be looking for and aiming to achieve. We should not look at this data and go, can't possibly achieve that.
So these are 2011 numbers for basically the countryside and the suburbs that are outside of Cambridge. And the question is, should they be what is achievable for a scheme like ours?
Yes.
Should we look to exceed them, or should we look at them and decide that they're way in excess of what we could ever aspire to?
Yes, I think it's a very different interpretation of a data. And it comes back to the question, I guess, that we talked about at the first session, is evidence and data is still an important part of our analysis exercise for forecasting journey differences. And we're not dispensing with it. It's how we use that data and how we interpret it. And I think this is my interpretation is this gives us a good indication that maybe this is where we should be going, and this is what we should be aiming for, or better.
Thank you. Right then, moving topic to the approach to mitigation.
The only thing, just before you wanted to go on to that one, I don't want to drag out any time because I really hot, but we run the risk of sort of skirting over the supplementary scenario in that context.
Sure.
So I don't know, because it obviously does factor into the...
It does. No, please do, before we move on to mitigation.
And really just to explain as briefly as possible, when we set up this demand model I referred to, I get mocked endlessly in the office for saying this, but we set it up with what I refer to as a series of sort of levers in the assumptions, where we can pull those levers of assumptions of change to affect the demand model. And in the TA assumption that we did, we didn't pull those levers very much at all. We kept them fairly modest. We were quite pragmatic in our assumptions. Fundamentally, what we've done with this supplementary scenario is to say, well, look, embracing what the latitude that's given to us by the MPPF to both look at multiple scenarios, look at alternative scenarios, be more vision-led, to move away from predict and provide. We had a sort of a ready-made tool ready to pull on those levers a bit. But it's important to note that we didn't do it just blindly. Where do we stop with this lever? In the supplementary work that KCC had and evaluated and were satisfied with, we started to look again at those interventions that we've done. We looked again in more detail at what will be the interventions on things like the Woodstock Road corridor, what will be the bus options to get into. So again, to both looking at the zones independently, so these, where the journeys will take place, but also you can't. I think Mr. Bamber highlighted and said, the evidence is what you're going to do. Well, that's precisely what we did in that supplementary scenario. We started saying, well, actually, to make better assumptions, we'll demonstrate this.
And you did mention, but that the need to do a supplementary scenario on that at all was driven by whom?
So it came about from really a particular issue with the Woodstock Road corridor from KCC, where they were concerned, and the model as originally developed and the assessment originally developed kept everything around Sittingbourne Woodstock Road exactly as it is today, and this identified a temptation for people in the model to drive down Woodstock Road to access the new motorway junction, to effectively not to do what maybe we would want everyone to do, which is to stick to the Northern Relief Road and maybe the A2 to get to the infrastructure, but instead to start routing through some of the urban areas, including Woodstock Road. Now, our response to that initially was that it's within the gift of the authority to do something about that. That the intention of the development is to provide a lot of additional benefit to other route areas on the network where traffic can go, and you can constrain that, you can intervene, you can take a constraint-based approach. KCC's position, understandably, was, well, show us how you would respond to that. And we could have taken two different approaches. We could have simply tried to demonstrate how you could mitigate that corridor to accommodate that demand. We could just go, here's another big junction, this is going to work, but that would fall very foul and very much into the predict and provide approach, where we're not trying to prevent traffic from doing that. We're in fact encouraging traffic by doing it, by enhancing capacity. So we followed this approach of bringing together both the constraint on that corridor and I think the word's escaping me, but the complementary benefits to sustainable travel that come along with it. And I think this is an important point that was raised by Mr. Bamber again, where I think he mentioned a number of times about not seeing any modelling of just the constraints on Woodstock Road. And my response to that is that that's effectively a null hypothesis, because...
Just to take a step back, the reason is because the debate is that he suggested that Woodstock Road is an example where your assumptions on modal shift are actually really important.
Yep.
Your response in your rebuttal, in your written rebuttal, is that, well, no, in fact, the changes that you see are not a consequence of the modal shift changes that are in your supplementary scenario, but in fact, you were saying your rebuttal, they are a consequence of the constraints or the interventions that are am I getting this right? That you make in the network. And he then said in his oral evidence, well, that's not been, as it were, isolated. That's not been shown. So it goes to his the question on the extent to which mode share actually matters, makes a difference.
It does, but also just the idea of separating out these two principles doesn't really follow any logic, because the intervention to achieve the constraint has been designed specifically to reallocate road space to active travel modes. So it's not only constrained through the control of the signals, but it's about taking space and giving it to active travel users. What Mr. Bamber is suggesting we hypothesise and model is a scenario where you do that constraint, you provide all of that active travel corridor provision, and then you just pretend that no one uses it. And in a way, it doesn't make any. It's a false hypothesis, because you're invariably going to get a negative answer, in many respects, aren't you? Because it doesn't make any sense to do something with an intention and only all you're saying is what happens if you take away highway capacity.
Things get worse.
You've got those two things are mutually compatible. Well, not just mutually compatible. They can't be isolated. They shouldn't be isolated. They don't make any sense without falling foul of it being a wholly unreasonable scenario.
So, as part of your supplementary modelling, all of this, just for the inspector's note, is in this your technical note 34.12.2.
That's correct.
That was it formed part in the end of the statement of common ground process with Kent County Council.
Absolutely.
But as part of that supplementary modelling, or what you're more what you call aspirational vision-led demand model and modal shifts, there's also there's infrastructure that goes with it, which is to say the proposal for this Woodstock Road corridor that we've already seen several times in the evidence of Mr. Bamber, a sequence of plans that show footway, shared surface, and a road carriageway and all of that, and a footway that runs north-south up the Ruinsbarn and Woodstock roads. Yeah,
and I'd just like to add one point on that one. What that Woodstock Road, I see it as, is not. We've used it to demonstrate why that mode shift is reasonable. That mode shift in the supplementary SORA is reasonable, but it's also an indication of the potential that's offered by the development more generally and its infrastructure. So I said way back at the start of the first session that one of the driving visions for the development is to provide infrastructure that provides the opportunity to effect a wider change in Sittingbourne. Now, the achieving that can only be done in part by the development. It needs all stakeholders to come together to take that opportunity. So the council and KCC and everyone making a decision to go, what are we going to do with this opportunity? What Woodstock Road represents is just one example of how you can constrain that network and traffic can take the more appropriate routes onto the Southern Relief Road, and you can give space back to active travel users. And I think this is just links back to one just a really important assumption in our modelling that we debated internally a long time about trying to consider, and that is that the realistic outcome from this development is the potential for significant mode shift across Sittingbourne. But we haven't tried, I talked about it in the context of induced demand earlier, we haven't attempted to forecast that. So there is actually some really good potential opportunity here for people within Sittingbourne to take advantage of these facilities, Woodstock Road and elsewhere. So we have erred in that respect towards a robust and a cautious approach. It could be, and this is I used this earlier as a contrast.
We're talking about people in Sittingbourne more widely.
Beyond the development.
Beyond the development.
Yeah, so there is potential, and you can own it. Sorry, go.
So obviously this is you're sort of showing the way.
Yep.
If you like.
Yes.
And you're saying this is an example of what could be done more widely with the council and KCC on board and so forth. But is there any indication that they would first of all do that, or secondly have the funding to do that?
Yeah, so this is one corridor. The second corridor that's enshrined within the 106 is the A2, so there's a part of the section 106 that doesn't have drawings. It has a form of words, but there's another example of where the intention is to have active travel, segregated cycleways, enhancements of footways along the A2 where the traffic is relatively reduced. So that's the corridor from Bapchild to the west going into the centre of Sittingbourne that's well utilised. So there's already indications in that as well. The opportunity beyond that is, we've certainly heard all the right noises from, if you look at the transport strategy, draft transport strategy that was being prepared for Swale back at the local plan stage, they were quite clear that they were very keen to do anything they could to maximise the opportunities to mode shift and to overcome some of those constraints. It never got to the point of the infrastructure to unlock it. In fact, it got stuck without really knowing how to deliver it. Certainly, all conversations we've had with KCC is that they embrace this idea and this concept. But I would reiterate that on the topic we're on specifically, the forecasting of the development's traffic generation doesn't rely on it. It doesn't rely on those changes. So this is opportunity for gain over and above what the development is forecasting.
On the Woodstock Road corridor, I appreciate that you say, I think, that the drawings are put in on a sort of illustrative basis as to what could be achieved. Mr. Bamber reviews them and says that what they show is in fact what can't be achieved, but put another way, it doesn't work for a number of reasons. He says that it's not LTM 120 compliant, LTM 120 compliant. He says that that you've got, and I'm not going to go over all the things he said, but do you remember there was the point about how there were lots of driveways that you'd have to cross. The geometry of it doesn't work. He has objections to some of the crossing, the timings of the phasing of the lights and that kind of thing. It's what you've essentially done, and again I'm summarising, just so to give you a chance to answer it. What you've essentially done is show something that couldn't possibly work, and in fact is going to be a total disaster.
I mean, I think in fairness to Mr. Bamber, I think he did ask him where he thought it was not compliant with LTM 120, and I don't think he pointed out. I think his argument was in a couple of areas where he considered it to not be fully in accordance with the spirits, maybe. That's my language.
It was the bit, when I asked him that question about why is it not compliant with LTM 120, it was the particular paragraph in LTM 120 that I'm just going to read, and it was paragraph 6.5.4, the document is 23.1. We don't need to turn it up, I'll read it out to you. Page 67. It says, in urban areas, the conversion of a footway to shared use should be regarded as a last resort. Shared use facilities are generally not favoured, either by pedestrians or cyclists, particularly when flows are high. It can create particularly difficulties, etc. And it goes on. And then it talks later on about when shared use facilities may be appropriate if well designed, goes on, and it sets out on the next page different minimum widths of routes and all of that. He didn't identify conflict with those bits. It was 6.5.4 where the conflict lies.
Yeah. So in that context, the scheme is designed in accordance with LTN 120, but it is presented as the minimum that can be achieved in this location. So I think there was a suggestion actually by Mr. Bamber that this is the best we can do, but in practice, as a concept scheme, that would be a fairly high risk strategy, because we've got to go through a design process. So we've actually erred on the side of caution and said, well, we know we can get this in, so that's how we'll design it. So the obvious example being, we've kept the road width generally at 6.5 metres, with some only localised narrowing to 6 metres. That's because there's an occasional bus service running on there at the moment, and the preference would be to keep to 6.5. But actually there'll be a whole change in the pattern of bus services with the Highsted Road corridor. So I'd say it was probable that a reduction to say 5.5 metres.
If that happens, if you, as it were, claim back another metre from the vehicular carriageway, what does that mean?
LTM 120's got a weird oddity that you can have a 3 metre shared facility, and you can't do anything. You can increase your shared width up to, and then at 5 metres it all changes. 5 metres you can suddenly have a segregated facility, lightly segregated facility, and that's what is achievable.
You can achieve segregation.
If you narrow the road down to, and 5.5 is not a particularly drastically narrow road, it's a perfectly reasonable estate road size. So you would be able to, and we haven't shown that in the drawing because, again, erring on the side of caution, this is what is achievable, so that our assumptions are grounded in an evidential approach of what can be delivered.
I mean, LTM 120 aside, you say that it's complied with, but putting it aside, what about all the other problems that Mr. Bamber identified? What about the point about all the driveways?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a common occurrence to have.
What do you mean?
Footways or cycleway provision that goes across driveways. It's not an unusual arrangement, and we're talking about, we're not talking about side roads. We're talking about accesses to one house with a movement, once in a couple of hours in the morning, and sort of maybe 5 or 6 movements a day from that house. So we're talking pretty minimal traffic generation. Where we have had conflict with side roads, the design that we can go to, but I think you've probably looked at it already, Mum, we've particularly made an effort to design it such that priority is given to cyclists at genuine side roads where there will be a higher volume of traffic. So a side road serving, I think there's some that serve cul-de-sacs of 50 or so units. So in that case, we've given priority to them. The signalised crossing facility that's been provided is designed to match some of the higher aspirations within LTM 120 about how you achieve crossings. It could have been a bit lower, but we've aimed a bit higher. And there is some references made to these delays at the signals from Mr. Bamber. He said everyone's going to get a 2-minute delay at each of the traffic signals. I don't know if it was 2 minutes or 120 seconds that was mentioned, same difference in time terms. I mean, that's a bit misleading, unfortunately, because for starters, one of the junctions is operating on a 90-second cycle time, not 120, so automatically that's different. And plus also, just to describe how that would happen, this is someone who's cycling up the road. In order to incur, you could never incur a 120-second delay, because that would involve you arriving, there being a green man or green cycler and not crossing and then waiting. But for you to incur a 2-minute delay, you would have to turn up exactly at the point when someone else had just that moment frustratingly crossed the road. Yeah. So it's not the common occurrence. The common occurrence would be measured in tens of seconds of delay by crossing. The absolute outside probability on one of the junctions is around about 110 seconds. When you allow for the fact you could start crossing, so I suggest that it's overstating some of the. I guess we describe it as the necessary consequences of retrofitting facilities into an urban environment. That their compromises need to be made, and LTM 120 does not say don't bother. It doesn't say give up, go away. We can't get the very best, so let's not do it. It's quite clear that we should continue to try.
References in your evidence, we can use Woodstock Road as an example maybe of where this happens, but it's obviously only an example. You talk about what you call the monitor and manage approach, and you've referred to it already, I think last 10 days ago or so in your in the first bit of your evidence in chief. Could you just explain what it actually, how it would actually work, and maybe use Woodstock Road if it works as an example, just as to how, what we can actually expect to happen in real life as the impacts of a scheme start to get experienced on the ground.
Yeah, so I wonder if Woodstock Road's maybe not the best example for that, but we'll try. I mean, there are other examples where Woodstock Road is better.
Use a better one.
Well, I think monitoring, I think it's important to differentiate 2 points, and we'll come on to this later on, is that there is monitoring of the development's generation, so maybe monitoring the mode split and see how are you achieving against your targets and your aspirations, how well are you achieving your vision. So that's very much about monitoring the development's trip generation activity, and that's something that you might do with your manage would be to undertake highway mitigation that you'd rather avoid. So you'd rather do something else. You wouldn't want to improve a junction capacity, and the development says, well, if we can achieve this mode share and this trip generation, then we don't need to do that mitigation in one location. I draw a contrast between that and network monitoring. So there's an example that we probably will need to touch on regarding concerns regarding rat running on some rural lanes as a result of the introduction of the motorway network, where that's not a development generated related issue. That is the concern that you introduce a new junction and people will use inappropriate roads to get to it, and therefore what you're doing there is monitoring the network. And in that case, that would be an example of, say, you've got a currently little used road with 1 or 2 residential dwellings on it, that you don't really want to close it if you don't have to. It would be very disruptive to people's lives. We could decide now that we think or we fear that road is going to be used by people, so we'll impose a closure today, day one, and then those people that live on it suffer the disadvantages of that in a situation that may never have happened. So instead, what you do is monitor it with a commitment to implement that management if what you hope doesn't happen does happen.
So what sets out the framework for actually doing this, for monitoring what impacts are going to be, and then obviously managing those impacts once they're experienced?
Well, that sits within, in this particular example, if you're talking about the planning application specifically, that sits within Section 106 and the structure that's been set up for the Transport Review Group, the Sustainable Transport Strategy, the Infrastructure Delivery Strategy, and then through a monitor and manage programme, which is intertwined to some extent with the travel planning, because your travel planning is one of your responses to the development not achieving its objectives. So there's a lot of thoughts been given to how to obligate the development to undertake that process and how it will do it. But in where appropriate, the way in which the management would be responded to is set out throughout the application.
How does this idea of monitoring and managing sit alongside or sit with the vision-led approach that the NPPF says that we have to follow now?
Well, the contrast to vision-led is predict and provide. Yeah. So to use the example I used of closing a road because you fear there might be demand, that would be we're going to predict it, and when we're going to deal with it purely on the background of the prediction. In that example, in the case of the development, so development generated traffic. Monitor and manage says, well, we're going to keep targeting that vision. We're going to keep striving for it. I think Mr. Bamber suggested that you're just going to do what you're going to do with your travel planning, and that's all you can do. I would take a very different position to that you can double down on those efforts. You can continue to extend them. And one of the things that we try to bake into this development is, and I touched on it on the previous session, is the ability to try things out around we've got such a great sample set of this development as it grows that we can try initiatives in certain locations and go, that was successful. Let's divert the resources towards that because that worked well. And then let's stop wasting our money on that thing over there that didn't work. So that is part of the whole, the process you're going through. That's you implementing that process, and then monitoring the performance of the development against that.
Thank you. Right then, you've anticipated and already dealt with one of the Mr. Bamber specific areas of challenge, which was to say the Woodstock Road corridor, and there wasn't anything else I wanted to ask you about that. I wanted to turn to another one of the problem areas of Mr. Bamber's issues, which I think we can probably do before the afternoon tea break, and that is the A2. Yep. So the A2, it impacts on the A2. That's Mr. Bamber's issue 3, and he's got a particular challenge or a particular focus on the A2 as it moves through Tenham. Yep. And just to remind the inspector, if she needs reminding, this was the bit where we got into what's it called, TA 7999, and the capacity of roads two-way or just one way, or whether it was both ways, or whether how you had used all of that. It was that debate about the A2 that we had with Mr. Bamber. So, turning to you then, the A2. I suppose just taking a step back before we get to Tenham. Generally speaking, what are the impacts of let's assume a full comprehensive northern and southern scheme both being being granted consent by the Secretary of State? Is that what sort of news is that for the A2, for traffic flows on the A2?
So the net implications are negligible, effectively. So there's no net severe impact, and I think Mr. Bamber was in agreement on that, if I remember correctly. Apologies. I think his focus
through Tenham it's negligible.
Yes.
What about overall though? Before we get to Tenham, the overall impact on the A2.
Yes. Yeah. So it varies depending on where you are. the A2 is a very long road, so I'll confine myself to the bit that's immediately relevant within Swale. But so I think overall we're seeing some benefits around, some significant benefits around the A2 as it flows through here, is not far from us, where we are today, through the centre of town, and that continues all the way out to, and obviously you get huge benefits around Bapchild, for the obvious reasons that we talked about in terms of the alignment of the road. You then in the vicinity of Tenham, as I was saying there, you just see a sort of nil detriment, as we might refer to it, no significant impact. And then as you go further afield towards Faversham, I'd have to check my numbers, but I think it's roughly the same story as we've got around Tenham, with some areas of improvement.
So zooming into the area that Mr. Bamber focuses on in his objection, which is the part that passes through Tenham.
Yep.
I think he said that this is an issue for him that arises not in a combined scheme world, if you like, but if the northern scheme is granted permission but not the southern scheme, there's a problem, he says, with capacities, with the A2 essentially operating over capacity.
Yep.
He says, particularly in this Tenham stretch. So what's your analysis of that?
Mr. Bamber's gone to TA 7999, which we did as well when asked to by KCC, with a degree of caution. I mean, we did have some of the discussion on this one with Mr. Bamber about the value of it. I think we're in agreement that it is a superseded document. We agreed that it doesn't have status, but doesn't have a replacement either. So if you really are looking for something to give you a guide, people still do go to it. So it has some value in that respect. I think it needs to be used with serious caution, noting that while it does invite use for assessment of existing roads, it is primarily and principally a design document, which is it's an important differentiation between a design document. Any design document, whether that's DMRB or anything else, has within it a significant buffer of tolerance. So when you touched on it, Marmarie, about safety in design standards, no one knows what is safe, for instance. So when you design something, you tend to overdo it to be on, and the same applies with any design standards for capacity. You can't really know exactly what it's going to be, so let's be cautious. So I think that's a really important factor to consider when using it. But it's been applied. We applied it in the northern scenario. KCC was satisfied that it didn't create an issue. Mr. Bamber has a difference of opinion. He thinks it does. I think he referred to it as a slight disagreement on the approach to TA 7999. I think it's a bit of a bigger difference of opinion on the way things operate. There are a number of areas where I think his application of it is or has been dubious. Probably worth just touching on those, if that's...
Please do. Yeah, of course. Do you want us to get it out or just use your evidence?
Yes, I think that's useful.
The document itself is 24.8, and the critical table within it is on PDF 11. I don't know whether you want to go straight to the table or not, but anyway, 24.8.
Should we go to page 9?
Sure.
Table first, actually. Page 9. So this is in Mr. Bamber's defence. He doesn't rely on this, but he does make some considerable play in evidence about the challenges with the road network and how it influences capacity. And one of the areas where we differ he says he's acting with an abundance of caution by adopting this road type, which is termed in this table as UAP3, because he actually thinks it's more constrained than that. Where I differ in that interpretation is that the constraints he refers to of frontage access and parked cars and loading is essentially embedded in the assumptions that we adopt there. So although he doesn't take this through his calculation, it's language that's used which suggests that he's being very cautious, when in fact I don't agree with that. I think it's actually, for reasons I'll come on to, actually quite the opposite when applying that. And I know this was discussed in Mr. Bamber's evidence in chief or cross-examination, but that table on page 9 is essentially saying that we're classifying roads by that terminology across the top of UM, UAP, etc., based on the parameters of it underneath, so the characteristics of that road, to try and work out very broadly what type of road it is. And therefore, you can see under UAP3 that it's already saying this is a road that has parking and it has frontage access, and this is something I cover off in my evidence here. So the methodology, you've then defined what you think that road is, and you've given it that title of UAP3. There's another challenge to Tenham in particular, and again this is about care with the application of it, or the interpretation. If you are going to reach a conclusion that the road is over capacity, that's quite a significant conclusion to make. And the best thing I can do, I would suggest that if you haven't been there already, but do take an opportunity to look at the difference between Tenham east and west of Station Road. So to the west of Station Road in Tenham is all that Mr. Bamber focuses on. He focuses exactly on that, which is where you see parked cars and where you see the frontage activity in the shops. You then look to the other side of Tenham, so going to the east, and it's a completely different environment. Now, you could conservatively call it a UAP3, but I suggest it's pretty much on the verge of getting to a UAP2 there. And that makes a massive difference. So this is the problem again with analytical, just simply applying the numbers verbatim. You need to be a bit more mindful. It is slightly compounded by the fact that Mr. Bamber then picks up traffic flows from the east of Tenham and applies them to the area to the west. Now that sometimes has an impact in that the traffic volumes on some occasions are slightly higher to the east than they are to the west, depending on what period you're looking at. But that's what I mean about it's really quite important to make sure you're being pragmatic about what you're looking at. And I think that you can only visualise this really by being there and looking at the differences between either side of Station Road and seeing the differences. And that's not reflected anywhere in what Mr. Bamber does. So having got that situation together, the next step we need to do is to have our traffic data. Now I touched on there about there's some of the risks of looking in the wrong bit of getting traffic data from the wrong bit of the road. But Mr. Bamber makes a slightly unfortunate error in that he takes traffic data from our TA, which is in PCUs. Passenger car units, PCUs. You're probably familiar with that already, but okay, so you'll know that PCUs will always be higher than vehicles. If you then, and they can be up to, I mean, if you look at this, if we roll down to page 11
of the TA 79, yeah.
And then we can see here that these numbers in here are applicable to HGV values up to 15%. So which is this sort of footnote
2.
Yeah. And in practice, they're not that high in this location, but you can tell that would directly relate to a 15% overestimate of traffic if you had 15% HGVs and you used PCUs. So it's important to use the right data here, because that's quite a big difference that can apply. In this case, it's probably 7 to 10%, but it's a significant difference. And that makes a huge difference in the application. So again, these are all building blocks to something that's a little bit problematic with this application. And then probably I think the bit that Mr. Bamber is thinking on when he says that there's a slight misinterpretation is, my view is that table 2 is giving us the flow, as it says under the title at the bottom, capacities of urban roads, 1 hourly flows in each direction.
In each direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what Mr. Bamber does is apply this 60-40 split to derive a two-way flow.
Yeah. Total two-way
total
flow.
two-way flow, to then apply it to the two-way flow. Now, my view is that's not an appropriate application, because my view is that you know the directional flow, and the table clearly states it's the direct capacity in each direction. So that's how you should apply it.
Can we just break that down just a little? That what was a point of difference
Yes.
between you on this table. I put in a cross-examination to Mr. Bamber. Well, it's clearly, I was saying, flows in each direction. Look, for instance, at which is the motorway row, the fifth from the bottom, top road type. And I said, look, if you're in a and you're in say you're in number 3 of the UMs, it says 5,600, just to take that as an example, 3-lane motorway.
Yep.
It's 5,600 one way, and it's also 5,600 on the 3 lanes in the opposite direction. And he accepted that, but he said that applies if you're in the dual carriageway bit of the table, which is the four under the heading dual carriageway in the top right hand side. He said that, but a different approach should apply if you're in the 2-way single carriageway bit of the table, because he says there's that bit in brackets that underneath. So it reads 2-way single carriageway, busiest direction flow, brackets, assumes a 60-40 directional split. And he says that suggests a different approach is appropriate.
Yeah.
So what's your analysis of that position?
My understanding, and I said this in written evidence, that the 60-40 split is to be applied to someone who has two-way flows. I think my only view is, if the author of this document had intended us to derive two-way capacities on a carriageway, for instance, rather than a lane, they could have tabulated that. Why wouldn't they have simply tabulated the two-way capacities for those roads? I don't fully understand why you wouldn't do that. So that's my interpretation of that table. That's how I feel it should be applied.
What about Mr. Bamber's point that on a road like the A2, the extent of traffic going one way does have a bearing on the... Sorry, let me just put this... Try have another go. The extent of flow in one direction might have a bearing on the capacity in the other direction. Now, I'm summarising what you said.
No, it does. And that's absolutely true. That's why, in the case of the UAP3 6.75 metre road, we have 1,110 capacity, because it's not at, conventionally we might assume 1,800 or something capacity for a road where you don't have any obstacles or obstructions or any conflicts. So it's embedded within that number. This comes back to the point I started with about the fact that when you make your decision to select your categorisation, it's reflecting the fact that this activity is going on, that you're getting this activity in these directions, and therefore it is a lane capacity that operates. I mean, we're not saying the cars are parked on that side, so it affects that. It's an aggregated capacity assumption based on the parameters of the road type that we put in there, and therefore I don't see it as being something that we should derive a two-way capacity from. Or why would you, when your flows are different in each direction?
So, in a nutshell then, assuming the northern scheme on its own, which is Mr. Bamber's worst case for the purposes of this bit of the analysis, but his worst case scenario, to what degree would there be severe residual impacts on the network so far as the A2 goes? So
taking this with the grain of salt that should be applied to this as an appraisal of impact, which I do apply a huge amount of caution to the application of that, but the data is suggesting that the traffic is operating within capacity. I'm not suggesting that it's not close to the capacity. It is, and that's the case in the forecast reference case, for instance, in the combined scenario, irrespective of that. I think it exceeds capacity in that situation. That's to some extent a reflection on why we can't be too bound by the idea that this number is absolutely fixed, because the modelling is forecasting that demand will go through there. The transport models aren't constrained by these design standards. They're more pragmatic in terms of what can get through, because I come back to the original point that this is a design standard, but taking it on face value as it is, it would suggest that they're operating within capacity, and I use that in inverted commas because I think care should be taken in interpreting it that way.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add on the A2 specifically, on that bit of Mr Bamber's evidence?
I mean, only insofar as it interrelates with Lower Road.
Well, I was going to go to Lower Road next,
Okay.
but let's do that then.
Yep.
Let's pass the baton on, if you like, to Lower Road.
Yep.
And maybe, are you happy to go till, say, another 10-15 minutes before because I know we only started at 2:10. If we try and see how far we can get with Lower Road, if we can finish Lower Road before the tea break, that would be great. Let's see.
Yep.
So A2 moving into Lower Road now. Then.
Yes.
So we again, this is responding to Mr Bamber's points on Lower Road. What do you want to say about that?
I think it's probably worth having a drawing for this, isn't it?
Yeah,
As a reference
sure.
point, so that everyone, and I think possibly maybe one of the parameter plans might be useful. Say CD 2.15, I think, is a parameter plan for the north. It's just something to provide some context initially.
Mm-hmm.
2.15. So low, for anyone else's benefit, so Lower Road is quite a lengthy route that runs from the very right-hand edge of that plan in Tenham, next to the station. In fact, it goes further on as well, but off in the context of this plan. And then it runs parallel to the railway line, past the development staying south of the railway line, until it gets to Hempstead Road, which is where that purple box is, the purple land use, which I think is existing farm retained in this key, but for reference purposes. And shortly around there, it transitions into Lowmass Road. And it's just worth noting that the route then goes through Tong and drops underneath the railway line. Hopefully you're following me on this one. To where the committed development area is, and then you've got that sharp right turn, and then that's where we're on Lowmass Road, running north of the railway line, and then that heads, we did, and that heads us into Sittingbourne in that location. So the bit that Mr Bamber focusing on is concern is, well, I think it's the entirety of Lowmass Road, but we'll come on to possibly some of his figures and evidence. It does start from that point in Tong and at least goes beyond Tenham and the station, and as one sort of, he treats it as one block of road and refers to it that way. I have to confess, I didn't quite understand in his evidence the source of Mr Bamber's concern, because he was concerned that people would be rat running on Lower Road.
Accidents.
Oh yes, sorry, no, but the reason, so the accidents is the baseline situation, but the perception, I'll come on to that accident point in a minute, but the perception that Lower Road would be subject to rat running, as it was termed, when I read the evidence, I wasn't clear on what basis, and that came from a position of a lot of traffic that's using that road now and is forecast to do so in the future, and I think others have mentioned this at the moment, others have mentioned this in evidence, is utilised as an alternative route into Sittingbourne, particularly north of the railway line, because it gets you across the railway line around Tong and it avoids some of the congested areas in the centre of Sittingbourne. So if you were trying to get to some of the employment areas in North Sittingbourne, it might be an attractive route. In the context of the development with the Northern Relief Road, just as a common sense view, you'd think we've opened up a new route to get to North Sittingbourne and around to the Northern Relief Road. You would think on a superficial level it would provide relief to that, and certainly that's what the modelling is indicating. So I was unclear about where Mr Bamber was concerned about, but I think with the benefit of his evidence in chief, I now understand that he talked about it, maybe I've confused the situation, but in the opposite direction, that this stems from that capacity concern on the A2, and I'm sure I'll be corrected in cross-examination if I've got this wrong, but that because of the congestion concerns along the A2, people will, and if we think about this in the opposite direction for travel purposes now, just for ease, because that's how Mr Bamber did, people will choose to move up to lower road in favour of the A2.
Going west.
In this case, going east. So the way Mr. Bamber described it was coming out of Sittingbourne. I'm only doing it in his terminology because that was how he presented it, if I recall. So coming out of Sittingbourne, heading east, you're anticipating congestion at Tenham, so you find a way of getting up to Lower Road. That's how I understand it. And I think the way that Mr. Bamber presented in evidence was that people would use Hempstead Road to get up to Lower Road from the Northern Relief Road. So we talked earlier this morning about that junction that's not a flyover at Hempstead Road. So it's right next to that purple block again on the plan. And I think he just suggested that people would use that route to get up to Lower Road and then avoid the whole of that section of A2 past the junction as well as along Tenham. Now that, I struggle a little bit with that purely because if you're looking at that plan that we've got open, not only does the modelling not say this for starters, and all of these links are coded in, but the development has an internal road that goes broadly along the alignment of that white line from the Gateway North up to Frognall Lane, which then connects to Lower Road. And therefore, you would have thought that would have been the more preferable route for rat running to take, to use that phrase. It would be a more obvious route. If it were to happen at all, it would happen.
Sorry, do you mean the road going through Tenham,
Tenham West.
new development?
Yeah.
I thought that was only a bus only
No.
access.
It would be a vehicular route all the way through.
Oh.
Yeah. So the development's access road. So the access onto Lower Road is bus only, but there is a vehicular connection onto
That's what I
Frognall Lane. So the connection onto Lower Road is a bus gate.
Right.
But there is a road connection in that blue left-right arrow on Frognall Lane.
Oh, I see.
So you can still get up onto Frognall Lane and then Lower Road via that means. So from a basic point of view, that seems to be the concern that Mr. Bamber has, is that there'll be rat running along the entirety of this. And this is, should point out, this isn't development rat running, this is other traffic. So someone else that's coming out of or going into Sittingbourne, avoiding the A2 and getting up onto Lower Road. I'll come on to the moment about the bits of Lower Road that are affected, but I certainly come back to the point of struggling with the idea that people will use Hempstead Road to get to Lower Road and go along there rather than using the other options available to them. But even if that were the case, the net implications on Lower Road would have to factor in the point I talked about the people that would otherwise use Lower Road to get to Sittingbourne further on as a rat run into Sittingbourne have now got the Northern Relief Road available to them. So any use of Lower Road we have to look at the net implications. And that's what the modelling does. It looks at both of those two things combined together and looks at the net implications of those, which is to say that there would be a general reduction, even in the north only scenario on Lower Road. So Mr. Bamber's particularly myopically focused on this congestion on the A2 giving rise to that reassignment. I wonder if I could possibly just turn you to actually sort of contextualise the implications of this. In Mr. Bamber's evidence, CD 43.4.2, Mr. Bamber's evidence, 43.4.2. I think that's right, isn't it? Apologies if I've got that. Oh, sorry.
You said Mr. Bamber's evidence? No.
Yes.
What? Is that a paragraph number?
Sorry, no, that's CD reference.
Oh, sorry.
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 Sorry. Page
Yep.
47.
Page 47. Sorry. Thank you.
And no one's got 43 chapters, have they?
Yeah. Absolutely.
This is Mr. Bamber's evidence.
It's Mr. Bamber's Appendix 5. It's actually the last page, right at the back of his pack. Hopefully, it's a sort of flow.
No, sorry, not 57, 47.
47, yeah.
PDF page 47.
PDF 47, sorry.
Apologies, should have been clearer.
It should be a...
Plan with accident data. No, back 10 pages from that.
So it's actually, it's paginated, 40, and then it goes to 41. It's his figure BRB4, which is his personal injury road traffic accident data.
might have to do a bit of juggling here between those two diagrams that we've got open, this one and the one we had earlier, the parameter plan. Because if you look at that boxed off section of Lower Road on this plan, we can see Mr. Bamber marks out these personal injury accident areas along Lower Road. And he looks at Lower Road all the way from Tong to an area east of Tenham, in order to conclude that this section of road has, I think, statistics 5 times worse than the national average. It's quite damning of it. If we look at that data, we can see that the clustering of accidents that most contributes to that is, not unsurprisingly, the more narrow rural lane section of Lower Road towards Tong. So if we look at that purple box, I think it is at the end, you can see 5 or 6 slight accidents, 1 serious and a fatal, all clustered around that rural section. If you took that section in isolation, I would concur with Mr. Bamber that is it's a very undesirable safety record for that section of road. But it is the section of Lower Road that, as I explained earlier, with the benefit of the Northern Relief Road and with the limited likelihood of this being used as a rat run, is the section where the modelling, and I think logically, we're going to see a reduction in traffic on that section. In fact, we're forecasting the whole of the Lower Road will see a reduction, but particularly that rural lane section is the bit where the predominant accident clustering occurs, and it's the bit where I think not only does the modelling tell us that, but it just seems illogical to me that would be used as a rat run, because the actual section that, if people were to use the internal road from development, particularly development traffic, they would arise at, if you can see where that 19 PIA blue arrow is pointing down, Mum, you can see that section of Lower Road that it's pointing to, where there's actually quite a big gap of no accidents and then a couple close to Tenham Station. That's the bit that links the development to Tenham Station. There. So if people are travelling along there to get to the station, they're on that section of Lower Road, which really doesn't have an abnormally high accident statistic history. And if people were rat running, and I keep using that term for the avoidance of another one, using the development access road and coming out on Frognall Lane, that's the section that they would, I think, if at all, would rat run on, and I don't really accept they would at all. So I think the point I'm trying to get to is that by extending this study area to include the whole of Lower Road, as Mr. Bamber has, and make this pretty, I think, optimistic or pessimistic, I should say, leap to assume that people are going to rat run on the whole of this section of Lower Road, sort of derives a conclusion of consequential safety implications, which I just don't think the evidence supports. Certainly the modelling doesn't suggest that's going to happen, and I don't think logically it would either. But, and this is where I'll come back to Mr. Simon's point regarding monitor and manage comes in, the only way this really is in any way practical is by means of the Hempstead Junction, North Hempstead Road Junction to the Northern Relief Road, which has been included in the design illustratively for local access purposes. But I think actually in Mr. Bamber's evidence in chief, you pointed out that I think you referred to traffic calming or options, but there are a myriad of opportunities available, starting with, I suspect, do nothing, and you will see a reduction because of the infrastructure that's proposed, and you can keep it open. Light interventions like traffic calming, right the way through to potentially closing Hempstead Road for access to the Northern Relief Road and relying on local access for those local journeys to Tong, etc. So, and this is a huge leap I've gone to here. I've gone past any what I think the modelling says or logic. But even if you take this, it's an eminently solvable problem through the monitor and manage strategy for the reasons you highlighted. So there's quite a lot made of this sort of catastrophic issue on Lower Road, and it's really unsafe. And I picked up this point about the one area where the development will add movements is by active travel users linking to the station, which is why I drew your attention to that section that really doesn't suffer from the accident problems that Mr. Bamber sets out, and I wouldn't want any confusion to imply that this trend of accidents is replicated along the entire length. So I think that answers that point.
Yeah, thank you. tempted to. We're almost at the end of Lower Road. I think I was going to ask you to comment on Mr. Bamber's point about what he appears to him to be a discrepancy on the way that the modelling's presented.
Oh yeah.
Should we do that and then draw Lower Road to an end and then have the tea break if that works?
We can do, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's fundamentally, I think Mr. Bamber's assumption on the modelling comes from almost a semi-disbelief that no one's using the road in the modelling.
So it's on, it's page 23 of his evidence. There's a. So we're just to remind ourselves what it is I'm banging on about.
Yeah,
page 23 of his evidence and over to 24. This is Mr. Bamber's evidence.
It's in hard copy.
Yes, it is. PDF 26. There's a heading on reliability of predicted traffic on Lower Road. Have you got that?
Yep.
And he sets out some table. He sets out a table 5.1. And then he says at 5.5, paragraph 5.5 at the top of the next page, the modelling associated with the northern scheme shows no traffic on Lower Road in peak hours. This can't be correct, and then goes on to set out what he thinks. So,
I mean, Mr. Bamber does highlight a valid typographical error in some of the flow diagrams for the reference case. So it isn't zero. It was an error in the transport assessment producing the numbers that are forecast for that situation for the 2038 reference case for Tenham West, which I think I've corrected that in evidence and set out that situation in there. But also I've tried to present within evidence some screenshots of the model showing how the network connects and that the roads are connected and the opportunities are there for some references to that. Yeah,
your evidence.
Yeah.
You did this in your rebuttal evidence.
Was it rebuttal actually? It was, wasn't it? Apologies.
I think it is on. It's around page 50 of your rebuttal. Might just be worth having a go at trying to actually explain it to the inspector as well.
Yes. Yeah, perhaps you could explain.
Good luck. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I've opened the wrong one. Hang on. Excuse me. I'm wondering why I can't find it.
It's your rebuttal. 37.
Is this WR4?
Yeah.
Network coding.
Yeah, I remember months ago the inspector said that she hoped she could get through this case without too much highways modelling. Let's get into Saturn network coding.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit optimistic, unfortunately.
Page 50. Sorry.
Page 50.
So is this the skeletal diagram showing the structure?
Yeah, and then you have some text underneath at 2.8.5 and 6 and 7, I think, as well, that explains what's going on. So, as idiot's guide, this is for me, not for the inspector, as you can. What does this mean?
So actually, you raised this question about the proposals connecting bus only to Lower Road, and I commented that there's a connection to Frognall Lane, which allows a connection to Lower Road. Actually, the modelling, because of it's a skeletal diagram. The development actually just does connect to Lower Road, and Frognall Lane isn't coded within the model as a separate link in this model. So, but you can see that the opportunity that I was referring to for traffic to assign from the A2 to Lower Road through the development access is included, which effectively is connecting sort of 2001 in green to 2900 in green. Can you see that through there? So I don't know if you can. There's a green 2001 node, and then it goes up to.
So sorry, where's that then? I thought that was the A2.
Yeah, it's the A2, so that's the site access to A2.
Oh, that's site access.
So the roundabout or signalised junction that we talked about, and then 2900 is your connection onto Lower Road at the other end. So if you go through from 2001, 2006, these are all nodes. They're sort of simulated points of connection, and then you get right the way up to 2900, which is the connection to Lower Road. So Frognall Lane has been recoded. This is not a decision that we made, but for simplifying the network, Frognall Lane has been separated out of the network and is not connected through to Lower Road in the base model. It's shut.
Okay, well, so 2000
2001 is the site ax.
that's the
Yep.
junction.
Yep.
And then you go up, so where's the relief road then?
Oh, that's off to the left. Sorry, you can't see that.
Oh yeah, so going up to 2000, the first, if you're going northeast.
Yep.
Then, so you're going up, oh sorry.
Up into along the estate road.
Yep.
And,
And you-
then you're coming along, and then you're going up to Lower Road, and that's the bus only gate.
Yes,
is it?
but it's as far as the model is concerned, it that connection to Lower Road, Frognall Lane, whichever, both, is at that node point of 2,900.
So what are the dotted lines then?
Dotted lines are sort of connections between developments. Those orange numbers are sort of zones of development, either any sort of place where traffic joins or leaves the network.
So sorry, I've lost the point now.
I can't remember the point. Sorry, I must admit I've lost the point as well.
I think I
it was just to show.
understand it, but
It's just to show that it's coded. I think
It's really, I mean, the point is...
model's
is that
coded.
Is it
reflect
correct that
Yep.
is Mr. Bamber's concern that is set out in his... that's why you were that's what the thing that you were rebutting.
Yeah,
in proof of
I
evidence.
think he's speculating that there must be I started off by saying that his concern is there must be something wrong with the model.
Something must have gone wrong,
because
and
peop-
so he says it's not can't be relied
Maybe it's a
on.
coding problem, and I think it stems from just later on in my evidence at JWR5, where I highlight that there was an error in the way that the traffic was presented in the flow diagrams on the turning movements in the vicinity of Lower Road. So there was an error, and I think a lot of that concern then stems from Mr. Bamber assuming that it can't possibly be zero, so it must be wrong, and it was just a presentational error.
So is there an error, and does it undermine the overall credibility of what's being said about Lower Road?
No, so there's nothing wrong with the model coding. It is so the flow diagrams you see are on my JWR5, for example, are a translation of the model data manually, taking the data out and putting it into a spreadsheet, and regrettably it is subject to occasional errors because it's quite a large spreadsheet, unfortunately. So probably if we're looking at kind of what are the flows on Lower Road, something that we probably will come on to after the break, can look forward to that.
Yep.
The topic of rat running and
Well,
document that we've for KCC's benefit, we went back to the model to extract data on particular roads, including Lower Road and Low Mass Road, I think, for the combined scenario in a CD document that we'll come to. So that information is now available for what the flows are on there, the net difference as a result of the development. So we can probably pick that up in that topic maybe.
Thank you. So, it'd be a good moment for the final break, Mr. Wild, in your evidence in chief. It goes on tomorrow. Sorry about that. So just to take stock of where we are after the final break, I'll ask you about rat running, rat running and rural roads impacts, and then that's almost it really in terms of the substantive matters. Then I was going to you've touched on bits of the 106 matters anyway, but I'll ask if there's anything else you want to say about what's in the 106 at this stage. There might not be much actually, but anyway. And then finally, I'll ask you to draw together everything you've said in the context of the key paragraphs in the MPPF and do that exercise of working them through. So 109, 115, 116 most of all. Yeah.
At the risk of extending things any longer than anyone wants to,
Yep.
a couple of topics that may merit discussion. On mitigation, we went to Woodstock Road. There are some points raised by Mr. Weaver that we may want to go to potentially regarding some of the other junctions.
The other junctions.
The raised.
Yeah.
So that may be useful. And I'm just conscious that it was. I apologize to get the name wrong. I think it was Mr. Harris Smith who raised some traffic questions regarding. It was primarily in the air quality session, but I think I sent a note that there was some things kicked down to me.
Yes, I think they were.
Yeah.
Good.
So I don't know if you want to pick those up.
We certainly will do our best to. Before I'll ask you about those two extra things
Yep.
before we get to the final MPPF wrap up So we'll try and squeeze all of that in. We need to finish you today, obviously.
Are we going to finish evidence in chief today?
That's the plan, yeah.
All right. And what about the points that Miss Bonnie made? Have you picked those up?
Well, a lot of that will fall into the rat running session. There's a lot of topics on that. I hope I picked up the ones related to road heights, etc., the physical infrastructure. If there's any that I've missed, I'm happy to be.
I think we have. I mean, we'll do rural. A lot of it's to do with rural lanes, rural roads, which we'll do now and when we come back. And
the modelling, wasn't it, about that? That there should have been more links in there, perhaps you.
Yes, around Highsted Valley Road and Stockers Hill.
It should be more honed in to.
Yes, we can pick up that point as well. Actually,
You dealt with that in your rebuttal, haven't you?
yes, I have. We can cover that off as well.
that too.
Yeah.
Righto. Let's see. I mean, certainly the aim is to finish today. We should be able to, but we'll see. I don't want to be the first, but just after we've had the note from the programme officers not to miss any time estimates. Don't want to be the first one to mess that up. But yeah, we'll see after we come back after the break.
Right. Okay. So, hang on. So it's nearly 4 o'clock. So we'll have a break till 4:15. For the inquiry to resume. Sorry it's so hot in here. I was saying, perhaps before some of you came in, that we're going to try the air conditioning tomorrow with all windows and doors shut. It might be all right or it might not. Failing that, I'm not really quite sure what to suggest because it's going to get hotter this week rather than cooler. So, yeah. But I'm not sure these fans really, Wood's not here, actually are cool. It's just they blow a lot of air around.
Yeah, they do. If I could just model the latest Sainsbury's offering, which is these actually really work.
What, are they cool?
It's a Challenger, as in a tank, a fan. I'm getting commission. Yeah, I'm getting commission. Available in Argos and Sainsbury's. Reasonably cheap. It makes a whole lot of difference. And below the desk, it's not causing the disturbance. But it's getting quite warm in here, isn't it? And I'm not sure it's going to get any cooler.
So is that cold air, cool air it's blowing?
Apparently
it's cold. It's cold.
Apparently it's 34 degrees in the room at the moment, according to a thermometer we've got on Mr. Kearing. So I think we are reaching. We'll see. Well, hopefully it works tomorrow. But I'm just saying this for the councils. But I mean, we are going to need. I don't think if it stays in the mid-30s when we're doing evidence.
I do have a thought, which is at least now we can look forward to October.
Well, that's true.
Well, we can, but we won't finish in October if we.
No, if people start passing out when we're in trouble. So I think. I mean, obviously, it's sort of fundamental. I don't want to get all.
Is the committee room any cooler?
I think it is slightly cooler.
You know, there's a possibility we could move there. Possibly.
Yeah, anything that's cooler.
Also, an air conditioning unit would have more of an effect in that room because it's smaller.
Yeah.
So it's worth thinking about. I just float it because if we can't keep on, I don't think, and we'll see how the aircon goes. But if it doesn't sort it, we can't. I'm not sure we can just keep on in this vein.
No. Well, does everybody? I mean, who finds it unbearably? I know you do, Mrs. Simons, but other people.
We've got a statement of common ground with National Highways on them.
on room temperature.
Yeah, and if it's a matter of cost, we would
buy the fans.
We'd buy the fancy aircon unit. You could rent one. I mean, maybe I don't know. Mr. Tygan's not here. I don't know from the council.
He's not here today.
Yeah.
He's not here until Thursday.
Anyway, we'll obviously don't want to waste time on it.
I'm sure there is some way we can do it, but it's a matter of trial and error a little bit, I think. So let's just carry on. For as long as you wish.
Mum, sorry.
Yes.
I did go and speak to one of the officers to see if we could do something. I'm just talking about more fans, but I said they're really noisy. So she's going to see if they can find some quieter fans, but also see if they can leave the windows open overnight or something to cool the room down overnight and then put the aircon on.
If that happens, then we won't be able to have the aircon.
Yeah. Anyway,
7.
I've raised the issue for you.
Okay, thank you.
It's obvious to have the windows open at 4 o'clock in the morning. You'll get a load of cold air.
Yeah.
But I've raised this, and I've been told that there's a security concern over that.
That's true.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, look. Let's carry on now, and we'll have to reassess the situation once tomorrow, I think.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Let's carry on then.
Right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wild. Are you feeling all right? How's your temperature?
Yeah.
All right, you're feeling okay.
Collapse when I leave.
Yeah. No, let's try and avoid any collapsing. Do you want to turn your microphone back on?
Thank you.
Right then. So next topic is the topic of rat running.
Mm-hmm.
What's the best way into it? I mean, firstly, I suppose just as a term, do you accept it as a term? What does it mean to you as a term? Is it a useful term? Or what's your approach to the? I mean, it's obviously something that appears throughout Mr. Bamber's evidence. You've mentioned it orally. What is your assessment of it?
I mean, it is a phrase that's used a lot. Generally a bit more as a layman's terms, because it one of the challenges with it is it's a perception thing. You know, what one person's rat run is another person's perfectly reasonable use of a road. and therefore to say that a road is subject to rat running or not, that it's not a binary proposition.
Right.
You know, if you live in a village and you could take a route, maybe a longer route to get you onto a more appropriate road, but you decide to follow a route that takes you through someone else's village, they might perceive that as rat running. But there's boundaries here, isn't there? So it's quite tricky to.
Is there any link perhaps with when it gets to the stage when it causes congestion?
Yeah, so I think quite sometimes there is sort of temporal rat running. So often
Temporal, did you say?
Temporal rat running. So it's not a consistent problem. It's so often in schemes in Kent, we might have reference made to things like Operation, well, was Stack, now Brock, where a huge chunk of the M20 is turned into a car park, and then everyone starts using the A20 or other roads. But that will be a short-term incident. Or if a road is closed, there's an accident, and people just spread out. And I think the terminology comes from the idea that the image of them sort of running off a sinking ship. You know, everyone just finding any route possible to get somewhere. So I think it comes, in my experience, from that sort of short-term hit, but it's then latterly become applied to a more permanent feature of people regularly using those routes as their primary route because of consistent or perceived consistent congestion in another area. But it does then blend you into those tricky areas of, like I say, of what constitutes rat running to one and what to another. So I think my preference is that, and I do adopt it for consistency a couple of times, have it in evidence a few times, but I would just apply some caution to it in that respect. I think it's preferable, where possible, to just look at the sort of the net differences on road networks as forecast by the modelling, and whether that is, well, to pick up that point, built within any forecasting of a model, there'll be a combination of people trying to genuinely get from one place to the other, added in with other people that might be reassigning. So I'm pretty sure we haven't got much time, but I always joke, sort of laugh sometimes, that when people, particularly who've got concerns about traffic, will seem to be able to have an encyclopedic knowledge of where everyone going through an area is coming from. So they'll see a car go past on a village and go, see, that's a rat runner. And I always think to myself, I would love to have the knowledge that person thinks they have, because, as a transport planner, if I knew exactly where every car came from and to and whether it should be there, I'd be able to make predictive skills off the chart. You can't do that. When you see a car go past a road, you have no idea whether it's rat running or genuinely on that road. So it's a very emotive subject, and it is emotive language. Sorry, that was a long answer to a short question.
No,
which is not good for this temperature.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay, so that's the term.
Yep.
Which, as you've said, in some ways not raises as many issues as it answers, but it gets you into some subjective questions of judgment as to what is an appropriate route or not, as the case
absolutely.
may be.
Yep.
I suppose then, moving on then, the assessment of, say, Mr. Bamber in particular, but it's also something that arises in Councillor Bonney's evidence as well, is that rat running here is going to be a problem. That there's going to be an increase in rat running in a number of different locations, and that the implications for rural roads more generally in the area are not good as a consequence of people trying to avoid congested areas. In particular for Mr. Bamber, it's congested areas around the A2, and also he talks about the Woodstock Road corridor in this context as well as being something that'll give rise to rat running.
Yeah.
So at a high level then, how have you sought to understand what sort of impacts these might be, and what can you tell the inspector about what the likely implications are for rural roads? So
I think might just break that down into three sections, because I think there's a different answer for each. So we've dealt with, Mr. Bamber raises the lower road A2 point as under the topic of rat running, if I recall correctly. And I think we've dealt with that, and we won't go back there again. But that's sort of congestion-induced reassignment. when Mr. Bamber's referring to Woodstock Road, again, a subject we've already talked about, again, that falls into that area of, is that actually rat running, or is that people from, say, the centre of Sittingbourne validly using that route, unless they're constrained and persuaded to use otherwise to get to, say, the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road. So I think we talked about those two. We probably don't need to go back over those. I think actually the focus on this topic more aligns with Councillor Bonney's evidence, which is referring in the first instance to the rural lanes around the development, that they will be subject to additional utilisation by presumably unwelcome traffic as a result of the development. There's two ways of looking at this, just from a general point of logic and then the evidential approach to it. I noticed a sort of theme on the highways points through Councillor Bonney's evidence, which, and I think this comes to the problem of the understanding of this, is that there was an awful lot of focus on the negatives, the bad side of things, what will happen here, whether that's people having a development or a road in the way of their journey into Sittingbourne, or this rat running point. But Councillor Bonney doesn't anywhere in evidence balance that with the benefits at all.
What benefits?
Well, the inherent benefits of, so why are people, and I'll keep using the term rat running for ease, why might people now and in the future be rat running? Because I think there's a general local perception that people already do, particularly routes such as Ode Street and through Tunstall south of Sittingbourne. Already people use that route, and experience from other projects over the years has said that there is a lot of local understanding of that. That comes about from, in part and in large part, trying to access the strategic road network, be that the 249 and the M2, with the block of Sittingbourne in the way. And that gives rise to a lot of rural lane utilisation, say through Tunstall and towards Ode Street to get down to the A249 south of the M2. This infrastructure opens up new, presumably not in the views of others, unacceptable routes. So the Sittingbourne Relief Road and the Northern Relief Road open up new routes for people to take to get to those places they want to get to, and therefore the net consequences of the development have to be based on that significant benefit of that new road infrastructure, adding new and appropriate roads into the network that allow people not to have to rat run. And I think Councillor Bonney's interpretation comes from sort of not ignoring those benefits, ignoring the fact that that's a new road and people could use it, and focusing entirely on the assumption that the development traffic will utilise the rural road network almost in isolation to the infrastructure. So I think that's a consequence of only looking at the perceived implications, or the negative implications, and maybe inadvertently or otherwise not factoring in the inherent benefits, which seem to me to be both logical, and that's where the strategic model comes in its assignment principles, where it does have, albeit in places more crudely coded, the rural lane network in the model. Those routes are available to traffic within the model to use, and the model suggests that the net result of the development, taking into account the development's own traffic generation and the benefits of the infrastructure, are broadly a benefit to the rural road network.
You've set out in some of the technical notes that were prepared in tandem with, or in conversation with, Kent over the last few months, some assessment of impacts on the rural lanes, the rural lane impact. Is there anything in particular to draw from those tables?
So this is CD 34.12.1.
Yes.
So this is, I touched on this earlier about further information that KCC requested.
What is it?
It's a technical note, topic 1 and 2. It was
34.12.1.
It was appended to the Statement of Common Ground, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Have you got that, madam? Did you say?
No.
Oh no.
I think it's too hot to open
Computer's
it.
overheating.
Too hot, so the computers are giving up.
It's getting so hot it won't open.
Oh dear.
Just a minute. Let me try again. Okay, page.
Sorry. You could start at, bear with me a second, page 8 and 9, I think, just as a map to show locations where data is presented.
It's going to enlarge it, just a minute. Rightio.
Just by a bit of background on this one, this came initially, well, arguably in parallel as a question between KCC for some more information on rural lanes and the net implications, but also to provide some additional clarity with other disciplines, heritage, etc. So that hence the reason the Tong starts, the first one you see there in figure 4.2, is in around that lower road, Hempstead Road area. And the reason I say that, and also then going on to also landscape impact in the KDNL as well, as being another request essentially from other disciplines to get for more information to inform the inquiry. The reason I mention that is because the impact of traffic on the road network starts to drift, although we can forecast it through the work we've done, the implications of it start to drift a little bit outside of the transport plan or traffic engineer's position, because a lot of these implications aren't analytically driven. They're not capacity versus demand. They start to fall into other receptors, be they residential amenity or enjoyment of the countryside or heritage assets, or the fact that the area to the south of the M2 is national landscape. So I think slightly in contrast to Mr. Bamber, I'm less comfortable to draw some conclusions on the impact of some of those areas against the sensitivity of the receptor, because although they are traffic derived, they're not typically traffic disciplines that make that judgment. So in the area around Tong, whether there's a benefit or a negative, or whether it's a material or significant, would be something for others, which has been discussed in other topics. But it's just important to give that context, so that being one of the reasons for defining the scope of this and the way that this is drafted out. So in those two figures, you just see the numbers with the points in various locations where we've derived traffic data on those two figures, 4.2 and 4.3. And then carrying on onto page 10, table 4.1 and 4.2 gives the flow differences, gives the numbers for the reference case and the width development, and this is for the combined assessment, I should point out, in this case. So with the southern relief road, the northern relief road, the beneficial implications of that plus the development impact in these local areas. And then you can go through those differences, and I think this is a completely transparent exercise. The scope of this wasn't defined by me. As I said, we talked to other disciplines informing this. KCC made requests for certain roads they're interested in. So this is sort of a warts and all appraisal of the numbers, and you can see some fairly obvious reductions and some understandable increases across the tables. When you look across, there are some areas where there are going to be some increases, but there are also, to be on balance, I think, more reductions, particularly on the areas that Councillor Bonney focused on in terms of around Roddensham Green and the rural lanes immediately around the development, which I think would sort of be listed on that table as sort of Highsted Valley, Stockers Hill, Green Lane, Church Street, Dully Road, Hempstead Road, etc. So Hempstead Road's to the north, but so I think I'd sort of really direct you to that and leave you with that seems to me to follow the logic of what we'd expect. in terms of where we'd expect to see the reductions and where we'd expect to see some increases. What this note goes on to do is to identify, and KCC identified some of those areas where they, and I touched on this earlier in the monitor and manage topic, where they mentioned, well, actually we could be a little bit concerned if that happens or is worse than is predicted. And this primarily related to the introduction of the motorway junction, and whether people might be drawn from other lanes to access the strategic road network in that location, which is something Councillor Bonney raised as a concern. The analysis that is included, based around figure 4.4, which again was defined by an appropriate interpretation of how to look at the movement across a screen line through the KDNL, shows that yes, there are some increases, but there are notable decreases as well. And that some of that comes from certain people, or predicting that certain people might move to some localised routes nearer the junction to access it. And it's those ones that we've picked up and identified to be applied within the monitor and manage approach, which is to say, if that does happen, if that does occur, and bearing in mind that in some cases the actual physical limitations of these roads may mean that it doesn't happen, because some of them are very narrow, and the model in some cases is overestimating the capacity of them.
So it's the increases you're looking at?
Yes, yeah. But if what we've suggested with respect to that with KCC, and that they've agreed in the statement of common ground, is that we will do a very clear before and after opening of the motorway junction monitoring exercise, so to get absolute clarity of how traffic is moving on those roads near the junction, and then to monitor immediately after the junction opens to differentiate between the development traffic impact and the reassignment to the motorway junction. And then we've set out, in agreement with KCC, some possible ways in which we could implement that, so road closures or additional constraints on routes. And it comes back to my point earlier about we could pretend to know all of the answers with absolute certainty now, and come along with a bunch of proposals to close roads and give rise to the residual implications of that, of people's having to travel maybe a little bit further to get to their house. But that would be a pretty big stick, be heavy-handed. Much better to monitor it and see if it actually happens to a level that is of concern, and then manage accordingly and interact, which is why we've agreed within the statement of common ground this structure of monitor and manage for those negative implications that potentially are forecast. And I think it might be just worth, you touched on that point about concern with the modelling from Councillor Bonney. It might be worth, because this does relate to that point that I pick up in rebuttal, so is it worth just picking that point up now? So this relates to, if I'm getting it right, Stockers Hill and Highsted Valley Road, I believe. Got that correct? So if we can go to my rebuttal, you'd think I'd know the number for this off the top of my head by now, wouldn't you? But 37 point. Can you remind me? I've got it in front of me. What's the CD reference for the rebuttal? Sorry, I've just had a moment of just.
It's not at all.
The heat has finally got to me, and 37.21 point.
Hang on a minute.
Is it seriously? Are you all right?
I may be going a bit.
Are you?
I think we're sort of. I'm fine, but I'm not the one who's really talking. Mr. Wilde is.
I don't know. Do I sound like I'm talking absolute nonsense right now?
No,
No, you don't. You're not talking.
We need to be. I mean, basically, we're going to keep going. I think, unless you.
Carry on.
You do need to be, just because it happens to be 20 to 5.
No, let's carry on.
Yeah, if you feel unwell or not able to, then we'll.
Please say.
And if I run out of the room, you know why. Okay.
Mr. Wilde, I'm prepared to lend you my fan.
Wow.
Okay.
I've got this one going here.
I think Mr. Young's might be better than that one.
Yeah. I might blow your papers away.
Would you like Mr. Young?
That's better. I was keeping that lower to avoid the mic.
Even look at it working.
No, it's all right. That's okay. No, let's carry on.
It's a once in a lifetime offer. I take the
you're
fan.
okay. I'll pop to Sainsbury's myself.
Okay, all right.
Well, if you're sure.
Do I get 10% referral?
You all right?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about you, Mr. Simons? I think. Yeah.
I didn't get the message I was supposed
Anyway,
to.
so where we go against the rebuttal?
So it's your rebuttal.
Yes.
Your rebuttal is 37.21.1.
Yeah. Okay, so now where were we on that? Yes, this is the point regarding network coding and concerns in. We may want to just bring up
Where are we going in?
Councillor. I'm just going to find it for you now. Apologies. So I didn't have the reference noted for this. My apologies. Of
Can you hear all right?
thank you.
At the
Yes,
back
that's
there?
it. Thank you, Steve.
Can you?
It's my turn to confess that I have been struggling to hear a little bit.
Have you?
I'm
wondering if it'd be better.
I mean, I think it's predominantly my fault. I wear hearing aids and I forgot to bring them today, so that's my fault.
Do you want to move forward?
No, I can hear as long as people speak into the microphones.
Okay.
But I've just missed the reference we've gone through in the rebuttal
right.
proof.
We haven't had one yet. Rebuttal.
No, so it's page
3721.1.
page 7 onwards, and if we pick up Councillor Bonnie's evidence. Which is 42.2.2. Oh, no, it's not. I forget, Councillor, sorry. That's a different subject. It's 42.5.2.
Okay, Miss Bell, have you got those?
Yep. So in my rebuttal, it's page 7, and well, actually conveniently, it's page 7 of Councillor Bonnie's evidence as well, just by coincidence.
Is that in the paper copies as well?
That's the PDF and the same.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think this is, if I understand it correctly, having reviewed Councillor Bonnie's evidence, the concern here is about the validity of the modelling with respect to two routes either side of either side of the village that comes down to the Highsted junction. So Highsted Valley to the west and Stockers Hill to the north. So if you look at my diagram on page 8, figure JWR1, it shows the area of concern that we're interested in. So in Councillor Bonnie's evidence, she's brought to us traffic data on that road that's been collected by KCC, I believe it is, which shows that the traffic volumes are broadly equal on either road, on Highsted Valley Road to the south, Highsted Valley, and on Stockers Hill to the north. So they're in the region of sort of 250 to 300 vehicles on each of those two routes. And Councillor Bonnie draws attention to concerns in the modelling where, and I think it is Highsted Valley, which has very low proportions of traffic on it, which Councillor Bonnie highlights as a concern with the modelling. What I try to deal with in my rebuttal is that if you look at that figure JWR1, the way the modelling is constructed, it's not validated between those at that level of detail between those two routes. As far as the model is concerned, there are, and you asked me earlier on, I think, about the dotted lines. So on that plan, you can see a dotted line there. That dotted line is where all of the development in that area connects to the network. So a strategic model doesn't have every little house and cul-de-sac connecting to the road network. It groups them together into these zones and connects them. And in that diagram, we can see there that that cluster of existing housing is all lumped together in one place. And connected to that location on the network. And those blue and red lines that I'm showing are the two routes the model considers that are available to it. Now, when it distributes the traffic, it ends up putting the majority of it on the blue route, if I recall correctly, and not on the red route. But the actual total of that traffic across those two routes is correct. So in modelling terms, sometimes we'll look at screen line validation and say, is the right amount of traffic moving from this area to this area across the multiple routes? It'd be very hard to get a model that was validated to the level of being precise for every little rural lane in this location. So actually the modelling is accurate in the general movement. It just gets the two routes. It puts all of it onto one in crude terms rather than splitting it across the two. Now, the point of my rebuttal is, if the modelling was suggesting that the net result of the development was to significantly increase traffic on that movement across those two corridors, then there would need to be further work done to validate that model, or to have some other analysis to work out exactly where that impact is felt and to make sure that it's operating correctly and what is the impact. But the reality is that this is coming back to those tabulation, is that this is an area where the model is forecasting a really significant reduction in traffic on this route, on these corridors together. So there really isn't a need to go off and spend a disproportionate amount of time working out whether that reduction is there or there. As long we just know that it is a net reduction, and therefore Councillor Bonney is correct insofar as the modelling should have split it across two, but that would require, to do that across the whole network, I mean, we would still be doing the modelling now, or SWECO would still be doing the modelling to get that level of validation. So in this situation, what we would normally do in evidence gathering terms is, if we needed to, we would then focus on that and do further work. But because it's a net reduction, a significant net reduction in actual fact, there's no real value in doing that, because we know there will be a reduction. So hopefully that responds to that point that Councillor Bonney raises, and it relates to the rural rat running point, because it's one of those areas where there's I think a completely understandable benefit from the development, as extraneous traffic that might be coming beyond that plan and trying to use those routes is instead utilising the new link road infrastructure.
Is this the 2038 with development?
Yeah.
So, is there anything else to add on the topic of rat running?
Only possibly just briefly to just highlight that I touched on this Ode Street point through Tunstall, and I think it's the value of the application's benefit is underappreciated in that context.
Where is Ode Street?
Yeah, sure. Could do with a map. Now, just think of a good plan to refer you to.
The one that goes straight through Tunstall.
It is, yeah. It's got a combination of names, but essentially it goes from Ruinsbarn Road at the Cromer Road junction. Trying to see if I've got a good plan for you. It might be actually that CD reference there we had earlier.
Google Maps?
I'm happy to use Google Maps if that's acceptable for the...
Well, it usually tells us what we want to know, doesn't it?
So if you put it onto maps rather than satellite, the roads stand out a little bit more. So if you turn off the layer. So if you look at Tunstall and Tunstall Road that goes through it, you can see a combined route here. So if we're going from east to west, we've got Tunstall Road going through Tunstall, then Hearts Delight Road, a short section of Wrens Road, if you're following me, going to the west,
yeah.
And then Suttonbound Road, and then it goes into Ode Street, and then Ode Street drops underneath the M2 into the National Landscape area, and then loops back and connects to Stockbury Roundabout, which is the A249 junction with the M2. That, despite the works that have gone on at Junction 5 and Stockbury to improve it, that still remains a very attractive rat run that takes place for people trying to access the SRN and the county section of the 249 towards Maidstone, etc. And the modelling, despite the modelling including the improvements to Junction 5 in them, really notes a significant beneficial impact from the development from that, and it really isn't sort of particularly surprising, because this is people trying to get to the SRN, get to the 249, and not really wanting to go up into Sittingbourne town centre to get across the A2 or the Northern Relief Road to go down the 249. That's probably one of the best examples of how the new infrastructure can have a net betterment on rural lane rat running as a generalised topic. And it was sort of dismissed slightly out of hand, I think, in some evidence, maybe by Mr. Bamber when it was raised, but I think it, having dealt with a number of schemes that have looked at that back at the local plan stage, this was a highly controversial and problematic traffic issue for local residents that I think probably is missed if we don't highlight it as one of the benefits. Sorry, that was just one extra to add on there.
Right. On the list of issues then, moving on from rat running, and before we get to your wrapping up, you've touched on some of the points that Councillor Bonney made, but you were also going to touch on, well, two things really. One of them was Mr. Weaver and what he said about some of the junctions in his evidence. We've already talked about his fundamental point about reference case and all of that, but he also had a point about some of the junctions that he said were going to be operating over capacity, or at least might be operating over capacity. And then also you're going to touch on a point to do with Mr. Harris-Smith and air quality. So should we do Mr. Weaver first?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mindful of the time and the temperature. I mean, we could go into this one in detail, and I don't think anyone's going to really appreciate that. But I think a headline point that's
well, maybe let's take a step back. Mr. Weaver did say, although he clawed back some of it through re-examination, he did say that his assessment was predicated on his arguments to do with the reference case and all of that, and so that was why, you won't remember, in cross-examination I didn't actually ask him any questions about junctions.
Yeah.
So if you could approach it if you wanted to. I mean, we could wait until tomorrow morning if you want to refresh yourself.
No. I think the key topic is, I think, where you're going with the question is, in my rebuttal and in Mr. Weaver's evidence, what he attempts to do is to say, well, let's just forget about the reference case point for a moment.
Yeah.
Let's look at the operation of this junction in absolute terms.
In absolute terms, because he says the reference case, you can't rely on that for reasons we've been over.
Yep.
So he says, put that to one side, and let's just look at these junctions with the raw data, but in absolute terms,
Yep.
forgetting about any reference case analysis. And then he's got problems with, well, it was a few junctions, but he started to walk that back during his evidence in chief.
So in his own evidence, he's been quite pragmatic and eliminated significant parts of the network as not being a concern to him in severe impact terms. What carried through to evidence was, I think, 4 junctions 20, 32, 58, and Brenley. Two more in Faversham, Brenley Corner and the 251. As a result of, without prejudice to our view that this position, or my view, sorry, that this isn't an appropriate approach to take, and I set that in evidence, I have gone with that process with him of looking at the absolute performance, and as a result, in evidence, he's come to an agreed position, I think, at one of the junctions in Woodstock Road. His outstanding point from that is actually very minor, and it's quite difficult to discuss without going into a bit too much detail, but essentially it's a resolvable issue that he had with that junction. Junction 58 was accepted. They refer to Mr. Weaver's evidence.
Oh, so we need that then?
You can do, yes.
Maybe.
I'm probably
rather than
rushing a bit here, so maybe.
Well, I wonder.
Apologies.
No, it's all right. I mean, I'm wondering whether, if we're going to do Mr. Weaver properly, maybe we should take a breath and do it in the morning, because I wouldn't want. I don't know whether Mr. Warren, I mean, obviously he's not here, but I don't know whether he's down to be asking you any
I think he is at the moment.
questions. Presumably he is.
Could be dealt with in that.
Let me just check. Sorry.
He is.
You would have thought so. Yeah, tomorrow. So, in fact, maybe it'd be better anyway if we're going to be doing the Duchy are down for 2 hours tomorrow, aren't they?
Quite a few questions then, by the sound of it.
Quite a few questions, yeah. I don't want. I mean, I don't want to rush it.
It might get repeated in that context.
Might get repeated in the cross-examination. I suppose what we could do is you could give your headline view, and then if it's to be challenged, you can be cross-examined on it tomorrow.
I'll keep it as absolutely brief as possible.
Yeah.
Having heard Mr. Weaver's evidence and having reviewed what he said.
Turn your microphone.
Apologies. I've heard his evidence that follows the rebuttal, my rebuttal. I'm effectively satisfied, and he did couch his position quite clearly in terms of, I can see a solution to this when he had some outstanding concerns. I've looked at those, and I think I'm satisfied that were we to sit down in a room and talk about it, we'd find these issues would go away. So I don't know. I can't. He's not here to confirm that or deny that. Maybe we'll go through that in cross-examination. But my view is that we would get to a situation where he is satisfied, or we can get to a position where even in the most robust appraisal of these junctions, only in absolute terms, ignoring the reference case, that there would not be a conclusion of severe impact.
I mean, but actually, are we supposed to ignore the reference case?
No, we're not. But this is carrying forward Mr. Weaver's position and his concerns, and still, despite that, I think he would reach a conclusion. And he wasn't able to get to that in the conversation, the cross-examination with you. But that's the overriding. I can explain why, but that's not going to be done.
Maybe that's one for cross-examination. I mean, our fundamental position is, as is clear from the cross-examination, given that the concerns rest on a point about the reference case that we've dealt with, that we don't need to go into the concerns. But I mean, we can, or we can leave it.
The point is that you don't know what the Secretary of State's going to think about the
No, we don't.
No.
We don't. Well, if we are going to do them, I think we should pause now.
I think it's 15-20 minutes maybe to get through that in practice, at least, I'd have thought.
At least.
Maybe half an hour.
Are you feeling up to doing that?
I don't mind. It depends how. What's the other? I mean, doesn't mean summing up will then be.
We're not going to finish you
No.
Well,
Not if we do
maybe
that.
we will.
I mean, there's very little left to do, but there is that.
No, exactly.
And then
Should we just use the time to just quickly maybe tick off this Mr. Harris-Smith's point and then pick up the other bit? Because that can be quite quickly dealt with, I think.
All right. So what we'll do, fine. We'll go into Mr. Weaver's junctions tomorrow morning in a bit more detail. Hopefully with Mr. Warren here to hear what you've got to say, then that could maybe who knows save some time on his cross-examination.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then we'll stop tomorrow. But so between now and then, Mr. Harris-Smith.
Yes. So. This was an air quality point, but obviously there's a traffic-derived basis to air quality. I probably should just take you on to the Mr. Harris-Smith's evidence, which was CD 43.3.2, I believe. Hopefully I haven't got that wrong. Page 6 would be a good place to start. So I really will do my best to keep this as brief because I think there's just one key point. So I listened to the session at that time remotely, I think. I think Mr. Harris-Smith's concern was that the traffic data was unreliable for the section of road through the A2, with respect to its input into air quality appraisal. And I think he draws, to broadly summarise, two main conclusions. One is that the impact should be greater, and secondly that there is a trend in growth, which he sets out in his table 1. And his sort of confusion as to why that doesn't seem to marry with the data that he's looking at in the environmental statement and the traffic data derived air quality. To keep it absolutely as brief as possible, the problem with Mr. Harris's data is incompatibility. In his table 1, you see that he derives these 12 and then 23.8% increases relative, the table 1 at the bottom. So he does so with a reference to 2019 DFT data, Department for Transport data, and then his own manual counts. I really will try to avoid the complexity, but essentially what Ms. Harris-Smith has done is counted traffic on one day in July and then again on one day in June, and compared that to what essentially is AADT data, annual average daily traffic data from the Department for Transport information. And those two data sets are just entirely incompatible. To be generous, what Mr. Harris-Smith has done is derive average weekday traffic. It's not actually, it's just a random one day of weekday traffic from his count, but it is a weekday traffic. AADT is, well, by definition, it's actually an entire year's worth of traffic divided by 365, but critically includes Saturdays and Sundays, which naturally tend to have lower demand, and therefore it's an average of all 7 days of the week over the whole year, which is inherently lower than AAWT, or in his case, just one spot check, or over 2 days. I think he has it actually, 21st and 22nd. But still, they're weekdays, as far as I understand it. Plus, there's a whole bunch of other factors that the DFT, while that says 2019 DFT manual count, it's actually a manual count that's then translated through a factoring process with things like seasonality you may have heard of, discussed in the past. You know, different months have different levels. Without massively overcomplicating this, the reason he sees a trend in increase is primarily due to just the data is not compatible at all, and therefore any conclusions drawn from that are just regrettably, don't have any merit at all in that context. To use a comparison, our factoring of daily traffic was based on 21 days of counts with seasonality adjustments made. So that's the kind of minimum level of data, well, maybe 7 days as a minimum, but that's what's needed to try and get things like peak hour and single surveys into place. So I'm hoping that will just explain to Ms. Harris-Smith why he's sort of frustrated, why he can't see why this data is not replicated in the environmental statement. I don't think there's any need to go into more detail on that, unless I think he was going to come along for questions, but I don't know if he has.
Thank you. Leaving the topic of the Dutchy junctions, as it were, until tomorrow of Mr. Weaver, and then leaving your final roundup until tomorrow.
Yep.
Would you like to use the remaining time to say anything about the key heads in the schedule that relate to highways in the 106? You've touched on some of the issues already that relate to them, and not obviously a question of going into the detailed drafting, but just some of the key elements in that, or both of those draft agreements, and how you anticipate that they're going to work and contribute to the sort of monitor and manage approach you've been describing.
Well, again, keeping it brief, we touched on this earlier on. These might sound something like words, but they are a genuine intent. The intention of creating the Transport Review Group, and the Transport Review Group, which is a review group.
It's a group in the 106.
It's a term definition within the 106, and essentially it's to bring together the various stakeholders, and it's to reflect the fact that This is an outline planning application in the truest sense of the word. There is a lot of work to do after any consent to outline, at very least determination of access strategies and the way in which that comes forward. And the intention really with the Transport Review Group is to try and make sure that stakeholders all are engaged in that process through that, and the mechanisms, the sustainable transport strategy will be worked within that and agreed and signed off about how the sustainable. So we touched on earlier in various sessions about what will be the bus, how will the buses come forward. That's an obvious topic, and it's an obvious topic that merits not only multiple stakeholders, but it also merits coming forward in the context that's relevant at the time, not just technology, but what's the level of existing provision, funding, mechanisms of delivery. These are rapidly changing things. It's only fairly recently the KCC have recovered overriding control for buses.
So how, I'm sure it all says it in the section 106, I haven't really sort of gone into it, but so how long would this review group be set up for? Is it in perpetuity?
I think the intention is that it lives out through the development of the strategies and the implementation. Certainly, I think there is there becomes an overlap into travel planning, which is committed to last for effectively until I think it's 5 years after final occupation, if I remember correctly. I might need to be checked on that, but something to that effect. Plus also the monitor and manage. So there will be a point at which those other mechanisms are established, and they will carry on through the life of the development. I don't think we're envisaging something that is in perpetuity.
The reason I ask is that, we were talking about new technology and the fact that, things might change as time goes on, and you might have conventional bus corridor, at the beginning, and then it could be changed to some sort of something else.
Yep.
But I mean, that would only happen if there was some means of that actually happening, wouldn't it? So if there's no one to actually, deal with it, I mean, once it's actually in place, how could it be assured that as technology comes on, and we're not just talking 20 years, we might talk 50 years?
Well, as an absolute minimum, and this is and the terms of reference, if you will, for the Transport Review Group are to be, I think that's agenda item 1 within the 106, is to define those and to set those terms. But as an absolute minimum backstop, I come back to the point about Kent County Council's role as the coordinator of public transport. So a bit similar to the road space reallocation point that we talked about earlier about presenting the opportunity. There will be a need for, at some point, for those other bodies outside to seize those opportunities. So again, whether that occurs in terms of the lifespan of the development, and the development can make those changes and utilise those funds that are set aside for the bus contribution, for instance, towards new technology, that, or whether it happens later on with the Transport Authority in this case taking the opportunities of the physical infrastructure, that would be the ultimate backstop. It will be part of the adopted highway, and it will be part of a facility to be utilised. So this isn't unusual. For instance, in a very simplistic term, you have bus gates implemented in developments with control mechanisms to give bus priority out of developments. They are installed with the best. So they may use basic detectors, for instance, at signalised junctions. Well, KCC later on might update their technology to use new information that's installed in the fleets to detect those buses more accurately, or they may decide to change the nature of that corridor. So there's no reason for it to be solely the developer's responsibility to implement this.
Perhaps we'll discuss that more in the section 106 session.
We will.
Yeah,
Okay. Anything else? Given that we've got a Highways 106 session obviously to come.
Yes, exactly. I think probably
at this stage.
I think the rest of it would be it's best.
Great.
Best done
Thank you very much. I think in that case we're pausing.
Right, really good. I mean, would it help to start a bit earlier? do you
I'm
think?
not sure.
Is it cooler?
I don't think it's going to make a material. Also, if the aircon's coming on at 7,
Yeah, that's
I
true.
want to give it time for it to
Let's
actually.
give it a go and see what happens. Shall we?
I think just to sort of say, if it's like, very much hopefully it won't be. If it's like this tomorrow, I don't think we're going to be able to, because I think we've got weeks of really detailed, quantitative evidence. I don't think I'm going to be able to sort of keep my own marbles, let alone anyone else.
What did you say the temperature was, Mr. Gearing? Have you got it on your watch?
My watch, 34.
34 being people are kind of, it's not, it's way too hot. Obviously, we can't do it. So,
Very good, isn't it?
and obviously it is going to get hot. The outside it's going to get hotter over the next week or two. So I'm just mentioning it just so that we can. We'll obviously come back to it.
Pessimistic view, eh?
I know.
All right. Well, look. Perhaps people can sort of have a think as to how we could resolve this, as we're all talking about monitoring and managing and optimism.
Yeah, exactly. Sandals, exactly.
So we'll see how it goes tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then we might have to think of what we're going to do. But in the meantime, have a nice evening.
Thank you very much.
And we will adjourn to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ashby is doing the stuff for the doctor tomorrow.
Sorry?
Dr. Ashby Barrows, he's doing the cross-examination tomorrow.
Oh, is he? What's happening to Mr. Bell?
Yeah, I'll give you the programme we're using for that. Yeah.
He's on it first.
Mr. Clark, what's his name? Rupert. He's obviously got some.
I see. Rupert's not coming.
Yeah, no.
Oh no, I've done it again.
Just get them to change.
Oh, no, I like.
You kept a
No,
spare
I
one,
think
didn't
I can actually.
Keep a spare one.
Yeah, okay. Did you hear all that about concern about the room?
About what?
About this place? 34 degrees.
It's not sustainable, is it? Headaches will come big time.
I mean, he said, I don't think he will carry on if it's like this, so.
It made me smile when he said it's going to be like this for weeks. What do you do for weeks?
Well, I know. But we need to think